The recovery mission was called off at 6:56 p.m. The grim announcement was made by Chief of Police Clarence Taylor during a locally televised press conference. The police department, along with all the other agencies involved, devoted countless hours to the search in hope of a rescue. Short of that, a recovery. However, since the exhaustive efforts of law enforcement officers, the Coast Guard, and civilian volunteers haven't produced any encouraging evidence in several days, we've come to the sad conclusion that to continue an organized search would be futile. The lone drinker at the bar, watching the snowy TV screen mounted in the corner, tossed back the whiskey remaining in his glass and motioned the barkeep for a refill. "You sure? You're hitting it pretty hard, pal." "Just pour." "Your funeral." "No, not mine." Off the beaten path in a low-rent area of downtown Savannah, Smitty's attracted neither tourists nor respectable locals. Pastel drinks with cute names weren't served. The potables were ordered straight up. You might or might not get a lemon twist like the ones the barkeep was mindlessly peeling as he watched the television news bulletin that had preempted a Seinfeld rerun. "Mute that, will you?" At the request of his customer, the barkeep reached for the remote control and silenced the TV. "He's dancing around it 'cause he has to. But if you cut through all the BS, what he's saying is, the body's fish food by now." 10 days after going into the river?" The bartender shook his head with pessimism. "I'd hate to think of somebody I love, dead or alive, being in the river or out there in the ocean in this mess." He used his chin to motion toward the bar's single window. A ponderous rain had been soaking the low country of Georgia and South Carolina for the last 48 hours. At times, the rainfall had been so heavy that you couldn't see across the river to the opposite bank. The barkeep wiped lemon juice from his fingers and cleaned the blade of his knife on a towel. "This rain? Can't say I blame 'em for calling off the search. They'll probably never find the body now. But I guess that means it'll forever remain a mystery. Was it murder or suicide?" He tossed aside his towel and leaned on the bar. "What do you think happened?" His customer looked up at him with bleary eyes and said hoarsely, "I know what happened." Six weeks earlier. The murder trial of Robert Savage was in its fourth day. Homicide Detective Duncan Hatcher was wondering what the hell was going on. As soon as court had reconvened after the lunch break, the defendant's attorney, Stan Adams, had asked the judge for a private meeting. Judge Laird, as perplexed by the request as Assistant DA Mike Nelson, had nonetheless granted it, and the three had withdrawn to chambers. They'd been out for half an hour. That's why this behind-closed-doors powwow was making him so nervous. Duncan wanted the trial to proceed without a blip. "Duncan, for heaven's sake, sit still. You're squirming like a 2-year-old. To pass the time, his partner, Detective D.D. Bowen, was working a crossword puzzle. What could they be talking about in there? Plea bargain? Manslaughter, maybe? "Get real," he said. "Savage wouldn't admit to a parking violation, much less a hit." "What's a 7-letter word for surrender?" Dee asked. "Abdicate." She looked at him with annoyance. "That's 8 letters." "Then I don't know." The defendant, Robert Savage, was seated at the defense table looking way too complacent for a man on trial for murder. To anyone who didn't know him, Robert Savage looked like a respectable businessman with a slightly rebellious flair for fashion. The classy clothes gave no indication of the unconscionable criminal behind them. He'd been arrested and brought before the grand jury on numerous charges that included several murders, 1 arson, and various lesser felonies, most of which were related to drug trafficking. But over the course of his long and illustrious career, he'd been indicted and tried only twice. The first had been a drug charge. He'd been acquitted because the state failed to prove their case, which, granted, was flimsy. His second trial was for the murder of one Andre Bonnet. Savage had blown up his house. Unfortunately, most of the evidence was circumstantial. The trial had resulted in a hung jury. Duncan regarded the decision a personal failure and had dedicated himself to putting an end to Savage's thriving criminal career. This time, he was betting the farm on a conviction. Savage was charged with the murder of Freddie Morris, one of his many employees, a drug dealer whom undercover narcotics officers had caught making and distributing methamphetamine. The DEA and the police department's narcs got together and offered Freddie Morris a deal: reduced charges and significantly less prison time in exchange for his boss Savage, who was the kingpin they were really after. But before the carefully planned sting could be executed, Freddie was. He was found lying face down in a marsh with a bullet hole in the back of his head. Duncan was confident that Savage wouldn't escape conviction this time. The prosecutor was less optimistic. "I hope you're right, Dunk," Mike Nelson had said the previous evening. "A lot hinges on your testimony. Adams is going to hammer us on the probable cause issue." "I had probable cause to question Savage," Duncan insisted. "Freddie's first reaction to the offer was to say that if he even farted in our direction, Savage would cut out his tongue. So when I'm looking down at Freddie's corpse, I see that not only is his brain an oozing mush, his tongue has been cut out. According to the ME, it was cut out while he was still alive. You don't think that gave me probable cause to go after Savage immediately?" "I didn't plan on arresting him. I only went to his office to question him. Swear to God." "You fought with him, Dunk. Adams is going to hint at police brutality, false arrest." Duncan didn't understand the assistant DA's concern. He'd gone directly from the scene of Freddie Morris's murder to Savage's office. Duncan had barged in unannounced to find Savage in the company of a woman later identified by mugshots as Lucille Jones, who was on her knees filleting him. This morning, Duncan's testimony about that had caused a hush to fall over the courtroom. Restless movements ceased. Duncan had testified that the moment he entered Savage's office, Savage had reached for a gun. A pistol was lying on his desk. He lunged toward it. I knew I'd be dead if he got hold of that weapon. The ensuing struggle was intense, but finally Duncan was able to restrain Savage. "And once you had subdued Mr. Savage," the prosecutor said, "did you confiscate that weapon as evidence, Detective Hatcher?" "No. By the time I had Savage in restraints, the pistol had disappeared and so had the woman." Neither had been seen since. Duncan arrested Savage for assault on a police officer. While he was being held on that charge, Duncan, Dee, and other officers had constructed a case against him for the murder of Freddie Morris. They didn't have the weapon. They didn't have the testimony of the woman. What they did have was the testimony of several other agents who'd heard Freddie's fearful claim that Savage would cut out his tongue and then kill him if he made a deal with the authorities or even talk to them. And since Lucille Jones's whereabouts were unknown, Savage couldn't produce a credible alibi. The DA's office had won convictions on less, so the case had come to trial. Nelson expected Duncan would get hammered by Savage's attorney during cross-examination that afternoon. Over lunch, he had tried to prepare him for it. "He's going to claim harassment and tell the jury that you've harbored a personal grudge against his client for years." "You bet your ass I have," Duncan said. "The son of a bitch is a killer. It's my sworn duty to catch killers." Nelson sighed. "Just don't let it sound personal, all right?" "I'll try." Duncan knew what he was up against. He'd come up against Stan Adams before, but he was anxious to get on with it. "All rise," the bailiff intoned. Duncan shot to his feet. He leaned toward Dee. "What do you think?" "I don't know, but I don't like it." His partner had an uncanny and reliable talent for reading people and situations, and she had just validated the foreboding he was feeling. Another bad sign. Mike Nelson kept his head averted and didn't look in their direction. Stan Adams sat down beside his client and patted the sleeve of Savage's expensive suit. Duncan's gut tightened with apprehension. The judge stepped onto the bench and signaled the bailiff to ask the jury to return. Once the jury had filed in and everyone was situated, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay, but a matter of importance had to be addressed immediately." Cato Laird was a popular judge with the public and with the media, which he courted like a suitor. Nearing 50, He had the physique of a 30-year-old and the facial features of a movie star. In fact, a few years earlier he had played a cameo role of a judge in a movie filmed in Savannah. Mr. Adams has brought to my attention that during voir dire, juror number 10 failed to disclose that her son is enrolled in the next class of candidate officers for the Savannah-Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. Duncan glanced at the jury box and noticed the empty chair in the second row. Mr. Adams is of the opinion that a juror whose family member will soon become a police officer may have a fundamental prejudice against any defendant in a criminal trial. I agree with counsel on this point, and am therefore compelled to declare a mistrial. He banged his gavel. Jurors, you are dismissed. Mr. Adams, your client is free to go. Court is adjourned. Duncan came out of his chair. You have got to be kidding. The judge's gaze sought him out, and in a tone that could have cut a diamond, he said, I assure you I am not kidding, Detective Hatcher. You can retry the case, Mr. Nelson, the judge said as he stood and prepared to leave, but I advise you to have more solid evidence before you do. He glanced at Duncan, adding, or more credible testimony. Duncan saw red. You think I'm lying? The judge banged his gavel, silencing him. You can testify at the next trial, if there is one. Suddenly Savage was in front of him, filling his field of vision, smiling. You blew it again, Hatcher. Mike Nelson grabbed Duncan's arm to keep him from vaulting over the railing. I'm going to nail you, you son of a bitch. Etch it into your skin. Tattoo it on your ass. I'm going to nail you. His voice rife with menace, Savage said, I'll be seeing you. Soon. Then he blew Duncan an air kiss. Adams hastily ushered his client past Duncan, who looked toward the judge. How can you let him go? Not I, Detective Hatcher. The law. You're the law, or rather you're supposed to be. We could have had him right fucking now if we'd had a judge who sides with cops more than he sides with criminals. Oh, hell, Didi groaned. Detective Hatcher. I advise you to leave this courtroom now, before you say something for which I'll be forced to hold you in contempt. I ruled as the law dictates. No, what you did... Duncan, please, Didi said, is crap on me. You crapped on the people who elected you because they believed your promise to be tough on criminals, like Savage. You crapped on Detective Bowen here, and on the DA's office, and on everybody else who's ever tried to nail this bastard. That's what you did, Your Honor. Hands up. What? 7-letter word for surrender. Didi gaped at Duncan as he situated himself in the passenger seat of her car and buckled his seatbelt. 48 hours in jail, and that's the first thing you have to say? I had a lot of time to think about it. Hands up is 2 words, genius. Still works, I bet. We'll never know. I threw the puzzle away. Couldn't finish, he teased. No, I threw it away because I didn't want any reminders of your overplayed scene in the courtroom. You let your mouth overload your ass. Gerard is unhappy with you, she said, speaking of Captain Bill Gerard, their immediate supervisor. Judge Ladd gives Savage a walk and Gerard is unhappy with me? Didi stopped at a traffic light and looked over at him. Don't get pissed at what I'm about to say. After the things you said, Judge Laird was practically duty-bound to hold you in contempt. Okay, I acknowledge the error of my ways. I served my time. At Savage's next trial, I promise to be a perfect gentleman, meek as a lamb, so long as Judge Laird, in turn, will cut us some slack. After the other day, he owes us. Duncan? Mike Nelson called this afternoon. The DA's position is that we didn't have enough on Savage. He's not going to try the case again, not unless we turn up something rock solid that places Savage at the scene. Duncan had feared as much. Sighing, he rolled his head to gaze out the window at the venerable live oaks along the boulevard. The clumps of Spanish moss dangling from their branches looked bedraggled in the oppressive heat. I mean, why do we bother? He asked rhetorically. If Savage pops a meth maker like Freddie Morris every now and then, he's performing a public service, isn't he? No, because before that meth maker's body is cold, Savage will have his replacement set up for business. Do you know how old I am? He asked. 37. 8. And in 20 years, I'll be 58. I'll have an enlarged prostate and a shrunken dick. My hair will be thinner, my waistline thicker. Your outlook gloomier. You're goddamn right, because I will have put in 20 more years of futility. There'll be more savages killing people. What will it all have been for? She pulled to the curb and braked. It hadn't registered with him until then that she'd driven him home, not to the parking lot where his car had been abandoned at the Judicial Center when he was taken into custody and marched from the courtroom. Dee Dee leaned back against her seat and turned to him. Granted, we've had a setback. Tomorrow... Setback? Setback? We're as dead as poor Freddie Morris. His execution scared the hell out of any other mule who's ever even remotely considered striking a deal with us or the feds. You talk, you die. And you die ugly. I cannot believe that slick son of a bitch got off again. But I swear this to you, Dee Dee, if it's the last thing I do... Noticing her smile, he broke off. Don't look now, Duncan, but you sound full of zeal again. He grumbled a swear word or two, undid his seatbelt, and pushed open the car door. Thanks for the lift. I'm coming in. Before getting out, she reached into the back seat for the dry cleaner's bag that had been hanging on the hook on the door. What's that? The suit I'm wearing tonight. The awards dinner? Don't tell me you forgot. Yeah, I did. Sorry, partner, but I'm just not up for that tonight. She bent down to pick up 2 editions of the newspaper from the sidewalk and swatted him in the stomach with them. You're going to that dinner, she said, and started up the brick steps to the front door of his townhouse. Once the door was unlocked and they were inside, he made a beeline for the wall thermostat and adjusted the AC. How come your alarm wasn't set? Dee Dee asked. I keep forgetting the code. You never forget anything. You're just lazy. It's stupid not to set it, Duncan, especially now. Why especially now? Savage. His parting, I'll see you soon, resonated like a threat. I wish he'd come after me. It would give me an excuse. You know where the guest bedroom and bath are, he said, indicating the staircase. Help yourself. Dee Dee was right on his heels. You're going to that dinner with me, Duncan. You promised. He opened his fridge and, without even looking, reached inside and took out a can of beer, popping the top and sucking the foam off the back of his hand. That was before my incarceration. I'm receiving a commendation. If I don't have an escort, the bubbas will give me hell. Worley and Company will say I couldn't get a date if my life depended on it. Call up that cop in the evidence room. What's his name? He gets flustered every time he looks at you. He'd escort you. She frowned with distaste. He's got a moist handshake. I hate that. You just don't want to be seen with me. Being with a woman who's short, dumpy, and frizzy might damage your reputation as a stud muffin. He set his beer on the countertop, hard. Now you made me mad. First of all, I don't have that reputation. Secondly, who says you're short? Worley called me vertically challenged. Worley's an asshole. Nor are you dumpy. You're compactly built. Muscular because you work out like a fiend, and your hair's frizzy because you perm the hell out of it. He picked up his beer and took another drink. Not that I was asked, but I'd love a Diet Coke, please. He opened the fridge and reached inside, then with a yelp yanked back his hand. Whoa! I gotta remember to set my alarm. Dee Dee pushed him aside and looked into the refrigerator. What is that? If I were to guess, I'd say it's Freddie Morris's tongue. Duncan would take the severed tongue, now several months old, to the M.E. in the morning. For the time being, he placed it in an evidence bag and returned it to his refrigerator. You're not going to leave it in there, are you, with your food? I don't want it smelling up my house. Are you going to have the place dusted for prints? It wouldn't do any good and would only make a mess. Whoever had been inside his house, either Savage or one of his many errand boys, Duncan guessed the latter, would have been too smart to leave fingerprints. More disturbing than finding the offensive shriveled piece of tissue was knowing that his house had been violated. In and of itself, the tongue was a prank, Savage's equivalent to na-na-na-na-na-na. But the message it sent was no laughing matter. Although he minimized his apprehension with Dee Dee, he did not underestimate Savage and the degree of his brutality. He'd hoped the incident would relieve him of having to attend the awards dinner with Dee Dee. Surely she wouldn't require him to go now, but she persisted, and ultimately he gave in. Upon entering the ballroom, he took a cursory glance at the crowd and stopped dead in his tracks. Judge Cato Laird, immaculately attired and looking as cool as the drink in his hand, was chatting with Police Chief Taylor. "I formally release you from your obligation," Dee Dee said. Duncan would be damned before he tucked tail and slunk out. "Hell no," he said to Dee Dee. "I wouldn't pass up this chance to escort you when you're this gussied up. You're actually wearing a skirt. First time I've ever seen you in one. I swore off them once I graduated from Catholic high school." He made a point of looking at her legs. "Better than decent. Fairly good, in fact." "You're full of shit, but thanks." Together they wove their way through the crowd. Several mentioned Duncan's days in jail. He responded by joking about it. When they were spotted by the police chief, Taylor approached them to extend his congratulations to Dee Dee. While she was thanking him, someone addressed Duncan from behind. Turning, he came face to face with Cato Laird. "Detective, I hope there are no hard feelings. For the jail time, I have only myself to blame for that. What about the mistrial?" Duncan glanced beyond the judge's shoulder. Although Dee Dee was being introduced to the mayor, who was enthusiastically pumping her hand, she was keeping a nervous eye on him and Laird. Duncan felt like telling the judge in the most explicit terms what he thought of his ruling and where he could shove his gavel. But this was Dee Dee's night. He would hold his temper. His eyes reconnected with the judge's dark gaze. "Under the circumstances, you ruled according to the law and your own conscience. I'm glad you appreciate the complexities involved." "Well, I had 48 hours to contemplate them." "Please excuse me. My partner is signaling for me to rejoin her." "Of course. Enjoy the evening." The judge stepped aside and Duncan brushed past him. "What did he say?" Dee Dee asked. "He told me to enjoy the evening, which I think includes having a drink." He elbowed them through the crowd to the bar, ordered a bourbon and water for himself and a Diet Coke for her. Another detective in their division sidled up to them. "Hey, Dunk," he said around a mouthful of crab dip. "Introduce me to your new squeeze." "Eat shit and die, Worley," she said. "What do you know? She sounds just like Detective Bowen." Worley was a good detective, but one of the yahoos. He and Dee Dee had an ongoing contest to see who could better insult the other. "Lay off, Worley," Duncan said. "Dee Dee is an honoree tonight. Behave." "Tell Worley what we found in your house." Duncan described the severed tongue. He indicated a chunk of meat on Worley's plate. "Looks sort of like that." "Jeez," Worley shuddered. "Savage is pricking with you." "I guess." He was wondering if when the final showdown came, he would be able to kill Savage without compunction. In an effort to lighten the mood, Worley said, "Honest, Dee Dee, you look sorta hot tonight." "Little good it'll do you." "If I get drunk enough, you might even start to look like a woman." Dee Dee didn't miss a beat. "Sadly, I could never get drunk enough for you to start looking like a man." This was familiar office banter. The men in the VCU, the department's violent crimes unit, gave Dee Dee hell, but they all respected her skill, dedication, and ambition, all of which she had in surplus. Knowing she could fend for herself without his help, Duncan turned away and let his gaze rove over the crowd. Later, he remembered it was her hair that had first called her to his attention. She was standing directly beneath one of the directional lights recessed into the ceiling 30 feet above her. It acted like a spotlight, making her hair look almost white, marking her as though she were the only blonde in the crowd. It was a simple style that bordered on severity, pulled back into a small knot at the nape of her neck, but it defined the perfect shape of her head and showed off the graceful length of her neck. He was admiring that pale nape when a nondescript woman who'd been blocking his view of the rest of her moved away. He saw her back, all of it, tantalizing square inches of bare skin from her neck to her waist, even slightly below. He didn't know jewelry could be worn on that part of the body, but there it was, a clasp made of what looked like diamonds winking at him from the small of her back. He imagined the stones would be warm from her skin. Just from looking at her, his skin had turned warm. Someone moved up behind her, said something. She turned, and Duncan got his first look at her face. Later he thought that maybe his jaw had actually dropped. The blonde began talking to a distinguished-looking older couple and sipping a glass of white wine with seeming disinterest. "You're drooling, Duncan." Dee had followed his stare to the woman. "Can't help it. I've fallen into instant lust." "She's okay, I guess, if you're into tall, thin, perfect hair and flawless skin." "As usual, your sexual radar homed in on the dishiest babe in the room." The couple moved away from the woman, leaving her standing by herself in the midst of the crowd. "The lady looks lost and lonely," Duncan said. "Like maybe she needs a big, strong cop to come to her rescue. Hold my drink." "Have you lost your mind?" "She's married, Duncan." "Shit. Are you sure?" "To Judge Cato Ladd." "What did he say to you?" Elise Laird set her jeweled handbag on the dressing table and stepped out of her sandals. Cato had come upstairs to their bedroom ahead of her. He was already undressed and in his robe, sitting on the side of their bed. "Who?" she asked. "Duncan Hatcher." She pulled a pin from her hair. "Who?" "The man you were talking to in the porte cochere, when I went to pay for the valet parking. Surely you remember, tall, rugged, in dire need of a haircut, built like a wide receiver, which he was, at Georgia, I believe." "Oh, right." Facing the mirror, she smiled at her husband's reflection. "He asked if I had change. He needed to tip the parking valet and didn't have any bills smaller than a 10. Cato left the bed and placed his hands on her shoulders, massaging gently. "Did Hatcher address you by name?" "I honestly don't remember. Why? Who is he?" "He's a homicide detective." "Savannah Police?" "A decorated hero with a master's degree in criminology. He has brains and brawn. Up till now, he's been an exemplary officer." "Till now?" "He testified in my court this week. Murder trial. When circumstances forced me to declare a mistrial, he lost his temper, became vituperative. I found him in contempt and sentenced him to 2 days in jail. He was released just this afternoon." She laughed softly. "Then I'm sure he didn't know who I was. If he had, he would have avoided speaking to me." She took off her earrings. "Was the woman with him his wife?" "Police partner. I don't believe he's married. I guess I can't blame the man for trying." "He didn't try anything, Cato. He asked me for change." "There were other people he could have asked, but he asked you." Reaching around her, he took the weight of her breasts in his palms. "I thought he might have recognized you, that you might have met before." Meeting his dark eyes in the mirror, she said, "I much prefer graying temples and smoother shaves." The zipper at the back of her dress was short. He smiled into the mirror as he pulled it down, following the cleft between her buttocks, then pushed the dress to the floor, leaving her in only a black lace thong. He turned her to face him. "This is the best part of these dull evenings out. Coming home with you." He looked at her, waiting. "No comment?" "I have to say it? You know I feel the same." Taking her hand, he folded it around his erection. "I lied, Elise," he whispered as he guided her motions. "This is the best part." A half hour later, she eased herself from the bed, padded to the closet for a robe, and pulled it on. She looked back toward the bed. Cato didn't stir. She slipped from the room and tiptoed downstairs. Her insomnia concerned him. Sometimes he would come downstairs and find her on the sofa in the den watching a DVD of one of her favorite movies. He chided her for leaving their bed without waking him when he might have helped soothe her into sleep. Recently, she had begun to wonder if his concern was over the insomnia or her nocturnal prowls through the house. A nightlight was left on in the kitchen, but the route was so familiar she could have found her way without it. Whatever else she did when she came downstairs, she always poured herself a glass of milk, which she claimed helped, and left the empty glass in the sink to ensure never being caught in a lie. The detective had known who she was. He had called her by name. "Mrs. Laird." "My name is Duncan Hatcher." "How do you do, Mr. Hatcher?" He had a disarming smile, and she suspected he knew that. He also had enough audacity to say, "Great dress." "Thank you." "I like the diamond clip at the small of your back. Is that all that's keeping it on?" She was about to turn away when he moved a step closer, and for a moment she thought he would touch her. He said, "When are we going to see each other again?" "I seriously doubt we are." "Oh, we are. See, every judge who finds me in contempt and sends me to jail, I make it a point to fuck his wife." Shock rendered her speechless and motionless, so for several seconds they simply stood there and looked at each other. Then two things happened simultaneously that broke the stare. The woman she now knew was his partner seized Duncan Hatcher by the arm and dragged him toward the car that a parking valet had just delivered. And Cato appeared. He looked suspiciously after Hatcher, and Elise had feared Cato would confront her then about the brief exchange, but he hadn't. Not until they were home, and by then she'd had time to fabricate a lie. But she wondered now why she had lied to her husband about it. She poured the remainder of the unwanted milk down the drain. Quickly, she went down the center hallway and into Cato's study. She crossed the room in darkness, but once behind the desk, switched on the lamp. It cast dark shadows around the room, particularly onto the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that formed the wall behind the desk. She swung open the false shelf that concealed the wall safe and tried the handle, knowing already that it wouldn't budge. The safe was kept locked at all times, and even as they approached 3 years of marriage, Cato had never entrusted her with the combination. She replaced the shelf of faux books and stepped back so she could study the bookcase wall as a whole. There were countless hiding places in this bookshelf. "Elise?" She whipped around, gasping in fright. "Cato, good Lord, you scared me." "What are you doing?" Her heart in her throat, she took the diamond pin from the pocket of her robe where she'd had the foresight to place it before leaving the bedroom. "My brooch. I was going to leave it here on your desk with a note so you'd see it before you left in the morning," she said. "I think some of the stones are loose. A jeweler should take a look." "I'll take it downtown with me tomorrow." He joined her behind the desk, placed his hands on her upper arms and rubbed them gently. "Did you have your milk?" She nodded. "Good. Let's go back to bed. Maybe you'll be able to sleep now." Then he switched off the lamp, and the room went dark. Duncan didn't need the lights on in order to play. In fact, he liked to play in the dark. It seemed that the darkness produced the music and that it had no connection to him when he touched the piano keyboard. He was 8 when he discovered that he already knew how to play. He knew how to chord without even knowing what a chord was. "You play by ear," his mother told him fondly. "It's a gift, Duncan. Be thankful for it." Not even remotely thankful for it, he was embarrassed by his gift. He certainly didn't want his friends to know. They'd think he was a sissy, a dork, or a freak of nature. He wanted to play sports. He wanted to play the stupid piano. His parents tried to reason with him, saying it was okay for a person to play sports and also be a musician, and that it would be a shame for him to waste his musical talent. The compromise was that he played only for them and only at home. Although he would never admit it, he enjoyed these private recitals. Secretly, he loved the music that was conducted from his brain to his fingers effortlessly, mindlessly, without any urging from him. At 38, he still couldn't read a note. He played for his personal enjoyment or whenever he needed to zone out, empty his mind of the mundane and allow it to unravel a knotty problem. Like tonight. There hadn't been a peep out of Savage since the severed tongue incident. The lab at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation had confirmed that it had indeed belonged to Freddie Morris, but that left them no closer to pinning his murder on Savage. And Duncan knew that somewhere on Savage's agenda his name had a large asterisk beside it. But it wasn't really fear he felt, more like anticipation. In the darkness of his living room, he was tinkering with the tune of his own composition when his telephone rang. Work. Nobody called at 1:34 in the morning to report that there hadn't been a killing. He answered on the second ring. "Were you asleep?" Dee Dee asked cheerfully. "Sort of." "Playing the piano?" "I don't play the piano." "Right, well, stop whatever it is you're doing. We're on." Who asked whom? "You won't believe it. Pick me up in 10. Within 2 minutes of his partner's call, he was in his car. He lived in a townhouse in the historic district of downtown, only blocks from the police station, the venerable red brick building known to everyone in Savannah as the Barracks. He eased through a couple of red lights on his way out Abercorn Street. Dee Dee lived on a side street off that main thoroughfare in a neat duplex with a tidy patch of yard. She was pacing it when he pulled up to the curb. She got in quickly and buckled her seatbelt. "I'm already sweating like a horse. How can it be this hot and sticky at this time of night?" "Lots of things are hot and sticky at this time of night." "You've been hanging around with Worley too much." He grinned. "Where to?" "Get back on Abercorn." "What's on the menu tonight?" "A shooting." "The home of Judge Cato Laird." "Somebody at the Laird house was shot and killed." "Did they say—" "No, I don't know who." Tires screeched, rubber burned as he sped along the empty streets. It had been 2 weeks since the awards dinner, but in quiet moments, and sometimes even during hectic ones, he would experience a flashback to his encounter with Elise Laird. She was a beautiful woman who had done nothing to deserve the insult. To think she might be dead. He cleared his throat. "I don't know where I'm going." "Ardsley Park, Washington Street." Dee Dee gave him the address. "Very ritzy." He nodded. When he turned onto Washington and saw on the next block the emergency vehicles, his mouth went dry. He honked his way through the pajama-clad neighbors clustered in the street and leaned on the horn to move a video cameraman and a reporter who were setting up their shot of the impressive colonial house. Duncan brought his car to a stop beside the ambulance and got out. "You got gloves?" he asked Dee Dee over his shoulder. "I forgot gloves." "You always do. I got spares." Crime scene tape had already been placed around the house. The beat cop at the door recognized them and lifted the tape high enough for them to duck under. "Forensics?" "Got here quick." "Who called the press?" The cop shrugged in reply. Duncan entered the massive foyer. The floor was white marble with tiny black squares placed here and there. A staircase hugged a curving wall up to the second floor. "Nice," Dee Dee said under her breath. Another uniformed policeman greeted them by name, then motioned with his head toward a wide arched opening to the left. They entered what appeared to be the formal living room. Judge Laird, his back to them, was sitting in one of the chairs. Realizing the logical implication of seeing the judge alive, Duncan's stomach dropped. The judge was speaking softly to a cop named Crofton. "Elise went downstairs, but that wasn't unusual," Duncan heard the judge say in a voice that was ragged with emotion. He glanced up at the policeman and added, "Chronic insomnia. I woke up partially when she left the bed. 12:30 something. Anyway, I dozed off again. The shots woke me up. I raced downstairs. Frantic, a madman. I called her name over and over, and when I got to the study, I saw her there, slumped behind the desk." Duncan felt as though a fist had closed around his throat. Dee Dee nudged him. "Dothan's here." Dr. Dothan Brooks, medical examiner for Chatham County, was a fat man and made no apology for it. He said that he'd seen far worse ways to die than complications from obesity. As the medical examiner approached them, he removed the latex gloves from his hands. "You beat us here," Dee said. "I don't live far. Definitely at the poorer edge of the neighborhood." "What do we got?" 38 through the heart, frontal entry, exit wound in the back. Death was instantaneous, lots of blood, but as shootings go, it was fairly neat." "Can we have a look-see?" Dee asked. "In the study." "Who else has been in there?" "The judge, first cops on the scene. Swore they didn't touch anything. I waited on your crime scene boys, didn't go in until they gave me the go-ahead. They're still in there gathering trace evidence and trying to get a name off the guy." "Guy?" Duncan stopped in his tracks. "The shooter is in custody?" "Hasn't anybody told you all what happened here? The dead man in the study was an intruder," he said. "Mrs. Laird shot him. She's your shooter." Movement at the top of the staircase drew their gazes upward. Elise Laird was making her way down the stairs, followed by a policewoman in uniform. Sally Beale was as black as ebony and hard as steel. But Duncan's gaze was fixed on Elise Laird. Her face looked fresh scrubbed. Her pallor couldn't be attributed to the glare of the gaudy chandelier, because even her lips appeared bloodless. Her features were composed, however, and her eyes were dry. She had killed a man, but she hadn't cried over it. When Elise reached the bottom step, her gaze locked with Duncan's for several beats before it slid to Dee, who stepped forward and introduced herself. "Mrs. Laird, I'm Detective Dee Bowen. This is my partner, Detective Sergeant Duncan Hatcher. I think you two have met." "Darling, did the shower make you feel better?" The judge came from the living room and quickly moved to his wife, placing his arm around her shoulders, touching her colorless cheek with the back of his finger. Only then did he acknowledge the rest of them. Without so much as a hello, he said, addressing the question to Duncan, "Why did they send you? You've got a dead man in your house. That you investigate homicides. This wasn't a homicide, Detective Hatcher. My wife shot an intruder whom she caught in the act of burglarizing my study, where I keep valuable collectibles. When she challenged him, he fired a pistol at her. She had no choice but to protect her own life." Standard operating procedure was to keep the witnesses of a crime separate until each had been questioned, so that one couldn't influence the other's account in any way. A criminal court judge should know that. With consternation, Duncan said, "Thanks for the summary, Judge, but we would prefer to hear what happened directly from Mrs. Laird." "She's already given an account to these officers." He nodded toward Beale and Crofton. "I talked to her first," Crofton said. "It's pretty much like he said." "That's her story," Beale confirmed, slapping her notebook against her palm. "His, too." The judge took umbrage. "It's not a story. It's a true account of what took place. Is it necessary for Elise to repeat it tonight? She's already been traumatized." "We haven't seen the victim or the scene yet," Dee said. "Once we've taken a look and talked to forensics, we're certain to have questions from Mrs. Laird." Duncan glanced at her. She'd yet to utter a sound. He turned and addressed Sally Beale. "Why don't you take her into the kitchen? Maybe get her something to drink? Crofton, you can continue with the judge." Dee gave Duncan a questioning look. He raised his shoulders in a shrug and proceeded down the hallway to rejoin the M.E. "What about it, Dothan? Does it look like self-defense to you?" "See for yourself." Duncan and Dee paused on the threshold of the study. From that vantage point, they could see only the victim's shoes. Overseeing the collection of evidence was a small, bookish guy named Baker, who looked more like an antiques dealer than a cop who performed the nasty job of scavenging through the rubble of violent death. "We vacuumed the whole room, but I don't think he got any farther than where you see him now. He jimmied a window lock to break in." He motioned toward the window. "We found a tire iron outside under the bushes. We've got casts of the footprints outside the window. Matching prints here inside don't extend past the desk. They were muddy prints, so now they're sort of smeared." "Why's that?" "The Laird smeared them when they checked to see was he dead. Her, soon as she shot the guy. The judge, when he came into the room and saw what had happened, took a Ruger 9mm out of his right hand." He held up an evidence bag. His finger was around a trigger. We're pretty sure he fired. Smelled like it. We pulled a slug out of the wall over there." Duncan and Dee Dee turned to look at where Baker was pointing and saw a bullet hole in the wall about 9 feet above the floor. "If he was trying to shoot Mrs. Laird, his aim was lousy," Dee Dee remarked, echoing what Duncan was thinking. "Maybe she startled him, caught him in the act, and he fired too quickly to take aim," Duncan said. "That's what we figured," Baker said. With that, he and his crew trailed out. Duncan advanced into the room. The victim was prone on the floor, face up, between a desk that was larger than Duncan's car and a bookcase filled with leather-bound books and knickknacks that looked rare, old, and expensive. The rug beneath him was still wet with blood. The man was Caucasian, appeared to be around 35, and looked almost embarrassed to be in his present situation. Duncan had been taught by his parents to respect the nobility of life, even in its most ignoble forms. He had acquired enough toughness and objectivity to do the work he did, but he never looked at a dead body without feeling a twinge of sadness. "What's your name?" "Neither the judge nor Mrs. Laird claimed to recognize him," Dothan said. Duncan searched the dead man's pockets, hoping to find something that perhaps Baker had overlooked. All the pockets were empty. "Dothan, I'd like to know the distance from which the fatal shot was fired. How close was Mrs. Laird when she shot him?" "I'll give you my best guess." "I'll take my own measurement of the distance between the door and the desk," Dee Dee said, pulling a tape measure from her pocket. "Dee Dee?" Duncan asked. 16 feet. She wrote the measurement in her notebook, then took a look around the room. "I think I'll do my own sketch of the room, too, but you don't have to hang around," she said to the M.E. "Then I'll send in the EMTs." As Dee Dee sketched, Duncan was noting that the victim's clothing and shoes appeared new, but cheap, the kind a con would wear when he was released from prison. "First thing tomorrow, we need to check men recently released from prison. I bet we won't have to dig too deep before we find this guy." EMTs wheeled in a gurney. Duncan stood by as the unidentified man's body was zipped into the black bag, placed on the gurney, and rolled out. He accompanied it as far as the front door. The flowers in the vase on the foyer table shimmied, alerting him to Sally Beale's approach. "I had to go through it all again," she said to Duncan. "Didn't change a word. She's ready to sign a statement." "Sally, you were first on the scene, right?" "Me and Crofton." "Did you see any moving vehicles in the area? Abandoned car?" "Not even a moped, and other patrol units have been canvassing the whole neighborhood looking for the perp's means of transportation. Nothing's turned up." Puzzling. Something out of whack that demanded an explanation. "Are the neighbors being canvassed?" "2 teams are going door to door. So far, everybody was fast asleep, saw no one, heard nothing. Big houses, big yards." "Mrs. Laird showered?" "Said she felt violated," Beale said. "Did she have blood on her?" "No, but the judge, the hem of his robe had blood on it from when he checked the body. He asked permission to dress. Baker's got his robe." "Okay, thanks, Sally. Keep them separate till we're ready to question them." He returned to the study where Dee Dee was examining the judge's desk. "All these drawers are still locked. You believe the burglar scenario?" "I believe it's time we ask just how this went down." "Who first, her or the judge?" "Let's talk to them together." "How come?" "Because they've already been questioned separately. If it really is a matter of her shooting a home intruder and we continue badgering them, it's going to look like we doubt them, and that will seem like a reprisal for my contempt charge. The only thing it will accomplish is to piss off the judge. Captain Gerard will have my ass if I have another run-in with him." "Okay," Dee Dee said. "But what if it isn't a case of her protecting herself from a home intruder?" "We have no reason to disbelieve them, do we?" He left Dee Dee to mull that over and followed his nose until he located the kitchen. None of the color had returned to Elise Laird's face. She looked at him inquisitively. "We're ready for you in the living room, Mrs. Laird." He made his way back to the formal room where Crofton and Judge Laird had been joined by an austere, gray-haired woman who was pouring hot liquid from a silver pot into china cups. Sally Beale, who had escorted Elise Laird from the kitchen, came up behind Duncan and noticed his curiosity. "The housekeeper," she said in a low rumble. "Something Berry. Blew into the kitchen 20 minutes ago like she owned the place." She chuckled. "About keeled over when she saw my big black self sitting at the breakfast table. Apparently the judge called her to duty and she came running in no time flat. She's prepared to do battle for him." For him, but not for Mrs. Laird. All the time she was boiling water and preparing the tea tray, she didn't say boo to the lady of the house. You couldn't melt an ice cube on that one's ass. I call 'em as I see 'em." The judge stood up and warmly embraced his wife when she rejoined him. Crofton, trying to balance the dainty teacup and saucer on his knee while jotting something in his notebook, greeted Duncan and Dee Dee's appearance with evident relief. "I'll turn it over to the detectives now." Duncan and Dee Dee took the twin chairs facing the sofa, where the judge and his wife sat shoulder to shoulder, thigh to thigh. Dee Dee smiled up at the sour-faced housekeeper. "Do you have a Diet Coke?" She left the room to fetch the drink. "Have they removed it?" Duncan supposed the judge was referring to the corpse. "Yes, on his way to the morgue. Where he belongs," he muttered with distaste. The housekeeper returned with Dee Dee's Diet Coke, served over ice in a crystal tumbler on a small plate with a doily and a lacy cloth napkin. To her credit and Duncan's surprise, Dee Dee thanked the housekeeper graciously. At a motion from the judge, Mrs. Berry withdrew, leaving the four of them alone. He focused on Duncan. "We've told the other officers everything we know." "I'll make it as painless as possible," Duncan said, flashing his most reassuring grin. "However, during our questioning, Judge, I'll ask you not to offer a comment or answer unless directly asked." "I understand the procedure, Detective." Duncan thought it best to let Dee Dee begin, ease them into it. "Mrs. Laird?" Dee Dee waited until Elise raised her head and looked at her. "Can you lead us through what happened here tonight?" Before beginning, Elise took a deep breath. "I came downstairs to get something to drink." "She does nearly every night," the judge chimed in. Duncan chose to let it pass. Once. "Excuse me, what time was this?" Dee Dee asked. "Around 12:30. I remember looking at the clock. I thought a glass of milk would help me fall asleep. I was in the kitchen when I heard a noise. I think maybe it was his footfalls, or him bumping into a piece of furniture, something like that. Whatever it was, I knew the sound was coming from the study." "You couldn't identify the noise, but you knew where it was coming from." "I'm sorry." She raised her hands, palms up. "That's how it was." The judge kissed her brow, then divided an impatient look between Dee Dee and Duncan, ending on him. "She heard a noise, realized where it was coming from, thought, as any rational person would, that we had an intruder." Duncan looked at Elise. "You have an alarm system." Duncan had noted the keypad on the wall of the foyer just inside the front door. "We have a state-of-the-art monitored security system," the judge said. "It wasn't set?" Duncan asked. "Not tonight," the judge replied. "Why not?" The judge was about to answer. Duncan held up his hand, indicating he wanted to hear the answer from Elise. "Mrs. Laird?" I failed to set the alarm tonight." "Are you usually the one who sets it?" "Yes, every night, routinely." "But tonight you forgot." "I didn't exactly forget." "Oh, for Christ's sake," the judge muttered. "I'm forced to be indelicate, but seeing as we're all adults—" "Judge, please." "No, Detective Hatcher, since my wife is too embarrassed to answer your question, I'll answer for her. Earlier tonight, we enjoyed a bottle of wine together in our jacuzzi. From there, we went to bed and made love. Afterward, Elise was, let's just say she was disinclined to leave the bed in order to set the alarm." An inactivated alarm system was a significant point in the investigation of a home break-in that had resulted in a fatal shooting. That's what Duncan should have been concentrating on. But instead, he was having a hard time getting past the idea of a bottle of wine and Elise Laird and a tub of bubbles. To say nothing of an Elise Laird in bed, sexually sated to the point of immobility. As though reading his mind, Dee Dee shot him a look of reproof, then addressed the next question to Mrs. Laird. When you heard the noise, what did you do? I went through the butler's pantry, which is the shortest route from the kitchen into the foyer. When I reached the foyer, I was certain there was someone in the study. I sensed his presence. His presence? You knew it was a man? Lisa's gaze swung back to Duncan. I assume so, Detective Hatcher. She then turned back to Dee. I was afraid. I took a pistol from the drawer on the hall table. Why didn't you run to the nearest telephone, dial 911? I wish I had. If I had to do it over. You would be the one on the way to the morgue. Cato Laird took one of her hands and pressed it between his. He kissed her temple near her hairline. Duncan interrupted the tender exchange. You knew there was a pistol in that drawer? Yes, she replied. I own several guns, Detective, the judge said. They're kept handy. Elise knows where they are. I made sure of that. I also insisted on her taking lessons to learn how to use the guns to protect herself in the event she should need to. She learned well, Duncan thought. She'd shot a man straight through the heart. To diffuse another tense moment, Dee prompted Elise. So, you have the pistol? I walked toward the study. When I got to the door, I switched on the light, but I flipped the wrong switch and the light in the foyer came on, not the overhead light in the study. They're on the same switch plate. Anyway, I illuminated myself, not him, but I could see him standing there behind the desk. What did he do? Nothing. He just stood there frozen, looking startled, staring at me. I said, Get out of here, go away. But he didn't move. Did he say anything? She held Duncan's gaze for several seconds, then replied with a terse no. He was absolutely certain she was lying. Why? Suddenly, he jerked his arm up, like a puppet whose string has been yanked. His hand came up, and before it even registered with me that he had a gun, he fired it. I reacted instantaneously. You fired back? She nodded. No one spoke for a time. Finally, Dee said, Your aim was exceptionally good, Mrs. Laird. Thank God, the judge said. More quietly, Elise said, I got lucky. What happened next, Mrs. Laird? I checked his body for a pulse. I was terrified, afraid that he was... Still alive, Dee said. No, Detective Bowen, she said testily. I was afraid that he was dead. When I got up this morning, I didn't plan on ending a man's life tonight. That's it, detectives. No more questions. Shooting him was justified, and I believe my wife is being inordinately generous by wishing he had survived. Duncan leveled a hard look on him. I remind you again, Judge, that this is my investigation. Duncan turned his attention back to Elise. You felt for a pulse? I didn't want to touch him, but I forced myself. I went into the study and stepped around the desk. I knelt down, put my fingers here. She touched her own throat approximately where her carotid would be. Duncan noticed that her fingers were very slender. They looked bloodless, cold, whereas the skin of her throat... He yanked his eyes away from her neck and looked at the judge. I overheard you telling Officer Crofton that when you reached the study you found Elise slumped behind the desk. That's correct. She was slumped in the desk chair. I thought, well, you can't imagine the fear that gripped me. I thought she was dead. I rushed over to her. That's when I saw the man on the floor. I'm not ashamed of the relief I felt at that moment. You had blood on your robe. He shuddered with revulsion. There was already a lot of blood on the carpet beneath him. My hem dipped into it when I bent over the body. I felt for a pulse. There wasn't one. What were you doing at this point? If Dee hadn't asked that of Elise, Duncan would have. I wasn't doing anything, just sitting there in the chair. I was numb. Too numb to cry. He remembered her eyes being dry with no signs of weeping. The judge said, Elise was in shock. I probably remember more at this point than she does. May I speak? Duncan realized he was being patronized, but he let it pass. Please, Judge. I picked Elise out of the chair and carried her from the room. I deposited Elise here in the living room and used that telephone to call 911. It was rather obvious that she'd interrupted an attempted burglary. Not so obvious where I sit, Judge. Duncan didn't speak his thought aloud because there was no point in riling the judge unnecessarily. He smiled at the couple. I think that's all we need to go over tonight. There may be some loose ends to clear up tomorrow. He stood up, essentially putting an end to the interview. The judge extended his hand, and Duncan shook it. I have one more question, Dee Dee said. Did either of you recognize the man? I didn't, Elise said. Nor I, said the judge. Duncan and Dee Dee walked from the room with him. When they reached the foyer, Dee Dee said, Judge, before we leave, I'd like to measure the height of that bullet hole in the wall. It'll only take a sec. He looked annoyed by the request, but said, Certainly, and motioned her to follow him toward the study. Duncan stayed where he was in a deceptively relaxed stance, hands in his pants pockets. He looked into the living room. Elise was still on the sofa. She had picked up her cup of tea, but left the saucer on the coffee table. She was staring down into the tea. Quietly, Duncan said, I was drunk. I was also pissed off at your husband. Neither excuses what I said to you, but I want you to know, what I said, it wasn't about you. She raised her head and turned toward him. Her face was still wan, her lips colorless, making her eyes look exceptionally large enough for a man to fall into and become immersed in the green depths of them. Wasn't it? Upon seeing Robert Savage for the first time, people were struck first by his unusual coloring. His skin tone was that of café au lait, a legacy from his maternal grandmother, a Jamaican who'd come to the United States seeking a better life. At age 34, she had given up the quest by slashing her wrists in a bathtub in the brothel where she lived and worked. Her leached body was discovered by another of the whores, her 15-year-old daughter, baby Robert's mother. His blue eyes had been passed down through generations of savages, a disreputable lineage no more promising than his maternal one. He was dealing crack cocaine by the time he was 12. At age 25, in a coup that included slitting the throat of his mentor in front of awed competitors, he established himself as the lord of a criminal fiefdom. His reign of terror had continued for a decade. Betrayal spelled death to the betrayer. Ask Freddie Morris. Not that he could answer you. As Savage wheeled into the parking lot of the warehouse from which he ran his legitimate machine shop, he chuckled yet again, imagining Duncan Hatcher's reaction upon finding the little gift that had been left in his refrigerator. The machine shop on the ground floor of the warehouse was noisy, nasty, and hot, in contrast to the cool oasis of his office suite upstairs. His secretary was a homosexual named Kenny, whose family had deep roots in Savannah society, and, unfortunately for Kenny, longevity genes. Kenny was waiting impatiently for his elderly parents to die and leave him, their only son and heir, his much-anticipated paper mill fortune. In the meantime, he worked for Savage, who was dark and mysterious and exciting, and who had won Kenny's undying loyalty by slowly choking to death a violent homophobe who had waylaid Kenny outside a gay bar and beaten him to within an inch of his life. Savage preferred Kenny to a female secretary. Invariably, women got around to wanting a sexual relationship with him. His policy had always been to keep romance and business separate. Kenny shot to his feet the instant Savage crossed the threshold of the office suite. "You have a visitor who wouldn't take no for an answer." Savage, now more curious than wary, moved to the door of his private chamber and opened it. "Elise, what an unexpected and delightful surprise. You're always a sight for sore eyes." She didn't return either his wide smile or his flattery. "I'm glad to hear that because I need a favor." Duncan's rank as detective sergeant afforded few benefits above those of his colleagues, but one of them was a private office at the back of the narrow room that was home to the Violent Crimes Unit. Duncan nodded at Dee Dee as he walked past her desk. Dee followed him into the closet-sized office, laid a folder on his desk with a decisive slap. His name was Gary Ray Trotter. Duncan wasn't a morning person. Hated them, in fact. It took a while for him to warm up to the idea of daylight and get all his pistons firing. Dee, on the other hand, could go from 0 to 60 within a few seconds. Despite their late night at the Laird's house, she would have been up and at him for hours. "No good morning?" he asked grumpily. "Dothan got to work early, too," she told him as he plopped into his desk chair. He fingerprinted the Laird's corpse. Gary Ray Trotter was a repeat offender, so I had the ID in a matter of minutes. Lots of stuff on this guy. She indicated the folder lying still untouched on his desk. Originally from Baltimore, over the last dozen years, he's gradually worked his way down the East Coast, spending time in various jails for petty stuff until a couple of years ago he got brave and expanded into armed robbery in Myrtle Beach. He was released on parole 3 months ago. His parole officer hadn't heard from him in 2. "My, you've been busy," Duncan said. "I thought one of us should get a running start, and I knew you wouldn't." "See, that's why we work so well together. I recognize your strengths. Or rather, I recognize your weaknesses." Smiling over the barb, he flipped open the file folder and scanned the top sheet. He didn't have a very distinguished criminal career. "Right, so I don't get it." Dee pulled a chair closer to Duncan's desk and sat down. "Burglarizing the Laird's house seems a trifle ambitious for Gary Ray. In fact, his first offense at age 16 was theft of a bulldozer. He drove it from the road construction site where he was employed as a flagman. He drives it to his folks' farmhouse, leaves it parked outside. Next morning, the road crew shows up for work, discovers the bulldozer missing, calls the police, who followed the track straight to it." "Duh!" Dee exclaimed. "How dumb can you be?" "So anyway, where was Gary Ray's gear? All he brought with him was that tire iron." "And a Ruger 9mm. "Well, that, but nothing to pick locks or crack safes. Nothing he could use to break into a desk drawer." "Those locks would be simple, the kind you open with a tiny key. Give me a few seconds and I could pick them with a safety pin," Duncan said. "Gary Ray didn't even have that. And another thing, even if you were the dumbest burglar in history, wouldn't you at least wear gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints?" None of the points she'd raised were revelations to Duncan. Even before he knew that Gary Ray was an inept criminal, the break-in seemed ill-planned and poorly executed. Failure was practically guaranteed. She went on. "No one's found a car attached to him. What was he doing in that neighborhood without a getaway car? And if he didn't have a car, where'd the tire iron come from?" The high humidity had upped the frizz factor of her hair. It swept the air like a stiff broom when she shook her head. "Duncan, something's out of joint." "So, what do you think?" "I don't think we're getting the straight story from the angel-faced Mrs. Laird." Damn it. That's what he thought, too. Dee didn't even know about the private exchange that he'd had with Elise. That moment when a simple 2-word question had become foreplay. Wasn't it? Each time he thought about it, the husky pitch of her voice, the expression in her eyes, he had a profound physical reaction. Like now. For a cop, it was a bad and dangerous reaction to have to a woman who'd fatally shot a man. It was also damned inconvenient, when Dee was sitting across the desk watching him, waiting for his assessment of Elise Laird's story. "What do you know about her?" he asked. "Her history, I mean." "How would I know her history? She and I hardly run in the same circles." "You recognized her the night of the awards dinner." "From her pictures in the newspaper. She's definitely a trophy for His Honor." "Do some digging. I'll go over to the morgue, goose Dothan into giving priority to Gary Ray Trotter's autopsy. We'll compare notes when I get back." Dr. Dothan Brooks had already opened up the cadaver by the time Duncan arrived. After he had washed up, Dothan joined Duncan, who was waiting for him in his office. "Cause of death was obvious," he said as he huffed in. "His heart was pulp. Exit wound bigger than a salad plate. Before I got here, did you see any other wounds, bruises, scratches?" Was he in a fight, you mean? Struggle of some sort? He shook his head. Nothing under his fingernails except your common dirt, and there was gunpowder residue on his right hand. From how far away would you say he was shot? Duncan asked. 15 feet, give or take. About the distance between the door of the study and the desk? He remembered that Dee Dee had measured it at 16 feet. So Mrs. Laird was telling the truth. About that. Do you think Mrs. Laird was lying about something else? Possibly. Maybe not. There's the question of who fired first. You said Trotter died instantly, meaning he would have had to shoot first. Then you got to believe he was blind. He wasn't. Or the worst marksman in the history of crime. Maybe he deliberately aimed high. He was only trying to frighten her with a warning shot. Could be, Dothan said. Another possibility is that he was in the act of firing when her bullet struck him. His finger reflexively contracted and completed the action that pulled the trigger as he was falling backward. The angle would be right for where the bullet struck the wall. He acted it out, pretending to fall backward, his index finger serving as the barrel of a pretend pistol. As he went back, his aim moved to a spot high on the wall, far above Duncan's head. Could that happen? Duncan asked. A reflex like that at the moment your heart is blown to hell? I'm telling you that anything can happen, Detective. But lucky for me, it's your job to find out what actually did. I've put them in the sunroom, Mrs. Laird. Mrs. Barry had come upstairs to inform her that the same detectives who'd been at the house the night before were downstairs and had asked to see her. Could you please bring in some refreshments? Diet Coke and iced tea? The formidable housekeeper nodded. Shall I tell them you'll be right down? Please. Elise shut the bedroom door, then stood there, wondering what questions the detectives would be asking today. Hadn't they believed her last night? If they had, they wouldn't be back today, would they? Loose ends, Detective Hatcher had said. That's what prompted her to go see Savage this morning. She didn't trust the home telephone not to be tapped, and cell phone calls could be traced. She had returned home only minutes ahead of the housekeeper. She dreaded the interview, but further delay would look suspicious. Duncan Hatcher. What did he think of her, she wondered? Really think of her? When Elise entered the sunroom, Dee Dee Bowen was seated in one of the chairs facing the door. Duncan was standing at the wall of windows, looking out over the terrace and swimming pool. Detective Bowen stood up. Hello, Mrs. Laird. We apologize for showing up unannounced. Is this an inconvenient time? Not at all. Upon hearing her name, Duncan joined Detective Bowen in the sitting area. Mrs. Barry will be here shortly with something to drink, she said, motioning Detective Bowen back into her chair, then sat down in one facing it. That'll be nice. We have a few more questions. The soft rattle of glassware announced the arrival of a serving cart, pushed into the room by Mrs. Barry. Welcoming a chance to move and get out from under the scrutiny of the detectives, Elise left her chair and approached the cart. I believe you prefer Diet Coke, Detective Bowen? Elise poured the cola over a glass of ice and carried it to her. Then she turned and looked up at Duncan Hatcher. Something for you? Is that tea? It's sweetened. Mrs. Barry thinks that's the only way to make it. That's the only way my mom makes it, too. Sweetened is fine. His smile was as easy as Dee Dee Bowen's, but Elise trusted it even less. It never reached his eyes. She poured Duncan Hatcher a glass of iced tea and was passing it to him when Cato strode into the room. Apparently I didn't receive the memo. Or did you just happen to be in the neighborhood? Yep, he's angry, Dee Dee thought. Mrs. What's-Her-Name, the housekeeper, must have called him immediately upon their arrival. Elise offered to pour her husband a glass of tea. No, thank you. How are you holding up? Fine. He guided her down into the settee that was barely wide enough to accommodate both of them, pulled her hand onto his knee and covered it with his. What would you like to know? I'd like to know if you want to call a lawyer before we begin. We'll be happy to wait until one arrives." "That won't be necessary, but to show up here unannounced was a cheap trick, and frankly, beneath you, Detective Hatcher." "My apologies to you and to Mrs. Laird." Duncan sat down in one of the wicker armchairs facing the couple. "The name of the man who died in your study last night was Gary Ray Trotter." The judge glanced down at his wife. Reading his silent question, she shook her head. Looking back at them, he said, "We don't know him. I thought we'd made that clear to you last night." "A lot of people have been shuttled through your courtroom," Duncan said. "Trotter was a repeat offender. Perhaps he'd come before your bench." "I would remember." The judge took a slow, deep breath as though to calm himself. "I guess I don't understand why you're here today. Why do you feel it necessary to make Elise relive this terrifying event?" "We have some points that need clarification before we close the case," Dee Dee said. "Identifying Gary Ray Trotter has answered some of our outstanding questions, but created others, I'm afraid." "Such as?" Dee Dee laughed softly. "Well, Judge, he wasn't a very accomplished crook. So, Detective Hatcher and I were wondering why he chose your house to burglarize." "I have no idea." "Neither do we," Dee Dee said bluntly. "I mean, last night he didn't even bring along gloves or robber paraphernalia of any kind. Can you believe that? Sort of makes you wonder, doesn't it?" Then she dropped her smile. "What the heck Gary Ray Trotter was doing in your study?" After a moment of taut silence, the judge said, "I know one thing he did. He tried to kill my wife." Duncan pounced on that. "Which is another thing we must clear up, Mrs. Laird. Are you absolutely certain that Trotter fired first?" Elise held up her hand, stopping the judge from saying whatever he was about to say in response to Duncan. "As I told you last night," she said, "I must have startled him by switching on the foyer light. When it came on, he froze. It took several seconds for my eyes to adjust to the sudden brightness. The first mental picture I have of him is his standing there behind the desk, looking at me, motionless." "And what was it he said?" "He didn't say anything, Detective Hatcher. I told you that last night." Duncan nodded slowly. "Right, you did, but you spoke to him, correct? You ordered him to leave?" "Yes." "Did he make a move toward the window?" "No, and before it even registered with me that he was holding a pistol, he fired it." The judge moved closer and slid his arm around her waist. Duncan asked, "Mrs. Laird, is it possible that he was firing a warning shot meant only to try and scare you?" "I suppose it's possible." "Did you feel in mortal danger?" "I assumed I was. It all happened very fast." "That's a reasonable assumption, isn't it, Detective?" the judge asked, sounding vexed. "It seems logical, yes," Dee Dee said. "But Dr. Brooks had another theory worth considering. He suggested that maybe Trotter was falling backward when he fired his pistol, that reflexively his finger clenched on the trigger. That would explain his aim being so far off." Duncan was staring hard at Elise. "But that would mean that you had shot at him first." "But she didn't," the judge said. "She's told you that a dozen times. Why do you keep hammering away at this?" Duncan tore his gaze from Elise Laird's stricken face and looked at the judge. "Because I've got to have a clear understanding of what happened." He turned back to Elise. "Are you absolutely certain that Trotter fired at you first?" "Absolutely." "There. And if that's all, I hope you'll excuse us." He stood, ready to escort them out, when Elise forestalled him. I'd like to know if Trotter had a family, a wife, children." "No," Duncan said. "His closest relative was an uncle up in Maryland." "I'm glad of that. I would have hated that." The judge started down the hall, expecting them to follow. Dee Dee came from behind the desk. As she moved past Elise reached for her hand. "Detective Bowen, I want to echo what my husband said. I know you're only doing your job. This can't be easy for you either." "It isn't, but if I think of anything to add, I promise to call you." That would be helpful. Do you have a business card? Right here. Duncan plucked one from the breast pocket of his jacket and passed it to her. Thank you, Detective Hatcher. Taking the card, she shook hands with him, too. Dee Dee was as bouncy as one of those fuzzy orange dogs that looks like a manic powder puff. She's hiding something, Duncan. I know it. I feel it in my bones. Dee Dee's bones were rarely wrong. Unfortunately, his bones were feeling the same thing, especially after that last interview. He whipped into another lane in order to go around a slow-moving parochial school bus. Should we go back and talk to some of the neighbors? Dee Dee asked. What good would that do? They were canvassed last night. No one saw Gary Ray Trotter lurking around the neighborhood. Nobody heard anything out of the ordinary last night. Maybe Mrs. Laird opened the door and invited him in. That's a real stretch, Dee Dee. I just hate this damn traffic. Heedless of his complaining, Dee Dee said, Okay, so maybe she didn't welcome Trotter like a guest. There's still something wrong with that picture. Specifically, her reaction when you raised the question of her firing her pistol ahead of Trotter. She went way-faced. I pushed pretty hard. She stuck to her story. Most good liars do. She just doesn't act like a woman who killed a hapless burglar last night. She didn't know he was hapless. Gary Ray Trotter didn't look like a screw-up when he was firing a weapon at her. His sarcasm earned him a glare. And she was concerned enough to ask if Trotter had a family. I'll admit that was a nice touch. Why do you think it was a touch? I believe the sweet remark about Trotter's family was made for your benefit. My benefit? Oh, please, Duncan, wake up. She answers my questions, but whenever she wants to stress a point, such as her truthfulness, she looks at you. The lady knows on which side to butter her bread. Meaning, you're a man. You know what else? I think suspicion has reared its ugly head to the judge. Now I know you're seeing things that aren't there, he said. He's never more than half a foot away from her, treats her like she's made of porcelain. True. He's very protective, almost as though he's afraid she might need his protection. He's her husband. He's also a judge. You can bet he also knows a lie when he hears one. And he got awfully defensive when we advanced Dothan's theory about Trotter having been shot and reflexively pulling the trigger on his way down. Judge Laird pooh-poohed it without further explanation or discussion. His wife didn't fire first. Period. The end. Which leads me to believe that His Honor may be questioning his wife's story. They arrived at the barracks. Duncan pulled his car into a slot in the parking lot, but neither of them made a move to get out. He felt Dee Dee's eyes on him. Look, Duncan, I know it's hard to get past that face, that body. I can appreciate and envy the way she looks and the effect she has on the opposite sex. There, I've been honest. Now you, in turn, must be honest with me. Can you honestly, cross your heart and hope to die honestly, be objective when you look at her? I'm a cop, with a penis, and that particular organ is notorious for having lapses in judgment. So, where's this coming from? We've never investigated a case involving a woman that you're attracted to. She was a pretty face in the crowd. So your attraction to her died along with Trotter? No lingering groin tugs in that direction? He used his thumb to whisk beads of sweat off his forehead. The lady is poison, Dee Dee. Don't you think I know that? I've had my share of girlfriends and short-term bed partners. Name one who was married. She stayed silent. Exactly, he said. I draw the line at adultery, Dee Dee. She nodded. Okay, I believe you. But if she wasn't married, she's still a principal in an active investigation. Dee Dee's face brightened. Active? Does that mean we're not closing the book on it just yet? No, he said heavily. Not yet. Like you, I sense there's something out of joint. The background check you ran on her didn't produce much, did it? She has no arrest record, No outstanding debts, and there was nothing printed about her in the local newspaper before she married Laird. She came out of nowhere. Nobody comes out of nowhere. Dee thought about it for a moment. I've got a friend with ties to the society set. Often the best source of information is good old-fashioned gossip. They got out, but as they approached the steps of the entrance, Duncan continued down the sidewalk. Dee asked where he was going. I'm days overdue calling my folks. I can talk to them easier out here than in the office with all the commotion. She went inside. Duncan followed the sidewalk around to the front of the building that faced Oglethorpe Avenue, walked past the black and white 1953 squad car that was parked out front like a mascot, and continued on until he reached the middle of the block where there was a gated entrance to the Colonial Park Cemetery. He could imagine the ghosts of fallen Revolutionary War heroes staring back at him expectantly, waiting to see what he would do. He reached into his trousers pocket and withdrew the note he'd put there after having it surreptitiously slipped to him by Elise Laird when they shook hands. Despite her pleading gaze, he should have acknowledged the note right then. But he hadn't. Now it seemed as hot as a cinder lying in his palm. If it contained information on last night's shooting, it amounted to evidence, which he was already guilty of withholding. If it was personal, well, that would be even more compromising. It wasn't too late to show it to Dee now. Short of that, he could destroy it and go to his grave wondering what it had said. Instead, with damp hands, shortness of breath, and a rapidly beating heart, with the spirits of the nation's founders watching with stern disapproval, he slowly unfolded the note. The words had been written in a neat script. I must see you alone. Please. Elise was watching a movie on DVD. It was the film version of a Jane Austen novel. The tribulations suffered by the heroine were superficial and easily solved. The outcome was happy. Unlike real life, which is why she liked the stories so well. I was right, Cato announced as he entered the den. She reached for the remote and muted the audio. About what? He sat down beside her on the sofa. Gary Ray Trotter was never in my courtroom. As soon as the detectives left, I called my office and ordered that the records be searched. Thoroughly. What I told the detectives was correct. I'd never seen the man before. He kissed her gently. When they pulled apart, she asked if he would like a drink. I'd love one, thank you. She went to the small wet bar, picked up a heavy crystal decanter of scotch, and tilted the spout against a highball glass. Do you know Robert Savage? Elise nearly dropped the decanter. She redirected her attention to pouring scotch. The name sounds vaguely familiar. It should. He's in the news now and again. He's a drug kingpin, among other things. Savage is the reason Hatcher is being so rough on you. You said he was upset over a mistrial. Savage's. Detective Hatcher has had you on the defensive from the get-go. His partner, too. Detective Bowen doesn't like me at all. Jealousy, he said with a dismissive gesture. She's pea-green with it, and one can clearly see why, but she's insignificant. Hatcher is the standard by which she measures herself. Chuckling, he rattled the ice cubes in his glass. And he's a tough yardstick. What do you mean? He's smart and he's an honest cop. Bowen looks up to him. His allies are hers. That goes double for his enemies. I doubt he thinks of you as an enemy, Cato. Maybe that word is a bit strong, but he has a long-standing gripe with me, and now he's taking it out on you. The way he was questioning you about who fired first, you or that Trotter character, bordered on harassment. A call to his supervisor, Bill Gerard, or even to Chief Taylor may be in order. Please don't. Her sharp tone surprised him. Are you afraid that the questions Hatcher and Bowen are asking about last night may lead to something? Something uglier than what happened? What could be uglier than a man dying? He studied her for several seconds, then smiled at her tenderly. You're right. Never mind. Silly thought. He released her and stood up. Finish your movie. At the door, he turned back. Darling, if you hadn't been downstairs last night, this incident would have been avoided. Perhaps from now on, you should confine your strolls through the house in the middle of the night to the upper floor. She gave him a weak smile. That's probably a good idea. He returned her smile and seemed about to go when he hesitated a second time. You know, another reason for Hatch's badgering? What? It gives him an excuse to look at you. He chuckled. Poor bastard. Duncan was in his office, seated at his littered desk, shuffling through telephone messages, trying to look busy for the benefit of Dee Dee and the other detectives who were at their desks that afternoon, and wishing like hell that he'd never opened that note, asking him to meet her alone. In addition to the note, there were other reasons he and Dee Dee found Elise Laird's story hard to accept. One was the burglary itself. A seasoned crook, even an unsuccessful one, would know that and have a getaway car parked nearby. Also, it was an outlandish coincidence that Trotter had chosen to break into that house on the one night out of all nights that Mrs. Laird had forgotten to engage the alarm system. Second, when she heard a noise coming from the study, why hadn't she crept back into the kitchen and used the telephone to dial 911? Why had her first reaction been to grab a pistol and confront the intruder? Third, Trotter didn't seem like a guy who would brazen it out if caught red-handed. Hey, Dunk! Another detective popped his head inside the door. His name was Harvey Reynolds, but everyone called him Kong because of his gorilla-like pelt. His ape-like appearance was further enhanced by his thick neck, barrel chest, and short legs. Despite his intimidating appearance, he couldn't be a nicer guy. Can I bend your ear for a minute? Duncan motioned Kong in. Kong worked missing persons in the Special Victims Unit, or SVU. Sometimes their cases overlapped. Anything cooking on Savage since the mistrial? Not even a simmer. He never got nailed for those other two. Bonet, wasn't it? Yeah, and a guy named Chet Rollins before him, Duncan said tightly. I thought you had him for sure this time. Is he going to get away with doing Freddie Morris, too? Not if I can help it. Limp Dick D.A., Kong muttered. Duncan hitched his chin at the sheet of paper in Kong's shaggy clutch. What's up? Maya Napoli. Duncan guffawed. You must have been out overturning rocks today. Meyer Napoli was well known to the police department. He was a private investigator who specialized in fleecing his clients. It wasn't unlike him to work both ends against the middle. If hired by a wife to get the goods on an unfaithful husband, Napoli was known to go to said husband and, for a fee, promised to return to the wife empty-handed. He also usually consoled the broken-hearted wife in a way that made her feel like a desirable woman again. Which rock did you find Napoli under? Kong tugged on his earlobe, from which a crop of black bristles sprouted. Well, that's the problem. I didn't. Napoli's secretary called us this morning, said Napoli failed to show up at his office for a meeting with a client. That never happens. He stays in touch, he said, always. So she went over to his place to see if he was dead or something. No trace of him. That's when she called us. She was bugging us so bad, hell, I gave in. I went over to his office. I figured Napoli's private office would be sacrosanct. Locked down, you know. But his secretary was so flustered, she didn't notice that I was scanning the paperwork on his desk while she was wringing her hands, wondering where her boss is at. At this point, Kong produced the sheet of paper he'd brought in with him. Duncan saw on it a typewritten list of names. I memorized some of the names I saw on paperwork scattered across Napoli's desk, Kong explained. Typed up this list soon as I got back to the office so I wouldn't forget them. Kong pointed to a name about midway down the list. Isn't this your guy? Duncan read the name. Yeah, that's my guy. It was scandalous. From meeting to altar took less than 3 months. It was a short drive from the barracks to Meyer Napoli's downtown office. Dee took advantage of it to share what she'd pieced together about Elise Laird's background. "Short courtships aren't that unusual or scandalous," Duncan observed. "Unless a distinguished superior court judge is marrying a cocktail waitress. Elise worked the bar at Judge Laird's country club." Duncan parked at the curb in front of the squat, square office building. He opened his car door and got out, hoping to catch a breeze. "Want to hear the skinny now or later?" Dee asked as they approached the door of the office building. "Now." The judge was a confirmed bachelor who enjoyed casual affairs, but Elise dazzled him. The gossip is she screwed him silly, got him addicted to her, then refused to sleep with him again unless and until he married her. So, the besotted judge throws himself this big, elaborate wedding. Under the circumstances, some thought it the height of tacky and tasteless, and attributed his extravagance to his greedy and demanding bride. The elevator opened on the 3rd floor. One door, about midway down the hallway, stood open. He could hear Kong talking to Napoli's secretary. Before joining them, he wished to finish this conversation with Dee. He turned to face her, blocking her path. "What circumstances?" "The bride had no pedigree, no family of any sort. And she wore white." Scowling, he said, "Where'd you get your information?" "The friend I mentioned. We go all the way back to Catholic school. If you're into this kind of stuff, she's a reliable source." Duncan ran his sleeve across his forehead. The cloth came away wet. "You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like Savannah's social set found an easy target for their malice. They'd sacrifice great-grandma's pearls in exchange for a chest like hers." "Funny you should mention that particular attribute. What they couldn't forgive is what she was before becoming a cocktail waitress." "Which was what?" "A topless cocktail waitress." The crepe myrtle tree was dripping moisture, and so was Duncan. He was grateful for the shade. Breaking with tradition, he'd gotten up early and had decided to go for a run before the sun was fully up, before it pushed the temperature from the 80s at 6:30 into the 90s by 9. Even so, the air was as dense as chowder. "Detective Hatcher?" With a start, he turned. She was standing no more than 3 feet away. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Didn't you read my note?" she said. "Yeah, I read it. It's a bad idea for us to meet alone. In fact, this meeting just concluded." He moved toward the steps of his townhouse, but she sidestepped to block his path. "Please don't walk away. I'm desperate to talk to you." "I have an office. Give me half an hour. Detective Bowen and I will meet you there." "This is too sensitive to talk about there." He said, "The only thing you and I have to talk about is a dead and dissected Gary Ray Trotter." A few strands of pale hair had shaken loose from a messy top knot. She was dressed in a snug cotton t-shirt and a full skirt that hung from a wide band around her hips, the hem skimming her knees, leather flip-flops on her feet. She nodded toward the steps leading up to his front door. "Can we go inside?" "Not a chance." "How'd you get here, anyway?" "I parked my car on Jones." One street over. That's how she'd managed to come up behind him unheard and unseen until she'd wanted to be. "How'd you know where I live?" "Telephone directory." "I took a huge risk by coming here." "You must enjoy taking risks. What did you do, sneak out on the judge this morning? Leave him sleeping in your bed?" "He had an early tee-off time." She came a step closer. "You've got to help me. Please." She didn't touch him, but she might as well have for the heat that gathered in his crotch. He wished he was dressed in something more substantial than nylon running shorts. "I will help you," he said evenly. "Give me time to clean up. I'll call Detective Bowen. You name the place, we'll be there." "You don't understand. I can't talk about this to anyone else." She raised her head then, and looked up at him meaningfully. Their gazes locked and held. The air shimmered with more than thermal heat. Suddenly, the front door of the neighboring townhouse opened, alarming them. Elise slipped into the recessed doorway beneath his front steps where she couldn't be seen. "Good morning, Duncan," the neighbor lady called as she retrieved her newspaper from the porch. "You're up mighty early." "Getting in my exercise before it gets too hot." "Don't overexert yourself now." She retreated into her house and closed the front door. Elise stood in shadow. "I want you away from here," he whispered angrily. "Now. And don't pass me any more notes. What is this, junior high? I don't know what your game is." "Gary Ray Trotter came to our house to kill me." "What?" "I shot him in self-defense. He'd been hired to kill me." "You can't be serious. Trotter was a hired assassin?" "Yes." "Hired by who?" "My husband." His phone was ringing as he ushered, more like pushed, Elise through the front door. He went around her and got it. "Are you up?" Dee Dee asked. "Yeah. Just got in from a run." "I've had some ideas about what we learned last night." He continued to stare at Elise with single-minded concentration. She was watching him with equal intensity. "Duncan? I'm still here. Look, Dee Dee, I'm dripping sweat, about to melt all over the living room floor. Let me shower, then I'll call you back." "Okay, but be quick." As he disconnected, he realized that he'd made another ill-advised decision. Already he'd placed himself in a dangerously gray area by not telling Dee Dee about the note. Now he'd omitted to tell her who was in his living room, making unreasonable claims about a crime they were investigating. As he dropped the phone back onto the end table, she said huskily, "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. I'm still a cop with a dead man in the morgue, and you're the lady with a smoking gun in her hand." "Then why didn't you tell your partner that I'm here?" "I'm feeling generous this morning, especially toward damsels in distress." In a measured tread, he walked toward her. To her credit, she stood her ground and didn't back away. "That's the angle you're playing, isn't it? Because you see me as a sucker." "You're a policeman." "Who said he wanted to fuck you?" She was taken aback by his bluntness, but recovered quickly. He continued forward, forcing her to walk backward. By now he had her against the wall, and they were standing toe-to-toe. "So, to turn me all squishy with sympathy and blind to your guilt, you invent this story about a killer for hire." "It's not a story. It's the truth." "Judge Laird wants an instant divorce?" "No. He wants me to die." "And why is it a big secret you can only tell me?" She lowered her gaze. I thought... When she raised her head and looked at him, her eyes were imploring. "Will you at least listen with an open mind?" He folded his arms over his chest. "Okay, I'm listening. Why does your husband want you dead?" She took a moment as though collecting her thoughts. "You and Detective Bowen picked up on the alarm not being set." "Because you and the judge had sex?" "Yes. After, I tried to get up and set the alarm, but Cato wouldn't let me leave the bed. He pulled me back down and—" "I get the picture. He was horny." She didn't like that remark. "Cato didn't want the alarm to be set that night. He wanted Trotter to get into the house. After I was dead, he could truthfully say that it was part of my routine to set the alarm and that he had prevented me from doing so. He would assume responsibility for my murder and, by doing so, win everyone's pity. It's a brilliant strategy, don't you see?" "Yeah, I see. But when you were in the kitchen and heard the noise, why didn't you call 911? Get help immediately?" "I didn't know how much time I had. My instinct was to protect myself. I was afraid." She dropped down onto the piano bench and covered her face with her hands, leaving the nape of her neck exposed. Duncan's gaze found it. He blinked away the vision of kissing her there. "You were afraid," he said, "but you found the courage to go into the study." "I don't know where I got the courage." I knew that someone was in there waiting for me. I'd been expecting it for several months. She pressed her fist against the center of her chest, right above her heart, pulling the fabric of her t-shirt tight across her breasts. I knew, Detective. I knew. Gary Ray Trotter wasn't a thief I caught in the act. He was there to kill me. Duncan wanted to haul her up against him, kiss her, and see if her mouth delivered as promised. Instead, he pinched the skin between his eye sockets until it hurt like hell. It helped him to refocus. Some. Gary Ray Trotter hardly fits the profile of a hired assassin, Mrs. Laird. I can't account for that. Judge Cato Laird wants you dead. Yes, he's a rich and powerful man, but he hires a bargain basement assassin to do it? I know it sounds implausible, but I swear to you it's true. He searched her eyes for signs of drug-induced paranoia or hallucination. None there. There was also a chance she was telling the truth, but the odds of that were so slim as to be negligible. Knowing Cato Laird, knowing Gary Ray Trotter, it just didn't gel. For the moment, however, he would continue to play along. Implausible is precisely the word I would use, Mrs. Laird. I mean, your husband would have to be crazy, wouldn't he? What do you mean? Come on, he said, his voice as taunting as his smile. What man in his right mind would want to get rid of a wife like you? You don't believe me. His smile vanished and his tone turned harsh. Not a goddamn word. The judge has got himself a live-in topless waitress. She took a deep breath, the defeat settling on her heavily. Because I work topless, I'm automatically a liar? Is that it? Not at all. But it doesn't particularly lend credence to your story, does it? I mean, the judge can look his fill, touch his fill, screw his fill, and he doesn't have to tip. You're every man's wet dream. She continued to stare at him, her hurt and bafflement rapidly turning to anger. You're cruel, Detective. I get that a lot, especially from people who I know are lying to me. She turned her back to him and marched toward the door. He crossed the room in 3 long strides and caught her as she was fumbling with the latch. He grabbed her by the shoulders and brought her around. Why'd you come here? I told you. The judge hired Trotter to kill you. Yes. Then tell me what possible motive Cato Laird could have for wanting to kill you. You wouldn't believe me. Try me. I already did. She practically flung the words into his face and met his hot gaze with one equally fierce. Neither of them was moving now, except for the rise and fall of her chest against his. He was dangerously aware of that, damnably aware of every point at which they were touching. The only reason I came here was in the hope of convincing you that my husband is going to kill me. Her voice was gruff with emotion, vibrating through her body into his. And because you don't believe me, he'll do it. What's more, he'll get away with it. His second tea time was at 11:10, Dee Dee said as she tossed several goldfish into her mouth. She and Duncan were in the bar of the Silvertide Country Club. It was crowded on this Saturday afternoon. Among the drinkers were local political figures, private practice physicians, real estate developers who made a killing off snowbirds who migrated by the thousands to the South's golf course communities each winter, and Stan Adams, the defense attorney who represented a coterie of career criminals, the most notable being Robert Savage. Adams did a double-take when Dee Dee and Duncan strolled in, then studiously pretended they didn't exist. After showing their badges, the Silvertide's bartender had served him and Dee Dee their drinks gratis. The view of the Emerald Golf Course was spectacular. It wasn't a bad place in which to spend a sweltering afternoon. Dee Dee dusted goldfish crumbs off her fingers, remarking, "That must be Mrs. Laird's replacement." She nodded toward the attractive young woman who was delivering a tray of drinks to a foursome of middle-aged men. She and the judge have been married nearly 3 years, Duncan said. Isn't that what you told me? The club's probably gone through a dozen or so waitresses since Mrs. Laird worked here. Dee Dee turned toward the doorway as another group of men wandered in. Cato Laird wasn't among them. He played 2 rounds back-to-back, starting before 7 this morning. If you can believe anybody would voluntarily do that, you'd have to hold a gun to my head. You don't like golf? Too slow, too passive, not enough action. Playing piano isn't exactly an action sport. I don't play piano. Right. She consulted her wristwatch. The guy at the desk said he should be finishing soon. At least Elise hadn't been lying about her husband's tea time. She'd said he had an early one. She'd said a lot of things. Then she had squirmed out of his grasp, and with a slam of the front door, she was out of there. He'd been so angry and frustrated, at her for roping him into her little drama, at himself for allowing her to, he'd actually banged his fist against his front door. It still hurt. After that burst of temper, he'd gulped a 2-liter bottle of water while standing in a cold shower. Then he'd called Dee Dee as promised. She had arrived at his townhouse at the appointed time. She had a plan mapped out for the day. Grouchily, he had reminded her that he was the senior member of the team, the mentor. You're the mentee. You want to pull rank? Fine. What do you think we should do? I think we should confront the judge with what we learned last night. I'm anxious to see his reaction. That's what I just said. That's why I agreed to let you be my partner. You're smart. He suggested that Dee Dee call the Silver Tide Country Club. It's Saturday. I have a hunch the judge is playing golf. Dee Dee's call to the club confirmed what Elise had told him. Dee Dee was informed that the judge was playing his second round. Their plan was to be waiting for him when he finished, catch him relaxed and unaware, spring on him what they'd learned last night, and gauge his reaction. They'd been waiting now for more than half an hour when the bartender approached them. The front desk just called, said to tell y'all Judge Laird is having lunch on the terrace. I hope it's shaded, Duncan muttered. The tables set up on the terrace were indeed shaded by white umbrellas as large as parachutes, trimmed in braided cotton fringe. The judge stood up as they approached. He wasn't surprised to see them. I'm about to have lunch. I hope you'll join me. No, thank you, Dee Dee said. We had a late breakfast. A drink, at least. He signaled a waiter who hastened over. Dee Dee ordered a Diet Coke. Duncan asked for iced tea. The judge noticed Duncan whisking a bead of sweat off his forehead. I realize it's warm out here, Detective Hatcher. He smiled apologetically. I defer to my wife, who sometimes gets cold in air conditioning. Duncan was about to point out the obvious, that his wife wasn't there, when he experienced a sinking sensation in his gut that coincided with the judge's brightening smile. There she is now. He stood up, tossed his napkin onto the table, and went to meet Elise as she followed a hostess toward the table. Cato Laird embraced her. She removed her sunglasses to return his hug, and over her husband's shoulder she spotted Duncan. She was dressed in dazzling white, as though to color coordinate herself with the umbrellas. So why did his mind immediately venture to what was underneath? He felt like he'd just sustained a kick in the balls. For the second time that morning, the unexpected appearance of Elise Laird had left him feeling untethered, which was an alien emotion for him. The judge escorted her to the table and held her chair. I called Elise and asked if she would like to join me for lunch. I thought it would be good for her to get out. He smiled at her affectionately. She returned his smile, then looked across the pot of geraniums at Dee Dee. Hello, Detective Bowen. We hate to bust in on your lunch date, Mrs. Laird, but I suppose it's just as well you're here, too. We're about to tell the judge about the latest development. Elise turned quickly to Duncan. What development? Something that came up last night. As he said the words, he realized he was assuring her that he hadn't told Dee Dee about her visit to his townhouse. The waiter arrived with his and Dee Dee's drinks, along with a lemonade for Elise. Dee Dee thanked the waiter and stuck a straw in her glass. Judge Laird, are you familiar with Meyer Napoli? He laughed. Of course. He's been in my courtroom too many times to count." "As a defendant?" Dee asked. "Only as a witness," the judge replied unflappably. "For which side?" "Depending on the case, he's testified both for the prosecution and the defense." "Who is he?" "Sorry, darling." The judge turned to Elise. "Meyer Napoli is a private investigator." A crease had formed between the judge's eyebrows. "You mentioned a development?" Duncan responded. "Meyer Napoli has gone missing. His secretary is convinced that he's met with foul play." The judge raised his shoulders in a slight shrug. "I hate to hear that. I hope the secretary is wrong, but how does this relate to us?" Duncan locked gazes with Elise. "We found Gary Ray Trotter's name among papers on Napoli's desk." "And?" the judge asked. "And nothing," Dee replied. "Trotter had never made an appointment with the secretary to see Napoli." Elise had been following this exchange silently, but with undivided attention. She shook her head in confusion and asked, "What are you implying?" "I think I can answer that, darling," the judge said. "They're implying that there's a connection between Napoli and Trotter, and by association between Napoli and us. Is that it, Detective Bowen?" "We're not implying anything, Judge Laird, but it struck us as strange, to say the least." "I'm sorry. I can't explain the strangeness of it." Dee continued with her typical doggedness. "You've never had direct contact with Napoli?" "Not outside my courtroom. My wife never even heard of him until a few minutes ago." "Is that right, Mrs. Laird?" "That's right. I'd never heard of Napoli, nor Trotter." Dee sucked the last of her Coke through the straw. "Then I guess we've wasted your time. Thanks for the Coke." The judge stood up and shook hands with each of them. Dee smiled down at Elise and told her goodbye. Duncan was about to walk past Elise's chair when he hesitated, then extended his hand to her, almost as a dare to himself. "Goodbye, Mrs. Laird." She hesitated, then took his hand. Or did she clutch it? "Goodbye." He followed Dee inside the clubhouse, and they waited to speak until they reached the lobby, and she had given the parking valet her claim check. "What do you think?" Before Duncan could answer, Stan Adams strolled up to them. "Well, Detective Sergeant Hatcher, I see that you and Judge Laird have kissed and made up since Savage's trial." He grinned at Duncan, then greeted Dee. "Is this what you do in your spare time?" she asked. "You hang out in the country club until Savage commits another murder?" The lawyer laughed, but became serious when he turned back to Duncan. "Are you investigating the fatal shooting at the judge's house the other night? What was the guy's name, Trotter? How come you all are on it?" Duncan wasn't surprised that Adams knew of the incident. As Dee's society friend had said, the story had created a buzz. "Like you, we're always trying to drum up business." "Well, if it turns out that Mrs. Laird needs a good defense lawyer, I hope you'll recommend me." Then he was gone. Dee muttered under her breath, "Asshole. Every time I think of that mistrial." Duncan was looking at her, but not really seeing her. His mind wasn't on Savage or his oily attorney. It was on the judge. Making a split-second decision, Duncan told Dee to go on ahead. "I'm going to stick around here for a while." Judge and Mrs. Laird took their time over lunch. Duncan had been spying for, he checked his wristwatch, 1 hour and 12 minutes. There were few lapses in the Laird's conversation with each other, and both seemed totally absorbed in it. After they finished the meal and were waiting for their plates to be removed, he stroked her bare arm from shoulder to elbow, and once he raised her hand to his mouth and kissed the palm of it. Duncan saw nothing to indicate that the judge wanted her dead. Instead, Cato Laird seemed like a man totally besotted with a woman that he might want to fuck to death, but otherwise had no intention of killing. When the judge signaled for the check, Elise excused herself and left the table. She didn't see Duncan when she passed through the dining room in which he was seated. He got up and followed into an empty hallway and saw her go into the ladies' room. He waited, he paced, keeping a nervous eye on the terrace. Sensing movement behind him, he turned. When Elise saw him, she drew up short, half in, half out the door. Trying to decide whether to brave it or slink back into the powder room? She stepped into the hallway and let the door close behind her. "I thought you left, and I thought you might have changed your mind." "About what?" "That crock of crap you told me this morning." "It's the truth." Now, is that any way to talk about your husband after he treated you to that romantic lunch?" Her eyes flashed angrily. "Don't you understand? If I tip my hand, I'll be dead." Okay. Makes sense. And the reason your husband wants you dead is... why? She looked beyond his shoulder, registering alarm. "Cato." He turned to see Laird entering the dining room. He spotted them immediately. Coming back around to Elise, Duncan said, "You know, I could just ask him if he wants you dead and why." Her face drained of the color that had filled it only moments before. The fear looked genuine. "Detective Hatcher, I thought you'd left hours ago." As he joined them, the judge divided a curious look between him and Elise. "You seem awfully engrossed in your conversation." She said, "I bumped into him on my way out of the restroom, and I told Mrs. Laird that I needed to talk to you. Alone." "I'm scheduled for a massage," the judge said. "You can follow me to the locker room and talk to me while I change." "She's still not herself," the judge said when they reached the locker room. It was frightening. And then some. "My locker's over here." He led Duncan down a row of lockers, and when he reached his, he began working the combination lock. Duncan sat down on a padded bench nearby. "Before I forget, I charge my lunch to your account. Club sandwich and iced tea. You know they charge for refills? I also added a 25% gratuity." 25%? Very generous of you. "I figured you would have a soft spot for the waitstaff here." The judge gave him a wry look. "So you know Elise's employment history. Do you think less of her for it?" "No, do you?" Duncan's brusque comeback got the judge's ire up. Then, rather than take issue, the fight went out of him. He sat down at the far end of the bench. "I'm a cliché, I suppose. Actually, I know I am. I know I would be when I began seeing Elise, not just here at the club, but actually taking her out." "Sleeping with her?" The judge raised one shoulder in a negligent shrug. "Gossip spread like wildfire among my friends and associates." "That didn't bother you?" "No, because I was in love. Still am. But it bothers Elise. She thinks I've suffered because of our marriage." "Have you?" "Hardly." He raised his hands, palms up. "In the eyes of many, I'm a man to be pitied, a fool for love. I fell in love the moment I saw her, and I'm still in love." Duncan stretched his feet far out in front of him and studied the toes of his shoes. "I believe that. What I don't believe is that you had no dealings with Meyer Napoli except inside your courtroom." The judge sighed with resignation. "You're good, detective." "Thanks, but I don't need your compliments. I need an explanation for why you lied." He took a deep breath, let it out slowly. "So Elise would never know that I had hired Meyer Napoli to follow her." "Again, it's a cliché, the oldest reason in the world." He looked sadly at Duncan. "She was having an affair. But before I tell you anything more, I want you to understand that it happened months ago. Last year." "Okay." Satisfied that he'd made that crucial point, the judge said, "For months I tried to ignore the signs." "She had a headache every night?" He chuckled. "No, our sexual appetite for each other never waned." "It was other things," he said. "Telephone calls she pretended were wrong numbers, time unaccounted for. It got so that the thought of her in bed with another man dominated my mind. If it was true, I had to know it, and I had to know who he was." "So you retained the services of Meyer Napoli, which indicates the degree of my desperation." "I refused to go to his office. We met late one evening at a driving range." I couldn't believe I was discussing my wife with a man of his caliber. But, he continued with a sigh, I gave him the required advance on his fee and left. That's the last time I ever saw him. The last time you ever saw him? Napoli didn't come through? No, he came through, the judge said tightly. He had followed Elise to several clandestine meetings. He identified the man, but I stopped him there. I didn't want to hear any more. That's not the usual reaction, Judge, Duncan said slowly. The husband may be the last to know, but he usually wants to know. Knowing wouldn't have made a difference in how much I loved her. I wouldn't have left her. Besides, a few weeks after I dismissed Napoli, it ceased to matter. Duncan frowned with misapprehension. She stopped seeing the guy? In a manner of speaking, he said. Elise's rendezvous were with Coleman Greer. Even at mid-afternoon, the White Tie and Tails Club was as dark as midnight, except for the strobes flashing on the girl dancing on stage and the pink and blue neon stars that twinkled on the ceiling. Well ahead of the Saturday night crowd that would pack the place after nightfall, a handful of customers were seated along the semicircular stage, nursing drinks and enjoying the dancers' performance. Only one was whistling and rowdily applauding the act. Savage occupied a booth at the rear of the club, far enough from the stage that he could tolerate the volume of the music. He watched as a hostess in black leather bra and chaps escorted Elise through the maze of empty tables and chairs. When they reached the booth, he indicated that Elise sit down. He waved the hostess off. We're not to be disturbed. With a smile, he returned his attention to Elise. I'm sorry you had to come all this way. Kenny said you sounded urgent. I was just anxious to hear back from you. He knew she was lying, but he let it pass. How does it feel to be back in the White Tie and Tails? She took a cursory look around. It seems like a long time ago since I worked here. You're still missed. Some girls leave a lasting impression. Then he leaned back against the padded banquette and reached for his gold cigarette case and lighter. Savage, were you able to... Hatcher. She flinched with surprise, possibly with something else. What about him? He took his time lighting a cigarette. Is he still the detective on the case? As of an hour ago. He's digging, Elise. He's trying to find fault with your self-defense story. He's talking to us, that's all. You and your husband? He's talking privately with Cato right now. So that's what got you spooked? I'm not spooked. Were you able to do what I asked? She said. He blew a puff of smoke toward the ceiling. It swirled in the glow of the pink and blue neon stars. Tell me, Elise, what do you think of Duncan Hatcher? He's tough, just as you warned me he would be. He thinks I'm a liar. That doesn't surprise me. He can be charming, or so I've heard, but under those rough-and-tumble southern boy tawny good looks, he's all cop. A fucking cop, he said, letting his enmity toward Hatcher show. You're in a dangerous spot, Elise. He's a crusader, true blue, seemingly incorruptible. Snagged by his own words, he thought, seemingly incorruptible. Through the haze of cigarette smoke, he studied his guest. She really was a lovely girl. Classiness and sexiness in one stunning package, which even a crusader would find hard to resist. Sweet Elise, he said, his voice dripping honey. Let's talk about this favor you asked of me. You'll be pleased to know I've already granted it. When the high-pitched warning beep signaled that a main door of the house had been opened, Elise swiftly left her bedroom. She'd reached the top of the stairs when she heard the chirps indicating that the code was being entered. Cato was home. He appeared in the foyer below her. She called his name. He looked up and saw her poised there at the top of the staircase. Hello, Elise. You're still awake. Why am I not surprised? Rather than coming upstairs, he proceeded down the foyer, disappearing from her sight. Her meeting with Savage had left her shaken. Meetings with Savage always did. She quickly descended the staircase. "Cato?" "In here." She followed the direction of his voice into the kitchen. As she entered, he turned to face her with a butcher knife in his hand. She looked from the gleaming blade to him. "What are you doing?" "Making a sandwich." "I've been calling your cell phone all night. Where have you been?" "Didn't you get the message? I asked the receptionist at the club to call and tell you that I've been invited to a high-stakes poker game and that it would be late before I got home." He built his sandwich and halved it with the butcher knife. "What time did you get home, Elise?" Around 5, I think. After leaving you at the club, I did some shopping." That much was the truth, but before going to the boutique where she often shopped, she'd driven to the edge of town to the White Tie and Tails Club to meet Robert Savage. "Buy anything?" "A pantsuit and a cocktail dress." She sat down across from him, studying his expression, trying to make eye contact, which he was avoiding. "You've never stayed out all night before? Not once since we've been married." He chewed a bite, blotted his mouth. "My conversation with Duncan Hatcher was most upsetting." "What did he say to upset you? What did you talk about?" "Our relationship. Yours and mine, not mine and his," he added, flashing a humorless smile. "Our relationship is none of his business." Then he did look at her directly. "Maybe he thinks it is. Twice now I've come upon you two with your heads together, lost in conversation. The night of the awards dinner and again today at the club. I didn't like it either time." "You think Hatcher is interested in me romantically?" He scoffed. "No romance about it. He'd love to sleep with you only to make a fool of me." Cato had stayed away all night out of pique and jealousy. She felt her lungs expanding with relief. "What do you think of the detective?" She placed her hand on his forearm where it rested on the table and squeezed it lightly. "Cato, since the night of the shooting, Detective Hatcher has done nothing but bully me. I dread the sight of him." His features relaxed. "I'm glad to hear that." Pushing aside his plate, he reached across the table and stroked her cheek. "Let's get in the pool." "Aren't you too tired to swim?" "I'm wide awake. Apparently so are you, and I didn't say I wanted to swim." He took her hand and they walked outside together. He stripped to the skin. It was evident that he wasn't at all tired. He came to her, untied the belt of her robe, and pushed it off her, along with her slip-type nightgown. He ran his hands over her, possessively and with more aggressiveness than usual. She responded as expected, but her mind was elsewhere. She was thinking of Duncan Hatcher. He hadn't betrayed her to Cato. Did that mean he believed her? Even a little. Cato took her hand and pulled her down the steps into the pool. He clasped her around the waist and waded in until she could no longer touch bottom. As her body floated against his, she noticed that here in the center of the pool, the water was deep and dark, like secrets. "Duncan!" He lifted his head from the pillow and opened one eye. "Your cell phone is ringing." He rubbed sleep from his eyes with one hand and reached for his phone with the other. He flipped it open. "Yeah? Guess who they hauled in last night and is still in a holding cell?" "Gordon Ballou." "Who?" How was it that Dee Dee didn't sound groggy even on a Sunday morning? "Gordy!" she exclaimed. "Gordy Ballou, one of Savage's boys." With a groan, he rolled onto his back and sat up. The woman who'd been sleeping beside him was already up and across the room, gathering her clothing and pulling it on. "What did he do?" "Who cares?" Dee Dee said, "so long as we can get him in a bargaining mood. Meet you there." He returned his cell phone to the nightstand and swung his feet to the floor. "Sorry, but I gotta run. Work." "It's all right," she said as her head popped through the neck of her top. "I've got to go anyway." He'd met her in one of the hot spots in Market Square last night. She was petite, pretty, and brunette. He remembered none of their conversation, not even her name. It wasn't like him to bring home a stranger, but he'd thought that having sex, even mindless, meaningless sex, would keep him from thinking about Elise Laird. Silly him. Look, you don't have to race out of here just because I do. Stay, sleep, make yourself at home. If this doesn't take too long, we could go out for breakfast later. No, thanks. Well, then, leave your number. I'd like to see you again. No, you wouldn't, but that's cool. She moved to the door, where she turned back and smiled. You were a good fuck. Savage said you probably would be. Duncan would have felt sorry for Gordy Ballou, except for the fact that he had never tried to improve his lot, had never attempted to reverse the downward spiral that his life had been in since he wormed his way out of the birth canal. Duncan watched him thoughtfully on the video monitor in the room adjacent to the interrogation room, where a member of the counter-narcotics team had been hammering away at him for several hours without success. Where's Ballou's lawyer? Wave one, the narc told him. Said he was ready to sign a confession, go straight to jail, do not pass go. Dee had been practically dancing in place with impatience. Are we going to get a crack at him or what? Be our guest, the narc said. The narc opened the door to the small, dreary room and told the interrogating officer that he had a phone call. Besides, Homicide has a hard-on for our boy here. Homicide? Gordy squeaked. The narcotics officer stepped aside to make room for Duncan and Dee. Hi, Gordy. You remember us? My partner there is Duncan Hatcher. I know you. Gordy cast a wary glance toward Duncan, where he was leaning up against the wall, arms folded over his chest, ankles crossed. You picked the wrong time to get busted, Gordy. Duncan's pissed. He had plans for this morning, but now he's here with you. Don't let me keep you, detective. The con's cheeky courage was short-lived. He shriveled under Duncan's hard glare. Let's stop screwing around, he said to Dee. Book him for murder, too, and I can be on my way. Gordy wiped his running nose on his sleeve and looked up at him with patent fear. He died? I barely swiped him with that broken bottle. The guy you assaulted last night was treated and released. Another case, Gordy. Freddie Morris. You're crazy, Hatter. I didn't have nothing to do with Freddie Morris. Me? You kidding? I never shot nobody. I'm scared of guns. They make me nervous. That's why we're not charging you with first degree. We don't believe you made poor Freddie lie down in that marsh, cut out his tongue, and then popped him in the back of the head with a .45. He pretended to fire a pistol and made a loud noise with his mouth. Gordy flinched. Look, Gordy, Duncan said. We all know you gave Freddie Morris over to Savage. Are you nuts? Savage? He scares me worse than guns. If Freddie had been smarter, he would have been scared of him too, and kept his trap shut. Too late. Gordy realized that he'd given himself away. Immediately he tried to rectify it. At least that was a word on the street. Duncan let him stew for a moment, then said, Tell me about Savage. You cook and sell meth for him. No, he's a mechanic, ain't he? Makes machines or something? You think I'm queer, Gordy? Duncan asked angrily. Huh? No. Then stop jerking me around. I admitted to dealing every now and then, didn't I? You're far too humble, Gordy, Duncan said. Savage depends on you to make addicts, future customers out of children. I ain't going to say nothing about Savage, the convict cried out. Not now, not ever. He appealed to Dee, whining. Where's the confession? Those first cops that arrested me, they said it would take a while to draw up the paperwork. We could make a deal, Dee began. No deal, he said with a stubborn shake of his head. She and Duncan continued with him for another half hour. He would not incriminate Savage. Not even for spitting on a sidewalk, he avowed. Duncan and Dee left the others to wrap up getting Gordon Ballou's confession to the assault charge. Who do we know I could get to sweep my house for electronic bugs? By tacit agreement, Duncan and Dee had regrouped in his office. She was opening a can of Diet Coke when he asked his surprise question, nearly causing her to spill the drink. You think your house is bugged? He told her about his overnight guest. She listened, her mouth slack with disbelief. "Duncan, you stupid... She could have killed you." "Did you at least use a condom?" "I did." "Well, that's something. And you're being conscientious about setting your house alarm. That's good. From now on, get references before you take a woman to bed, okay? If Savage is..." "Cato Laird lied to us." "I thought we were discussing Savage. Now we're discussing the Lairds." "You learned something yesterday after sending me away from the country club, didn't you?" "I could kill you," she snarled, "but not before you tell me what you found out." "He lied to us about Meyer Napoli." He recounted everything Judge Laird had told him about hiring the private investigator to follow Elise. "And the judge is convinced the affair is over?" "Oh, it's over all right." Dee Dee looked at him quizzically. Mrs. Laird's lover was Coleman Greer. They went to breakfast in a downtown coffee shop near the barracks. Dee Dee ordered an egg white omelet with fat-free cheese, fresh tomatoes, and whole wheat toast. Duncan had 2 eggs over easy, fluffy grits with melting butter, sausage links, and biscuits with gravy. "That's so unfair," Dee Dee remarked as she watched him dunk a piece of sausage into the gravy. "I'm having a voodoo doll made of you. Every time I have to eat low-cal, I'm going to poke a needle into it. It'll catch up with me one of these days." "I doubt it," she muttered. "It's genetic. Have you seen my mother's butt? Broad as a barn." "But she's not wrinkled." "Because her face is as round as a pie plate." "I'm seeing them today." Visits with her parents always put her in a bad and self-critical mood. "You'll eat well there." "But not until we've gone to the cemetery and paid homage to precious Stephen." Dee Dee's brother had been killed in a car accident a week before his high school graduation. Dee Dee, several years younger, had taken it upon herself to fill her brother's shoes, or try. 2 decades after the tragedy, her parents were still mourning him, and she was still trying to make up for their loss. Her father had been a career military man, so straight out of college, Dee Dee had joined the Marines. She'd had a perfect service record, but it had failed to impress her father. She declined to re-enlist when her stint was up and signed on with the Savannah Police Department instead. Working her way up through the ranks, she'd made detective in record time, asked for VCU, the Violent Crimes Unit, and got it. Many times Duncan had pointed out how lopsided her life was and urged her to give it some balance. But obsession was a tough adversary to argue against. His mind stumbled and fell over that last thought. Whose obsession had he been thinking about? Dee Dee's or his own? He'd been dangerously close to obsessing over Savage. Now, Elise Laird. Dee Dee jarred him out of the disturbing introspection. "Let's talk about Elise Laird's affair with Coleman Greer." "That hunka burnin' love," she said, in tune to the Elvis song. "I didn't know you were such a fan." "Duh. All-star Duncan for the 3 seasons he was with the Braves." "What are your thoughts on their affair?" Dee Dee asked. Stalling, he signaled the waitress to refill his coffee cup. She said, "Let me tell you what I think." "I never doubted that you would." "I think the chances are very good that Mrs. Laird lied when she said she'd never heard of Meyer Napoli. I think she somehow discovered that Napoli was following her. She figured it had to have been her husband who hired him to do so. She confronts Napoli, who, we know, has the morals of a maggot. She pays him more than her husband does. He returns to Cato empty-handed." "What?" she asked when Duncan began shaking his head. "Laird told me that Napoli brought him evidence of the affair, but he refused to hear it or see it, remember?" She gnawed on that for a moment, then said, "Okay, then maybe Napoli went to her. Later. He blackmails her. It's not beyond Napoli to double-dip like that." "No, but where does Gary Ray Trotter factor in?" "Messenger boy." "She shot the messenger?" "Something like that." "Your scenario isn't without merit," he said. "What if—" "What?" she pressed. What if Judge Laird isn't quite as forgiving and forgetful of the affair as he wanted me to believe? Dee frowned. He'd have to be one damn fine actor. I'm only playing what if, he said irritably. Okay, go on. The night of the shooting, he kept her in bed, didn't let her set the alarm. Wait, Dee said, holding up her hand like a traffic cop. Where are you going with this? That Trotter wasn't simply Napoli's go-between? That he was there for a more nefarious purpose? Duncan shrugged as though to say it was possible, wasn't it? I hate to speak disrespectfully of the dead, but Duncan, come on. Gary Ray Trotter, hired assassin? You don't think that idea has legs? Not even Stumps. Actually, neither did he. Elise Laird was playing him for a chump. But why would she make up a story like that? To protect herself from prosecution, stupid. But, damn it, she'd seemed genuinely scared when he said he might simply ask Cato what motive he could have for wanting his wife dead. Was that motive her affair with Coleman Greer? We both feel we're missing something, she said, and that something could mean the difference between A, a woman protecting herself from a home intruder, or B, a homicide. Dee watched the waitress serve another diner a slice of coconut cream pie. If Elise Laird eats like that, I'll kill myself. You don't like her, do you? I hate her, she said bluntly. Isn't it enough that she looks like Helen of Troy and lives a life of luxury in a friggin' mansion? It's just too much to take that she also got to see Coleman Greer naked. We need to ask her about it. Let her know that we know. Her eyes narrowed the way they did when she was at the shooting range, taking aim at a target. I particularly want to know if she was responsible for his suicide. Shortly after noon on Monday, Dee bounded into Duncan's office. I just got off the phone with her. She'll be here in 5 minutes. She was out running errands, said she'd come straight here. After breakfast, they had decided to give themselves, as well as Elise Laird, a free Sunday. Dee had gone to her parents' home for dinner. She called it paying penance. He'd gone to his gym in the afternoon and worked out, including 50 laps in the pool. When he and Dee arrived at the office this morning, they discussed how they were going to handle the upcoming interview with Elise. It would be tricky to question her about her affair with Coleman Greer without revealing that they'd learned of it through her husband. Did she ask what we want to talk to her about? He asked Dee now. I told her it was a delicate subject and that we wanted to protect her privacy as much as possible. We could clear up a lot of this if we could talk to Napoli, Dee remarked. Conk says he's got no leads. They can't even locate his car. No airline ticket or bus ticket. Duncan's desk phone buzzed. He answered the phone and was informed that Mrs. Laird had arrived. He told the receptionist that Detective Bowen would come down and escort Mrs. Laird to the VCU. Dee was chattering like a magpie, making friendly small talk as she led Elise down the space that separated the detective's desks. Elise, on the other hand, didn't say anything until she reached the open door of his office. Hello, Detective Hatcher. Thank you for coming on such short notice. He offered her a chair. Dee took the other. He sat down at his desk. She glanced at Dee, then back at him. Before you ask me a question, I have one for you. Fair enough. What do you know or think you know that prevents you from accepting that I shot that man in self-defense? If you polled the murderers in prison, Mrs. Laird, probably 99% of them would claim they killed in self-defense. We can't simply take their word for it. Why did you ask me to come here today? Coleman Greer. Caught completely off guard, she breathed out in a gust. What? You knew the late Coleman Greer, all-star first baseman for the Atlanta Braves? I knew him well. We were friends. Duncan and Dee waited to see if she would elaborate, but she appeared shell-shocked. He was an amazing athlete, Dee said. How did you two meet? We grew up together. Seeing their surprise, she continued. Junior high, high school, we were from the same small town in central Georgia. Were your high school sweethearts? No, Detective Bowen. Friends. Did you maintain this friendship after high school? That was difficult. Playing baseball consumed all his time. We sent birthday cards, Christmas greetings, but beyond that, we didn't stay in close contact. When was the last time you saw him? A few days before he died. Before he killed himself, Dee said bluntly. Head lowered. Elise nodded. I don't understand this. Why are you asking me questions about Coleman? They're painful for you? Of course. Why? He was my friend. And lover? What? We weren't lovers, we were friends. Dee made a snorting sound of disbelief, but Elise ignored it. Her attention was focused on Duncan. When did you reestablish contact with him? He called and invited me to come see him in Atlanta. Was your husband included in this reunion? No, this was right when Coleman started playing for the Braves. I hadn't even met Cato. Later, after I was married, I invited Coleman to our home for dinner. They liked each other? Very well. You never saw him alone without your husband? Duncan asked. She faltered. I didn't say that. So you did see him alone? Sometimes, whenever our schedules allowed it. Where did you meet? Usually here in Savannah. Where here in Savannah? Restaurants, bars? Coleman tried to avoid public places. Fans wouldn't leave him alone. So you met in places that afforded you privacy? Yes. Like hotel rooms? She hesitated, then nodded. What did your husband think of these rendezvous in hotel rooms? She shot up from her chair. Coleman and I were friends. Only friends. Why don't you believe me? Because nothing you've told me is credible. His eyes speared into hers. Nothing. Do you honestly expect me to believe it's the truth that you were in a hotel room with a man, a friend, and didn't get fucked? She inhaled a quick breath. Are you arresting me, Detective Hatcher? Not yet. She retrieved her handbag and stormed out. Long moments later, Duncan realized Dee was watching him, parallel frown lines between her eyebrows. He raised his shoulders. What? What was that all about? What? That thing between the two of you. You're imagining things. Talking about Coleman Greer naked got your sap running. If you let this woman cloud your judgment, you're the sap. He pounced on that. Tell me how I exercise poor judgment. By letting her sail out of here? We don't have anything to justify holding her, Dee, he said, rather too loudly. Without any evidence, how could I? I wanted to detain her, God knows. Before walking out, she fired a parting shot. Detain? Is that a new word for it? For the remainder of the afternoon, Dee stayed at her desk, cleaning up paperwork on another case. Duncan stayed at his desk, too, thinking about Elise and wondering if she was an accomplished liar or telling the truth. Ready to put an end to the unproductive Monday, Duncan left for home early. On his way out, he stopped at Dee's desk. What's your gut feeling? She didn't look up. On? Laird. Do we sign off on it? It was self-defense, case closed? Is that what you want to do? If we could talk to Napoli. It would be useful to know what Napoli had on Mrs. Laird. How damaging was it? He stared out the window for a moment, then said decisively, Let's keep working on it. Give it a few more days. Maybe Napoli will surface. She looked up at him then, her smile bright. See you tomorrow. However, less than an hour later, she called him on his cell phone. Relieved that they were friends again, he asked, What's up? We've been summoned to appear at the Laird's house at 8 o'clock. What for? I don't think it's for dinner. At 30 seconds to 8, they met on the walkway leading to the front door of the stately residence. Any ideas? He asked. He just said to be here at 8, and here we be." Mrs. Berry answered the door and regarded them as though they smelled like raw sewage. She led them as far as the arched opening into the living room. Cato Laird was standing with his back to the fireplace. Elise was seated on the sofa. Both wore solemn expressions. The judge sat down beside his wife on the sofa. He took her hand and patted it reassuringly. "Elise told me about her interview with you earlier today. You deserve a dressing down for pulling a stunt like that, but I didn't want to put any additional stress on Elise. And actually, I was more angry with myself than with you. So I confessed to her that I'd hired Meyer Napoli to follow her. I felt that Elise should know everything that was said during our conversation in the locker room the other day, Detective Hatcher. I'm not proud of myself for lying to you and Detective Bowen when I'd said I'd never had personal dealings with Napoli. I deeply regret my business with him, especially if it resulted in the shooting of Trotter, no matter how roundabout the connection was. Now that there are no lingering secrets between Elise and me, we can be perfectly frank with you. Fire away." Dee Dee plunged right in. "Mrs. Laird, does Napoli have proof of an affair between you and Coleman Greer?" "No such proof exists, Detective Bowen. There was no affair." Reading the skepticism in Dee Dee's face, the judge said, "You will believe her after she explains the nature of their relationship." Elise paused and took a deep breath. "He and I dated a few times in high school, but it was always platonic, never sexual, not even romantic. We were pals, confidants." Dee Dee asked, "If you were so close, why didn't you know he was contemplating suicide?" "I knew that Coleman was depressed, but I didn't realize the depth of his depression. I wish I had." "He was at the top of his game," Duncan said. "What did he have to be depressed about?" "His heart was broken. Coleman's lover was leaving him." She gave Duncan a long, measured look, as though willing him to accept what she was about to say. "Coleman didn't have a sexual relationship with me or any woman. His lover was Tony Esteban, his teammate." Even so far inland, Atlanta was as sultry as Savannah. The heat sucked the breath out of Duncan as he exited the airport to hail a cab. The driver was friendly and talkative, keeping up a lively chatter as he negotiated the expressway traffic toward Buckhead, where Tony Esteban owned the penthouse of a high-rise condo. Even if he wound up financing the trip himself, it would be worth the price of the airfare to get to the truth. Was Elise Laird a manipulative liar? If so, the investigation into the fatal shooting would continue. If not, her own life was at risk. Either way, he had to know. The reception desk was manned by a uniformed concierge. "Good morning, sir. Can I help you?" "Morning. I'm here to see Mr. Anthony Esteban." He reached for his ID wallet, and in doing so made certain the man could see the holster beneath his sport jacket. "I'll have to buzz him." The concierge raised a telephone receiver to his ear, then pressed the call button for the penthouse. "Mr. Esteban, I hate to disturb you. There is a gentleman here asking to see you. Mr. Detective Sergeant Duncan Hatcher, Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department." The concierge repeated what he'd said, listened, then asked the baseball player to hold on. "He wants to know in regards to what?" "Elise Laird, Coleman Greer's friend." The concierge's mouth formed a small, round O. Then he passed along the message to Esteban. "Of course, Mr. Esteban." He hung up. "Go right up. The elevator bank is behind this wall." The elevator was so fast Duncan's ears popped on the express ascent. Tony Esteban was waiting for him outside his front door. He was several inches shorter than Duncan, solidly built, and Duncan knew had arms that could knock the stitches out of a baseball. "Hatcher?" "It's a pleasure, Mr. Esteban." "Call me Tony," he said, extending his hand. "Come in." "The proverbial glass house," Duncan remarked as he stepped into the penthouse and took a look around. Floor-to-ceiling windows afforded almost a 360-degree view of the city. "You like it?" Cost a fucking fortune. You make a fucking fortune. Esteban grinned the grin that made him vastly popular with fans and the media. You want something to drink? How about a glass of ice water? Esteban looked disappointed, but said, okay. Duncan expected him to step behind the bar, so he was surprised when he hollered, Jenny! Within seconds, Jenny appeared. All 6 feet of her, most of its sleek, tanned legs that looked like they'd been airbrushed to perfection. Jenny, this is Mr. Hatcher. Hi, Mr. Hatcher. He's a cop from Savannah and he's thirsty. Fix him some ice water. Do me one of those protein shakes. Once they were seated, Esteban asked, You a baseball fan? Yes. Braves? Of course. They filled the time it took Jenny to prepare their drinks, talking about sports and the Braves' season so far. Show him your ring, honey, Esteban said to her after she'd served their drinks. She extended her left hand toward Duncan, who praised the diamond, since it seemed that was expected. He smiled up at Jenny. Is it an engagement ring? He proposed in a hot air balloon, she simpered. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Hatcher. Bye. Esteban affectionately smacked her heart-shaped butt as she strutted away, her heels tapping on the marble floor. As she disappeared through a set of double doors, he said, I'm crazy about her. Have you ever seen a body like that? She had some added to the top. I paid. She wanted them bigger, and I thought, what the hell? The bigger the better, right? And she keeps me happy. I'm telling you, and this is no exaggeration. He leaned in closer. She could suck your eyeballs out through your dick. Impressive. You don't know the half of it. He took a drink of his shake and glanced at his wristwatch. I got practice in an hour. How can I help you? I'm investigating a fatal shooting. It took place last Thursday evening at the home of Judge Cato Laird and his wife, Elise. Yeah, I remember Elise. She's dead? No. Duncan filled him in on the facts. He tried to avoid using words with more than 5 letters. I understand that she had a close personal relationship with Coleman Greer. Esteban grimaced with obvious regret. They went way back. Fuck buddies, you know. When there's nobody else around to fuck? I'm familiar with the phrase. When did you meet her? He brought her to a Braves party not long after he signed with the team. Knocked us all for a loop because she was such a babe and Cole had never said nothing about her. But he was low-key like that, not a wild party guy. And nothing. Never saw her again, and as I said, Cole didn't talk about stuff like that. So, I guess that's all I can tell you. Duncan leaned against the stiff leather back of the sofa and propped one ankle on the opposite knee. Know what Elise told me? She told me that you and Coleman Greer were the fuck buddies, and that you were breaking it off, and that's why he put the barrels of that shotgun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Esteban's jaw went slack. That bitch. That lying bitch. It's not true? Fucking A, it's not true. He bounded off his seat and began to prowl the marble floor, flinging deprecations in rapid-fire Spanish. Why would she say such a thing? Duncan asked. Why? I'll tell you why. Okay, it was like this. That night at the party, Cole got wasted. He passed out. That girl, that Elise, comes on to me. And I mean, man, she was hot for it. Hot, you know? So I gave her what she wanted. Couple of times. I mean, she's great looking. Why not, you know? Duncan made a guttural sound of acknowledgement. Esteban sat back down. She was good, man. I wouldn't have minded having some more of that, but the next morning she's writing down all her phone numbers, asking when I'm going to call, stuff like that. He stopped suddenly. You see that movie Fatal Attraction? That's what she was, that broad. That psycho bitch from hell. I expected to come home one day and find a fucking bunny boiling on my kitchen stove. Did you ever see her again? He shook his head. I don't need that shit, man. I guess she gave up. She finally stopped calling. He frowned with disgust. Man, I knew she was one twisted chick, and she swore she would pay me back for dumping her, but I didn't figure on her making up something like I'm gay. Gay? Jesus. Then he chortled a laugh. It's funny when you think about it. You took it upon yourself to go to Atlanta and see Tony Esteban? Yes? No sooner had Duncan cleared the door of the barracks than he'd been summoned into Captain Bill Gerard's office. "The Braves management office called," Gerard said, stacking his freckled hands on his thinning ginger-colored hair. "They were steamed you didn't go through them to interview Esteban. I wanted to catch him unaware. Apparently you did, because after you left, he had second thoughts. He went whining to the team's PR people about a cop from Savannah asking him about a woman he barely knows who's involved in a fatal shooting. What the hell's going on?" "I'm not convinced the fatal shooting of Gary Ray Trotter was self-defense." "Oh, shit. You think the judge's wife wasn't just protecting her life?" "I think she may have been protecting her lifestyle." "Shit," he repeated. "This isn't going to sit well with Cato Laird. What did Esteban say that implicated her?" "Is Kong here?" Gerard looked at him with puzzlement. "I'd like for him and Dee Dee to be in on this. That way I only have to tell it once. I'll go take a leak. You get them in here." They reconvened 5 minutes later. Dee Dee came in with a can of Diet Coke and an attitude. She was miffed at Duncan for going to Atlanta without her, or even telling her about the trip beforehand. Kong was his hairy, sweaty, but affable self. Duncan began by saying, "First of all, I'm giving notice here and now. When I grow up, I want to be a professional baseball player." His description of Tony Esteban's penthouse was designed to have them smiling, relaxed, and listening by the time he got down to the nitty-gritty. They were raptly attentive by the time he got to Jenny. "Hugh Hefner never had it so good. Legs that went on forever, tits out to here." He gestured with both hands, holding them away from his chest. "Right there on display beneath this tight tank top, and I'm talking—" "We get it, Duncan," Dee Dee said. "She had big tits. What did Esteban have to say?" He gave the men a look that said there would be a more detailed description of Jenny's chest later, then recounted for them his conversation with Esteban. When he finished, Gerard asked for clarification on a few points. "It was Mrs. Laird who told you Coleman Greer was gay?" "Last night at their home," Duncan replied. "Dee Dee and I were summoned there. Mrs. Laird was reluctant to destroy the myth." "Jeez, I can't believe it," Kong said. "My boys would be crushed." "According to Esteban, Coleman Greer was straight." "Correction, Bill," Duncan said. "According to Esteban, he's straight. He doesn't believe Coleman Greer was gay, but he knows that he ain't no fucking fag." "Which blows a big hole in Elise Laird's story," Dee Dee said. "I'm positive she invented that lie because it was the one her husband would grab onto with both hands. During all those trysts, she wasn't screwing her baseball player. No, she was consoling him over his gay love affair gone awry." She snuffled with scorn. "Priceless. This is one cold gal." "Funny," Duncan said. "Tony Esteban described her as hot." Gerard said, "The key to all this is Napoli. If he sent Trotter to the Laird's house and Mrs. Laird was expecting him, we've got ourselves a case of premeditated murder." "Or," Duncan countered, "it was a burglary gone bad and a matter of self-defense as she claimed." Addressing Kong, Bill Gerard said, "Napoli needs to be found. I got every cop on the force with his eyes peeled and an ear to the ground. Right now looks like he's pulled a Jimmy Hoffa." Then the captain turned to Duncan. "What's your next move?" He thought about it for a moment. "I suppose I go back to Mrs. Laird and tell her that Esteban categorically denied being Coleman Greer's lover. See what she says." "You're frowning, Dunk. What's on your mind? Something tells me you're not convinced." He stood up, walked over to the window, and gazed out thoughtfully. "Convinced? Duncan said. "Good word, Bill. Because I've been wondering if maybe Esteban was trying to convince me that he's heterosexual. Everything he said, his posturing, it was almost overkill. His Barbie doll fiancée with an engagement ring bigger and heavier than an anchor, her jumbo-sized breast, which he paid for, eyeballs through his dick. Excuse me?" He turned back into the room and smiled at Kong. "You had to be there. The point is, he wanted there to be no doubt in my mind that he was a super stud, a man who liked women." Let's say, for the sake of argument, that Esteban and Coleman Greer were lovers. Who's the one person in the world who may know about it and could expose it? Gerard supplied the answer. Coleman's longtime friend and confidant, Elise Laird. Or maybe her lie was payback for him dumping her, just like he said, Dee argued. He's an egomaniac. That whole story about her coming on to him could have been a lie. She made a snorting sound. You just don't want her to be guilty of murder. And you do, he fired back. Hey! Bill Gerard interrupted the heated exchange. What's with you two? Duncan goes calf-eyed every time he sees Elise Laird. You're pissing me off, Dee. Name one thing I've failed to do. She looked across at Bill Gerard and sighed with resignation. He hasn't failed to do anything. He's conducted a thorough investigation. It comes down to this, Dunk, Gerard said. One of them is playing you, either Mrs. Laird or Tony Esteban. Who do you think it is? Quietly, he said, Elise Laird. Too many things about that shooting just don't add up, Bill. It doesn't feel right. I think we should get her in here tomorrow, put her in an interrogation room with a court reporter, make it official, hammer her pretty hard, see if we can shake something loose. Dee was the only one in the room who looked happy. She stood up and dropped her empty soda can in the wastebasket, saying to Duncan, I'll be at my desk if you want to go over the plan for tomorrow. Duncan was left alone with Gerard, who was using his necktie to polish his reading glasses. What your partner said, is it true? Do you go moony over this lady? I'd have to be a eunuch not to notice her, Bill, and so would you. I've seen her, I understand, so I gotta know. Can you put blinders on and be objective? We've got no solid evidence on which to build a murder case against her. Yet. But upon my recommendation, we're moving forward on the investigation, and if we find that needed evidence, I'll get an indictment. Gerard replaced his eyeglasses and reached for a stack of paperwork on his desk. All I needed to hear. Elise. She spun around, knowing she looked guilty, knowing she was. Cato, she said, laughing breathlessly. He was standing in the open doorway, carrying a shopping bag. You scared me. When did you get home? Just now. She glanced down at the bag. What's that? A present. She reached into the pink tissue paper sticking out the top. It can wait. Following his confession about hiring the private investigator, Cato had been tender and loving, frequently asking if she had forgiven him for his mistrust. She assured him that he had her forgiveness. Her responses to him were warm and affectionate. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss. He removed his suit jacket and tie. Giving her a meaningful look, he closed the bedroom door. She glanced at her wristwatch. Mrs. Berry will be waiting to serve dinner. I told her to keep it warm so we can take our time. Through the intercom, Mrs. Berry said, Judge Laird, I apologize for the intrusion. That Detective Hatcher insists on speaking to you. Cato held Elise's gaze for several seconds, then removed his hands from her and picked up the receiver. Detective Hatcher? I see, he said. I'll adjust my schedule accordingly. We'll be there. She was unable to contain her anxiety. What did he want? You said we'll be there. Where? The police station. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Why? He looked up at her, then, We have a problem, Elise. Or rather, the police have a problem. With what? Your relationship with Coleman Greer. They don't believe you. Duncan's car crawled along the street as he checked addresses until he found the one he sought. It was a dangerous, high-crime neighborhood that could accurately be called a slum. Every house on the street showed decades of disrepair and neglect, but this one was particularly ramshackle. He turned off the car's engine and slid his service weapon from its holster. With the pistol secure in his right hand, he got out of the car and took a careful look around. The street appeared to be deserted. It's about savage, come alone. That and this house address had been the sum total of the message left in his cell phone mailbox by a husky female voice. He thought immediately of the woman Savage had set him up with last Saturday night. Was he using her again? Old boards groaned beneath his weight as he crossed the porch to the door. He realized chances were excellent that he was walking into a trap that would spell his doom. Or maybe, inside this house, Savage had another gory surprise waiting for him. The corpse of Lucille Jones, perhaps. The prostitute who'd been pleasuring Savage following the murder of Freddie Morris was still at large and consequently unable to be questioned by police. Possibly Savage had silenced her forever and left her body here for Duncan to find. Gordy Ballou also crossed his mind. Had Savage heard that they'd tried to strike a deal with Gordy to turn snitch? Lucky for Gordy, he was safely behind bars in the county jail. Duncan moved aside the rusty screen door that was hanging by one hinge, then took hold of the doorknob. It turned in his hand. The air inside was stifling hot and had the musty smell of old vacant houses, but not of decaying flesh, he noted with relief. Ahead of him stretched a hallway with a staircase at one end and rooms opening off it on both sides. Ragged sheer curtains looking as fragile as spiderwebs hanging in the windows. He crept forward guardedly across the hallway to the room which was a parlor. Elise Laird was standing in the center of it. His heart did something funny, but he raised his gun and pointed it at her. "You're here." The same whispering voice that had left the message on his cell phone. He wondered why he hadn't recognized it as her voice. Or had he? "What the hell?" "I used that criminal's name to get you here. Cato told me about your history with him." He studied her for long, ponderous moments, then lowered the 9mm. Sensing his wariness, she said, "There's no one else here, if that's what you're thinking." "Whose place is this?" It was the first time he'd seen her with her hair hanging loose rather than pulled back. It brushed her shoulders when she moved her head. "It belongs to a friend. Your friend should consider refurbishing." "He's been away for a long time. He gave me permission to use the house if I needed to, in exchange for airing it out occasionally." Duncan nodded as though that explained everything, when actually it explained nothing. "Okay, I took the bait and you got me here. What do you want?" "Your help." "I assume you sneaked out on your husband." "I didn't have to. Your phone call upset him. He went to the country club." "And you lured me here to Boo Radley's house. Why?" "Would you put the gun away?" "No." "I'm the one who should be afraid." Saying that, she took several steps toward him. He caught a whiff of perfume. It was light, floral, intoxicating. She was dressed similarly to how she'd been when she showed up at his townhouse. Skirt, sandals, a tank top. "I know what these little games of yours are about, Mrs. Laird. They're to keep me off track, to divert me from the investigation, to keep me from arresting you for the murder of Gary Ray Trotter." There. That sounded good. He was the investigator. She was the suspect. That's the way it was, and that's the way it had to be, even if he was aching to put his hands on her. "Why don't you believe I shot Trotter in self-defense? Why don't you believe me about Cato, about Coleman?" "I'm glad you brought him up. I went to Atlanta to see Tony Esteban today." "What did he say?" "You're not his favorite person. In fact, he called you a psycho bitch and worse." "He doesn't even know me. I only met him once at a party." "Where Coleman Greer passed out from too much drink, and you and his friend Tony got naked and held a private party." "What?" "Next morning, you turned into every man's nightmare. Got possessive and clingy. When it became obvious that he wanted nothing more from you than those couple of hot tumbles, you swore to get even with him someday. Which turned out to be yesterday when you told Detective Bowen and me that he was Coleman Greer's gay lover." She looked at him aghast. "You believe all that?" "More than I believe your version." She groped behind her for the padded arm of the sofa, one of the few pieces of furniture in the room, and slowly sat down on it. Tony Esteban is a fraud and a liar. Tony broke my friend's heart. He was afraid they were going to be found out, so he refused to see Coleman alone any more. Coleman was devastated by Tony Esteban's rejection and eventually killed himself over it. Duncan took off his jacket and used his shirt sleeve to wipe sweat from his forehead. Esteban has got a red-headed bombshell for a fiancée. She performs for him like a trained seal. Of course he has a girl like her. He always does. But all Tony's machismo swagger is for show, Duncan. Then why was Coleman so blindly in love with him? She didn't speak for a moment, then said quietly, I don't believe we get to choose who we fall in love with. Do you? Suddenly it seemed the room became darker, smaller, airless. Duncan's skin was clammy, his body was humming like a tuning fork. I don't know who's gay, who's straight, or who is screwing who, and frankly it doesn't matter. What does matter is that Meyer Napoli had something on you. The judge paid him off, but Napoli is an enterprising man and saw a way to make another buck. He came to you. To protect his own ass, he subcontracted dumb, hapless Gary Ray Trotter to be his drop man. By the way, what did Trotter bring with him that night? Photos, tape recordings, X-rated videos? That doesn't matter either. Whatever Napoli had on you, it was damaging not only to you, but to your friend, and most importantly to your husband. And above all else, you wanted to safeguard your position as Mrs. Cato Laird. You go into the study as prearranged, expecting Napoli, but there's Trotter. After you shot him, you secured the goods, then made it look like you caught a burglar. Duncan strode over to her, placed his hand beneath her chin, and yanked her head up. Isn't that the way it went down? Yes. Handcuff me. Arrest me. Put me in jail. At least there I'll be safe. From your husband? Yes. Because he's going to kill you? Yes. No, she said, shaking her head. Not him. He'll just make certain that I die. Tell me why your husband wants you dead. I can't, she said in an anguished whisper. Not until I know, without doubt, that you believe me. Completely. Then you're shit out of luck. Before he could turn away, she placed her hands on his shoulders and moved in close. You want to believe me? He reached up to remove her hands. Don't, he said. But her hands stayed on his shoulders, and his hands stayed on hers. I know you do. She came up on tiptoe and brushed her lips across his, breathing against them. Believe me, Duncan. Please. Groaning with anger and frustrated desire, he dropped his jacket and pistol to the floor and grabbed a handful of her hair. He yanked her head back. He may have released her and walked out if only she had returned his glare, if her eyes had held even a trace of triumph or defiance. Instead, they closed. Damn you, he whispered. Damn me. His mouth came down hard on hers. He pushed his tongue inside as his arm curved around her waist and drew her up flush against him. He walked her backward until she was against the wall, then raised the hem of her tank top. There was nothing beneath it but Elise. He continued pulling up the tank until her arms were raised above her head, the shirt gathered on her forearms. He took both her wrists in one hand and held them pressed against the wall high above her head. He reached under her skirt and palmed her ass, encountering nothing but skin. Growling profanities, or maybe desperate prayers, he lifted her against him and carried her to the sofa. He dragged the thong panties down her legs and focused on the patch of soft hair between her thighs. His breathing was a harsh, thrashing sound in the otherwise silent room as he grappled with belt buckle and zipper. Then he pushed apart her thighs and thrust himself into her. He took a precious few seconds to celebrate how damn good that alone felt, just to be inside her, surrounded by her, possessing her. Then he started moving. His hard, deep strokes were born of frustration almost as much as passion. Sliding his hands beneath her hips, he angled her up and held her in place as he thrust into her with escalating force, the tempo increasing, the friction growing hotter, until he shattered with pleasure. He could have lain there forever, with her beneath him in that state of blissful lethargy. He wanted very badly to lie with her. He wanted to kiss her wetly but softly and gently. But that would send him to hell for sure. She opened her eyes and gazed up at him. Murmuring his name, she lifted her hand toward his cheek. Before she could touch him, he pulled away from her and stood up. Keeping his back to her, he readjusted his trousers and haphazardly buckled his belt. He left his shirt tail out. He picked up his holster, but didn't put it on. Now, he walked as far as the hallway, where he bent to retrieve his sport jacket and service weapon from the floor. Over his shoulder, he said, 10 o'clock. Have your lawyer with you. And don't be late. Elise awoke, sitting bolt upright, gasping for breath, heart racing. 1 second, she'd been in a deep sleep. The next, it was as though an alarm had sounded loudly in her head, awakening her with a jolt. When Duncan had walked out, she'd been so distraught she'd wept until she cried herself to sleep. She'd slept? Even as she pulled on her tank top, she tried to read her wristwatch, but it was too dark to see the hands. Cato. What would she tell him? Within seconds of waking up, she was feeling her way through the dark house. She must get home ahead of Cato. God, please let him still be playing cards. She let herself out the back door through which she had come in. Her car was parked halfway down the block. Passing under a street light, she checked her wristwatch again, and when she saw the time, she almost stumbled on the uneven sidewalk. She'd been asleep for hours. Frantic with anxiety, she dug into her purse and pulled out her cell phone. She looked at the readout. Good. No missed calls had been logged. She opened the car door, tossed her handbag into the passenger seat, and slid in behind the wheel. Best case scenario, Cato had played cards into the wee hours. A slightly more bothersome scenario, he was still at the club but had been calling the house to check on her. She could explain that she'd taken 2 tablets of over-the-counter medication. Stronger than she thought, she'd slept through his calls. Worst-case scenario, Cato was at home angrily awaiting her return. To explain her absence, she could say that, despite the sleep aid, her insomnia had been so bad she'd gone out for a drive. But how would she explain the unmistakable signs of love-making? Duncan hadn't been gentle. Neither had she. Unless she was able to make repairs before she saw Cato, he would surely notice her tangled hair and wrinkled skirt, the whisker burns around her lips. Checking to see if the abrasion was as visible as it felt, she glanced into the rearview mirror. A face grinned at her from the back seat. She cried out in shock and fear and reflexively stamped hard on the brake pedal. Mrs. Ladd, we've never actually met. Allow me to introduce myself. Maya Napoli. After leaving Elise, Duncan had driven around aimlessly for a while. In search of what, he couldn't say. Redemption, perhaps. He ended up at the barracks. In the back of his mind, he supposed he was thinking that if he was working on the case, actually seated at his desk reviewing the contents of the case file, then he could rationalize his private meeting with Elise. For several hours he tried, but eventually he gave up the pretense. Admitting it was liberating to some extent, but not entirely. He still had to grapple with the guilt. As long as he was wallowing in his culpability, he'd rather do it in the comfort of home. He left the barracks and drove the few blocks to his townhouse. By now, it was as close to dawn as to midnight, but as soon as he got inside, he sought refuge in his piano. He played rock and roll, country, and classics, but every tune had a funereal beat. The music didn't salve his soul as it usually did. He soon quit trying to find comfort in it and lay down on his couch, placed his forearm across his eyes, and gave way to the remorse he'd been trying to outrun since leaving Elise. It landed on him like an anvil. On a professional level, there was no justification for what he'd done. He had been intimate with the suspect, probably the primo numero uno no-no of law enforcement. Dee and his fellow detectives would scorn him. His superiors would discipline him, if not outright fire him. But no matter how severe their condemnation, it wouldn't be as harsh as he deserved, or as severe as his self-condemnation. He had compromised an investigation. There was no forgiveness for that. And even if that were forgivable, there was the other thing. Elise was married. He'd been the typical preacher's kid, out to prove that he was no holier than the other kids. Growing up, he'd habitually gone looking for mischief and usually found it. During adolescence, he'd developed a real wild streak. The worst punishment he'd ever received was having to sit through 2 Sunday morning services so hungover from a Saturday night drinking binge that he'd wanted to cry. He'd had to leave the sanctuary 3 times to throw up a rancid blend of bile and apple-flavored wine cooler. His dad had hoped the punishment would teach him a lesson. The experience had only taught him how to choose his liquor more wisely, how to avoid a hangover, and how to handle one if the avoidance tactics didn't work. He copped his first feel of abreast at church camp. It was after the evening service on the walk through the woods from the tabernacle back to the cabins. 2 summers later, he lost his virginity in a similar fashion. The next morning when prayers of thanksgiving were said, possibly his was the most sincere. He'd evolved from the horny college kid out to nail any co-ed who would say yes to a more responsible man who had a genuine liking and respect for women. No matter how long a relationship lasted, or didn't, he tried to conduct himself honorably. That included never poaching on another man's claim. It most certainly meant never having carnal knowledge of another man's wife. The real shame, however, was that despite everything, he still wanted her. That would be his punishment, knowing that he could never have her. No matter how the investigation into the Trotter shooting was ultimately resolved, he would never have Elise. He wouldn't be at that 10 o'clock interrogation session, because at 9:30 he would be in Captain Bill Gerard's office admitting that, in regards to Mrs. Laird, he hadn't been as objective as he'd claimed to be. Tomorrow at this time he might be out of a job. There was one other person to whom he must confess. Dee. He owed her that, as his partner and as his friend. Before he talked to Dee, it seemed only proper and symbolic that he wash away all vestiges of Elise. In his bathroom, he reached into the shower stall and turned on the faucets, then took off his clothes. He stepped into the shower beneath the spray. He looked at what he'd done from a practical, professional, and moral standpoint, forcefully keeping his emotions at bay, fearing that they would prevent him from making the right decisions. But the warm water of the shower dissolved his control. Moaning, he leaned against the tile wall and pressed the heels of his hands into his eye sockets. The ache inside his chest was guilt. Regret had sunk its sharp teeth into him. But he still wanted Elise with every breath he drew. A raw groan escaped his tight throat. The warm water rained down over his body as a tide of sensation coursed through him, inexorably and uncontainably. As it spilled from him, he shuddered and permitted himself to say, with all the emotion he felt, what he hadn't allowed himself to say before. Elise. Elise. Towel around his waist, he walked from his bathroom into his bedroom and sat down on the bed. He was physically exhausted, but knew he wouldn't be able to rest until he'd unburdened himself to Dee. He picked up his cell phone, took a deep breath, and before he could talk himself out of it, speed-dialed her number. "How'd you hear so fast? Did Worley call you too?" Dee asked. "Huh? You know about Napoli, right?" "Napoli? No. What about him?" "They found him on the Talmadge Bridge, deader than a hammer. I'm 10 minutes from you." He was pacing the sidewalk in front of his townhouse when Dee turned the corner onto his street. He jogged to meet her. She stopped only long enough for him to scramble in, then sped away. "Are we still mad at each other?" she asked, looking at him at the corner of her eye. "I wasn't mad at you." "Well, I was mad at you." First, for sneaking off to Atlanta without me. Then I was mad because you were being so mulish about Elise Ladd. I was relieved when you decided to bring her downtown tomorrow. Or today, actually. Wait, Dee Dee, before you give me too much credit, which I don't deserve, there's something I gotta tell you. From the minute we walked into the Ladd's house the night of the shooting, I felt that something was out of joint, she said. I still do. Now this. Now this? What do you mean? She took the entrance ramp of the bridge too fast. From just about any point in downtown Savannah, you could see the Eugene Talmadge Memorial Bridge. At its crest, the flashing colored lights of several emergency vehicles had it lit up like the 4th of July. Forensics is already here. Good, Dee Dee said, noticing their van. What do you mean by now this? I'm betting a hot fudge sundae against an egg white omelet that our dead Meyer Napoli is somehow connected to our dead Gary Ray Trotter. She was out of the car like a shot. His confession would have to wait. Meyer Napoli didn't look as dapper in death as he had in life. Bled quartz on the inside, I bet, Worley remarked around his toothpick and stepped aside to give Duncan and Dee Dee a better view into the car, which was parked on the shoulder of the inbound lane. Napoli was in the driver's seat. His chin was resting on his chest. He had died gazing at the bullet hole in his upper abdomen, and possibly wondering how a wound that small could wreak such havoc. Bullet must have passed through several organs, Worley told them. Bursting them like water balloons. He bled out. Did you find a weapon? Not yet. No weapon rules out suicide. Correct. Besides, this asshole was too conceited to off himself. But I'm guessing he may have been shot with his own pistol. He always carried a Taurus 25 in an ankle holster with a bullet in the chamber. Worley bent down and raised the cuff of Napoli's left trouser leg with the tip of a ballpoint pen. A holster was strapped to his ankle with Velcro. It was empty. Shell casing? Duncan asked. No sign of one yet. Dee Dee said. Time of death? Dothan will have to nail that, but the blood isn't quite congealed, so I'm guessing not too long ago. Crazy that he was shot here on the bridge, Duncan said. Struck me as strange, too, Worley said. Whoever plugged him got lucky. Shot him, then boogied out of here before the next car came along. Of course, anybody driving past could have thought he was just broken down or something. He's sitting up. No blood visible. It was actually a highway patrolman who found him. He stopped to tell him to get his car moving. Duncan looked at the corpse and noted something else. Have you ever seen Napoli with a hair out of place? Yeah, looks like there might have been a tussle, Worley said. Any other signs of a struggle? Duncan asked. Heel marks over there by the railing might or might not be his. Duncan wasn't fond of heights. But he walked toward the wall of the bridge now, where forensics had placed orange traffic cones and yellow crime scene tape to form a perimeter around an area about 15 feet square. Avoiding that, he stepped to the wall and looked down at the Savannah River 200 feet below. The tide was out, so the river was flowing toward the ocean. Duncan walked back to the others. Attempted carjacking? There had been a rash of them in the city. Often either the victim or the thief wound up dead. Here on the bridge where a pedestrian would be immediately suspect? Dee Dee said. This is something else, Dunk, Worley said. This isn't even Napoli's car. That's why I called y'all. This car is registered to Cato Laird. Duncan felt like the bridge had given way beneath him and he was falling through thin air. He stared at Worley. Did I hear you right? You heard him right, Dee Dee said, grinning. You owe me a hot fudge sundae. Then she asked Worley if he'd been in contact with the judge yet. Captain Gerard found him at Silver Tide Country Club, where he was playing poker with some of his legal buddies. He's out playing poker the night before his wife is interrogated about a fatal shooting, said Dee Dee. Worley shrugged. He must be confident of her innocence. Anyhow, he confirmed the car is his, said it's the one his wife drives. Mrs. Ladd's purse was in the passenger seat, Worley told them. We've bagged it as evidence. Of what? Dee asked. Of whatever. Duncan needed to sit down. He needed to vomit. But he had to keep it together. He managed to ask Worley if anybody had seen or heard anything of Mrs. Laird. Negativo. Last time the judge saw her was between 9:30 and 10. He said she was going to take a sleeping pill and go to bed. But she hadn't taken the pill and gone to bed. She'd met Duncan. Cell phone? Dee asked. It was still in her purse, Worley said. Looking beyond Dee and Duncan, he said, Here's Dothan. As the medical examiner approached, sweat was rolling in wide streams down his fat face. Nobody's turned up, huh? They moved aside and gave him room to inspect the body, although he could barely wedge his bulk into the open car door. Bullets well placed, probably bled out. Brooks took a flashlight from his pocket and directed it toward Napoli's bloody hands, then bent down and sniffed both of them. Looks like you're giving him a blowjob, Worley remarked. You're a pimple on a pig's ass, Worley, Dee said. The M.E. ignored them. Don't smell gunpowder, so he didn't shoot himself. Was he in a fight? A struggle of some sort, we think. I'll bag his hands. He could have tissue underneath his fingernails. Hey, y'all! The shout came from Baker of Forensics. He was standing near the wall of the bridge, quite a distance from the car. He motioned toward something on the pavement. Duncan was the first to reach him, but when he saw the object, he stopped suddenly, forcing Worley and Dee to eddy around him. Dee knelt down. My gosh, Duncan, do you recognize this? He shook his head, but he was lying. A few hours ago, the sandal had been strapped to Elisa's right foot. I do. Dee stood up and faced him. I remember the turquoise stones. Mrs. Laird was wearing a sandal like this the other day when we interviewed her. What do you make of it, Dunk? Worley asked. Don't know. You think she did Napoli? Have you ever known a perp who gut-shot a man, then left her recognizable sandal behind? While Worley and Dee were mulling that over, sirens signaled the speeding approach of a police vehicle in the opposing lane. As soon as the vehicle was braked, doors opened. Bill Gerard stepped from the driver's seat. Judge Cato Laird was riding shotgun. Okay for us to approach? Gerard asked Worley. Yes, sir. Forensics is done with the car. What about it, Dothan? Gerard asked. The M.E. gave them a brief summary of his findings. I doubt he lasted long. I don't give a damn how long he lasted. Laird elbowed Gerard aside and bore down on Dothan Brooks. What about my wife? I don't know anything about your wife. Gerard turned to the detectives. What do you know? Worley removed the toothpick from his mouth and gave a concise account of the facts. A few minutes ago, we found a sandal with turquoise stones, way over there. He pointed to where the photographer was still taking photographs. Oh, Jesus. Laird dragged his hand down his face. Elise owns a pair of sandals like that. I want to see it. He struck off in that direction. Duncan looked after him, and despite his dislike of the man, he sympathized. Chief Taylor called me, Gerard was saying. Ordered me to personally oversee this investigation. Give the judge anything he wants, he said. Understand? Excuse me, Dee said. Is Mrs. Laird considered a victim? Until we know otherwise. Gerard left them then to rejoin the judge. So our investigation just got political, Worley muttered. Fucking fabulous. Dothan Brooks walked up to them, wheezing. Can I have him? Duncan left the M.E. with Dee and Worley to discuss transporting Napoli's corpse to the morgue. Slowly he walked back to the cones that sealed off the heel marks on the roadway. Any number of things could have made those black smudges. The sandal had been found at the wall, still farther away. Duncan cautiously peered over the nearby wall of the bridge. As he was mentally gauging the height of the nearest tower which supported the struts, he noticed a descending metal ladder that connected to a piece of machinery, he didn't even know what to call it, on the underside of the bridge. And on the floor of that thingamajig, he spotted something fluttering, something that didn't belong. He jogged toward the tower. When he was directly above it, he leaned over the wall and looked down onto the mechanism below. What he'd seen was a piece of cloth. Napoli's body was being transferred from the car to a gurney. Worley and Didi had been cleared by forensics to investigate the interior of the car. They were busy with that. Gerard was catching an earful of abuse from Judge Laird, who was punctuating his tirade with jabs of his index finger. "Why are your detectives concentrating on what happened to Napoli?" Duncan heard him say. "They need to be searching for my wife." Duncan threw his leg over the wall, stepped onto the small platform at the top of a ladder that led to the machinery, and started down. He was about halfway down when he heard Gerard exclaim, "Dunk, what the hell are you doing? There's something down here. Do you know anything about this thing under here?" "The carrier? There are 3 of them, one for each section of the bridge. They connect to tracks on each side of it. They roll along the underside of the bridge so workers have access to the navigational lights. So no one except maintenance workers would come down here, right? And damn fools," he heard Didi shout. He risked glancing down and was relieved to see that he had only 3 more rungs to go. The piece of fabric was snagged on a bolt that secured the ladder to the floor of the carrier. One edge of the printed material was hemmed. The other had obviously been ripped from a garment, which in this case was the skirt Elise had been wearing that night. Pinching the fabric between 2 gloved fingers, he carefully worked it free from the metal on which it had become snagged, then placed it in a brown paper evidence bag. His throat became uncommonly tight as he realized the implication of finding only one of Elise's sandals and this scrap of fabric ripped from her clothing. Chances were very good that she hadn't made it off this goddamn bridge alive. Judge Laird paced the limited square footage of the SVU office, wearing a path in the ugly maroon carpeting and muttering affirmations to himself that his wife was alive. He demanded immediate answers to questions to which no one had answers. Unfortunately, Didi had been put in charge of him. Actually, she would have felt sorry for Judge Laird had he not been such a total bastard. It also had fallen to her to question the judge about his activities before being notified of Napoli's murder in his wife's car. That was the shittiest aspect of this shit detail. He was frenetic. Every time a telephone rang, which was often, his reflexes went into overdrive. "When was the last time you saw Mrs. Laird?" "About 9:30 or so. We had dinner. Elise wanted to turn in early. That being the case, I asked if she would mind if I went to the country club. A poker tournament had commenced last Saturday night. I knew some of my friends would be playing last night." "Given her insomnia, it's unlike Mrs. Laird to go to bed early, isn't it?" "She'd bought a sleep aid that she hoped would help her rest." "Did you speak with Mrs. Laird by telephone or have any contact with her after you left the house yesterday evening?" "No. In the hope that the sleep medication was working, I didn't want to disturb her by calling." "I doubt she took that medication, Judge. We know she didn't sleep." "Did she have on the sandals with the turquoise stones?" "She was barefoot." "For dinner?" "We had dinner on trays in the bedroom." "I see. Mrs. Berry served you there?" He nodded. "What time did Mrs. Berry leave?" "I heard her tell Captain Gerard that she left around 10:30. "Sometime after Mrs. Berry left, your wife put on her shoes and left the house in her car." "We don't know the circumstances under which she left," he said. "She could have been forced from the house." "Do you have any idea where your wife might have gone, Judge?" "If I did, don't you think I'd be looking for her there?" "Do you think she had an appointment with Meyer Napoli tonight?" He leaned in close to her, his features rigid with rage. "Is this the way you solve crimes, Detective Bowen? You hound a victim's loved ones with silly questions and draw asinine conclusions?" Probably he didn't expect an answer, but she gave him one. "Sometimes. You'd be surprised what witnesses know that they don't know they know. May I continue? And so it had gone for a grueling hour and a half. Finally, believing he had nothing else that he was able or willing to tell her, she released him to do his pacing and haranguing. She used a phone outside the SVU to place a call to the manager of the Silvertide Country Club. She woke up his wife, who woke him after Dee Dee identified herself and conveyed the urgency of the call. From him, she got phone numbers for the club's parking valet and bartender who'd been on duty that night. She called them at their respective residences. Neither was happy to be called at this hour, especially after having worked a long shift, but both confirmed to her that the judge had arrived at the club shortly before 10 o'clock and joined a spirited poker game. He hadn't left until he was notified by police that Mrs. Laird's car had been found on the narrow shoulder of the Talmadge Bridge with a dead man inside. When he was told that there was no sign of her, he freaked, the bartender told Dee Dee. I can imagine. She asked the names of those with whom the judge had been playing cards all evening. It was a star-studded lineup of movers and shakers, including the district attorney. If indeed it turned out that Elise Laird had met Meyer Napoli for no honest purpose, while the judge was enjoying a night of poker and single malt scotch, he would have a lot to live down. He would look even more a fool for love than before. Some political enemies and possibly even loyal supporters might question whether such a fool should be chief judge of Superior Court. The professional repercussions of this situation might account for some of his crankiness. The sky was turning gray with approaching dawn, and Dee Dee was on her third six-pack of Diet Coke when Duncan and Worley trudged in. Worley looked exhausted and glum. Duncan looked like something dug up from Colonial Cemetery next door. They'd barely cleared the doorway when Laird pounced on them. Well, the GPA and DOT have agreed to give us the outside lane of the bridge for a while longer, Worley said, referring to the Georgia Port Authority and the Department of Transportation. It'll create a bitch of a traffic problem come morning rush hour, but we want that scene for as long as we can have it. Never mind the traffic jam, Laird said. What are you doing to locate Elise? He addressed the question to Duncan. The K-9 unit has all the dogs out. They're combing both banks of the river and Hutchinson Island. That's very limited. What about the other islands between here and the ocean? The judge asked. Are those being searched? No one wanted to tell him that rarely did a person make it as far as the mouth of the river. We'll expand the ground search as needed, Judge, Gerard said diplomatically. What else, Dunk? An APB was issued with a physical description of Mrs. Laird, so that engages state troopers, this department, the sheriff's office. The Marine Patrol is searching every channel of the river. The Coast Guard has already launched one craft, he said. It's cruising the Atlantic coastline, but again, rarely did a body make it that far before reappearing. Dee Dee thought, if it got that far, it probably would be lost forever. Judge, said Gerard, sooner or later we're going to have to address the reporters who've assembled downstairs. The press knows it was Meyer Napoli who got popped on the bridge. Reporters also know that Mrs. Laird is somehow involved, but they don't know how or to what extent. You should be thinking about how you want to handle that, Judge. Laird deflated and sat down heavily in the nearest chair. He slumped forward and stared at the floor. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Duncan. Did you find anything? Any clue to her whereabouts? That scrap of fabric. You said you thought it came from a skirt belonging to Mrs. Laird? I don't think. I know. We don't know how it came to be on the carrier, Duncan said. As soon as it's light, the department's dive team will begin their search. The sound that came from the judge was very much like a dry sob. What came to our attention that we didn't notice earlier, Duncan continued, is that her sandal probably wasn't removed voluntarily. The strap was still buckled. Dee Dee said, the sandal could be slipped on and off without unbuckling the strap, I'm almost sure. He nodded. But the heel strap was torn out of the sole. We're checking the marks on the pavement against the heels on Napoli's shoes, he said. But what it looks like is that he and Mrs. Laird engaged in some sort of struggle near the wall. Maybe over possession of the weapon, Worley said, finally making a contribution. We haven't found Napoli's pistol. Judge, if you'd inventory your guns as soon as you get home, we would appreciate it. The judge bristled. Are you suggesting that Elise left home, armed with a pistol, for a meeting with Maya Napoli? If you can account for all the handguns you own, Duncan said, and I'm betting you can, then we could rule out that Napoli was shot with the weapon belonging to you. In the meantime, we're going on the assumption that it was his gun that killed him. One thing we know, Worley said, matching the judge's testiness, is that at some point one or both of them were in the back seat. Baker's guys collected grains of some compound from the floorboard carpet. Driver's seat, passenger seat, back seat. What the hell are you talking about? The judge said heatedly. What compound? Well, it can't be positive till we get the lab to confirm it, but it looks like ordinary cement, Worley said. We called the morgue and asked Dr. Brooks' assistant to check Napoli's shoes. He confirmed there were traces of some gray stuff on the soles. And the same stuff was on the sole of Mrs. Laird's sandal, he went on. It might point us to where Napoli and Mrs. Laird linked up. Duncan dragged a hand down his face, catching Dee Dee's attention. She'd never seen him this shaken, not even after they'd left the most horrible of horrible homicides. She wondered, not for the first time, about the depth of his attraction to Elise Laird. She stared at him long enough for him to sense it. When he looked over at her, she mouthed, "Are you all right?" He mouthed, "Just tired," and went back to listening to Worley as he addressed Laird's exception to his terminology. When I said linked up, I wasn't implying anything illicit, Judge. It was just a figure of speech. Elise would not have agreed to meet that man, especially alone. I'm sure he forced his way into her car. Possibly, Worley said behind a dry cough. Duncan said, Detective Worley and I agree that at some point they got out of the car and were standing near the wall, but we don't know why. Indications are that the pistol was fired from close range directly into his stomach, so more than likely he was facing the individual who shot him. But he was found sitting face forward behind the steering wheel of the car. In order to get a shot like that, the shooter would have had to reach around from the side. That would be an awkward, to say nothing of inconvenient, angle for anyone either standing in the open door of the car or sitting in the passenger seat. That's why we think maybe, and I emphasize maybe, that he was shot outside the car. He paused, then summarized, Worley and I think it's possible that while they were wrestling over the pistol, it discharged. Clutching his wound, Napoli managed to get back into the car before he died. But that doesn't explain where Elise is, the judge said, looking around wildly. If it was as you described, then she was trying to protect herself, fighting for her life, right? Maybe he was trying to push her. The judge fell apart. Oh, Jesus, where is she? What did he do to her? After a moment, Gerard walked over to him and laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. I urge you to go home, Judge. Wait there for further word. Stop bullshitting me, Bill, the judge said, angrily throwing off Gerard's hand. You think he pushed her from the bridge. You think she's dead, don't you? Gerard kept his expression impassive. I go by what I know, not by what I think, and right now we know precious little. I'll walk you down and have an officer drive you home and stay there with you. Dee Dee muttered after the judge and Gerard were out of earshot. He lied to us about Napoli in order to protect her. He may be lying now. He may know exactly what happened on that bridge. Duncan was almost too weary to speak. He was certainly too exhausted to go toe-to-toe with Dee Dee. He may be lying about some aspects of this, but I don't think he knows what happened on that bridge. Who the hell does, except Napoli and the Broad? Worley said. Gerard returned, saying as he came in, Judge Laird is on his way home, unhappily but obediently. What about the media? They swarmed us. We gave them the standard no comment, but soon we'll have to make some kind of statement. In fact, Chief Taylor will probably want to conduct the press conference himself. What will he say about Mrs. Laird being in the company of a disreputable character like Napoli in the middle of the night? Dee persisted. Don't have the vaguest, Gerard replied. My problem, our problem, is locating Mrs. Laird so we can solve this thing. Mrs. Laird, or her body, Worley said. Duncan's heart constricted. Thankfully, Dee jumped on Worley's statement, freeing him of having to comment immediately. Are you sold on the scenario you laid out for the judge? Not entirely, Worley admitted. Which brings me to point B, Dee said. If a person is involved in an accidental fatal shooting once in a lifetime, it's bizarre. A quirk of fate. Damn rotten luck. It's happened to this lady twice in 1 week. Give me a break. Option 1 would indicate that Napoli pushed her off the bridge at the exact instant she shot him. Dee's frown dismissed that as a remote possibility. I'll go with option 2. Mrs. Laird gained control of the pistol, backed Napoli into the driver's seat of the car, and plugged him in the stomach for all the trouble he's caused her in recent months. She then fled on foot. 1 foot, Duncan interjected. She commits murder and leaves a shoe behind for evidence? She fled without taking her handbag, credit cards, cash? Well, what do you think then? Dee fired at him. He didn't know what he thought. If they thoroughly analyzed that scrap of fabric from her skirt, they would find human skin cells, and at least some of them could belong to him. If they checked his shoes, they'd find gritty gray powder on the soles. He could tell Worley exactly where to find a sidewalk in such disrepair that it was crumbling into dust. The matching gray residue found on Napoli's shoes was proof that he had also been in that neighborhood last night. The others were waiting for an answer. He plopped down into a swivel chair, grumbling. I don't know what to think. In lieu of a cigarette, Worley put a fresh toothpick in his mouth. I got a problem with this being shot outside the car, Worley said. The highway patrolman told me that the car door was closed. He remembers that clearly because he knocked on the driver's window before he took a closer look inside and saw that Napoli was dead. Okay, Dee said. What's your point? Who closed the car door? Napoli, she returned. He couldn't have, Duncan said, realizing what Worley was getting at. There was no blood on the door handle or the panel. Right, Worley said. Napoli's hands were bloody. So he was shot inside the car, and either the shooter closed the door or the shooter was inside the car with him, Gerard said. Either way leaves us with yet another mystery, Worley said. Why did savvy ass-saving Napoli just sit there and let the shooter reach around him to put a bullet square in the spot where it would do the most damage? Dunk, what do you think? If she did him, how'd she get Napoli to just sit there and let her do it, when he outweighed her almost 100 pounds? She was whispering sweet nothings in his ear? Dee said. None of the men smiled, especially Duncan. All of which seems as unlikely as Napoli tossing her over the bridge railing at the same instant she pulled the trigger, discharging the fatal shot, Worley said, frowning. I don't know what we've got here. Third party? Dee ventured. No evidence of one, Worley said. There is one other possibility, Gerard said quietly. Even if she didn't go to jail, the scandal would have ruined her husband's career and, more importantly, her way of life. No matter how this business with Napoli went down, it was ugly, and she was stuck with a second dead man. Maybe the fear of all that fallout was overwhelming. Elise Laird may have jumped from the bridge because she wanted to die. Promising to write up his report first thing when he returned, Duncan left the office ahead of everyone else. Or tried. Dee fell into step with him as he left the building and forged past reporters. Duncan, doesn't it strike you funny, and I don't mean funny ha-ha, that in those same two ambiguous cases, the victims died looking at Elise Laird? He opened the car door and climbed in. We'll pick this up later, Dee. I'm so beat I can't even think right now, much less concentrate. As he drove away, he watched her in his rearview mirror. As soon as she was out of sight, He kicked up his speed by 20 miles an hour. A few minutes later, he was back in the neighborhood where he'd met Elise last night. He drove past the house slowly, looking for any sign of activity inside and finding none. He turned at the next corner and drove around the block. He parked in front of the house that backed into the one belonging to Elise's unnamed friend, although he wondered if there was such a person. He followed the hedge between the two houses. The house where they'd met looked even more dilapidated from the rear. He vaulted the unstable chain-link fence and jogged through the tall weeds of the backyard. The back door was locked, but the lock was old and flimsy, and with the help of his pocket knife he had it open within seconds. He moved swiftly toward the living room, and when he reached it he realized he was holding his breath in anticipation. Except for the scent of her, of them, the room was empty. Although he realized it was pathetically maudlin, he sat down on the sofa and ran his hand over the nap of the upholstery, imagining it to be still warm from the heat their bodies had generated. Christ! He covered his face with his hands and fell against the back of the sofa. For more than an hour, he sat in abject misery where, only hours before, he had known ecstasy. He should be wishing that he'd never met her. Short of that, he should be wishing that he'd never gone near her, never touched her. Instead, he wished he had taken more time to touch her. He wished his touch had been gentler. He wished they had shared at least one tender kiss. But if he had taken more time and shown her more tenderness, would that have alleviated the heat of this personal hell, or made it worse? And, despite the angry roughness with which they'd coupled, had she sensed his yearning for it to be different? Had she been aware of the emotion he wanted to express but couldn't? Had she? He would never know. Shortly before noon, Duncan returned to the VCU. "We caught a break," Worley informed him as soon as he cleared the doorway. He stopped in his tracks. "You found her?" "I said a break, not a miracle." "Pardon my saying so, Dunk, but you look like shit." "And here I was about to tell you how fresh and handsome you look today." Worley continued to regard him with concern. "Have you had anything to eat?" "Grabbed something on my way here," Duncan lied. "What kind of break?" Worley went to the door and shouted down the hallway. "Hey, Kong, Dunk's here." Kong appeared carrying an insulated drinking cup and wiping powdered sugar from his mouth with the back of his hairy hand. "Hey, Dunk, you don't look so good." "So I've been told." "What's the break?" Duncan's tone must have conveyed that he wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. Kong said, "Ever since Napoli went missing, we've been looking for his car. Turned up this morning." "Where?" "A church parking lot." "Last place we'd think to look for Napoli," Worley said around a chuckle. Duncan headed for the door. "Let's go take a look. Dee Dee's already on it." "But that's not all of it," Worley said. "I figured that Napoli hadn't gone to the church to pray. I think he just dropped his car there because it was a convenient place to leave it, and probably because it was the last place we'd look. I checked all the taxi services in the city, and guess what? Napoli called a taxi to pick him up at the church. At 12:16 in the a.m., Worley declared with satisfaction. The driver dropped him at his destination at 12:26. Worley consulted his small spiral notebook and read off the address. Duncan knew the street. He'd been walking up and down both sides of it just a few hours ago, looking for a trace of Elise or her car. Duncan asked, "Did the cab driver describe the car parked on the street where Napoli was dropped?" "Elise Laird's," Worley replied as he frowned at Kong for hogging the donuts. "He didn't get the license number or anything, but he described it to a T. So I guess that solves the mystery of where they linked up. Oops, don't tell his judgeship I used that vulgar phrase again." He explained to Kong how Judge Laird had jumped him for suggesting that his old lady's meeting with Napoli had been prearranged. "We haven't confirmed that it was prearranged," Duncan reminded him. "No," Worley replied a shade irritably. "That hasn't been confirmed, but what else would Mrs. Laird be doing in that neighborhood?" Screwing a cop, Duncan thought. Struck by a sudden thought, he asked, "Where's her car now?" "In the pound." Going to the door, he said over his shoulder, "Call me as soon as anything else breaks." An hour later, Duncan upended the brown paper evidence bag and dumped the small round object onto Bill Gerard's desk. "A transponder. Duncan found it under Mrs. Laird's car," Dee Dee explained. She and Duncan had met at the car pound. Napoli had been sloppy about hiding it, and in under a minute Duncan had found it. She didn't meet him there, he told Gerard, Dee Dee, and Worley, who were grouped around the captain's desk looking at the transponder as though it were a specimen of some foreign matter. He tracked her there. "Okay, that bug is pretty incriminating. Napoli was tracking Mrs. Laird, but what was our esteemed judge's wife doing in that run-down neighborhood last night?" Dee Dee tossed out the question, but no one picked it up, especially not Duncan. Finally, Worley said, "The first thing we need to do is ask the judge was he having his wife followed again." "Even if he was, he'll deny it," Dee Dee said. "And how can we prove it now?" Gerard's desk phone rang. He listened for a moment, then said, "I'll tell him, thanks." He hung up and said, "Dothan's ready to perform the autopsy on Napoli." "I'll go," Duncan offered. Carefully, he picked up the transponder and returned it to the evidence bag. "I'll drop this at forensics." Gerard said, "Worley, let's get the names of residents for each address on the street where Mrs. Laird's car was found. See if we can connect her to anyone." "I'll get somebody on it. Then I'll pay the judge a visit. Tell him about the transponder, hint that in all probability his old lady was being followed by Napoli. See what his reaction is. Take Dee Dee with you. She's good at reading people." As they filed out, Duncan was hoping that the unnamed owner of the ramshackle house where he'd met Elise wouldn't easily be flagged as an acquaintance of hers. It could take days before a comprehensive list of homeowners and current lessees were compiled, especially in that neighborhood where aliases were as commonplace as cockroaches. Finding the connection to Elise would take even longer, weeks perhaps. Surely she would be found before then. Surely. But 1 week crawled by. The fervor with which everyone began the search for Elise Laird waned a little each day that passed without uncovering a single clue to her whereabouts. Napoli's autopsy proved the initial guess correct. He had died of internal hemorrhage due to the puncturing of several major organs. "Even if he'd made it to a trauma center alive, I don't think a surgeon could have saved him. Blood loss was too quick and too significant," the ME told Duncan. "The shooter knew where to aim and make it deadly. Just like Gary Ray Trotter's shooter." Lost in that thought, Duncan almost missed Dothan telling him that the bullet he'd removed was from a .22 caliber pistol. "You mean a .25, Duncan said. "Napoli carried a .25. The medical examiner shrugged as he handed Duncan the evidence bag containing the bullet. "Not my job." Back at the barracks, Duncan shared this discrepancy with Dee Dee and Worley. "Damn, I was sure he'd been shot with his own .25, Worley said. They were stockpiling questions without answers. Worley and Dee Dee questioned the judge at length about keeping Napoli on retainer to follow his wife. He denied it. Then Duncan had a heated session with him. Duncan tried every interrogation maneuver he knew of to try to shake Cato Laird, but at the end of the session the judge remained steadfast. "There's something else," Duncan said. "We requested an inventory of your gun collection. All are accounted for except an old .22 caliber pistol." Reading Duncan's reaction, he said hastily, "I'm sure it's only been misplaced. Elise didn't even know I owned that gun." "Okay," Duncan said, feeling anything but okay about this development. "Let me know if you run across it." In addition to the department's press releases, the judge called a press conference nearly every day. Then, toward the end of the first week, he surprised the media as well as the PD by offering a $50,000 reward for information that would lead to his wife's rescue. That increased the number of nuisance calls into the VCU, but yielded nothing useful. By day 7, the investigation had completely stalled. Then 2 things happened that recharged it. Early that morning, a maintenance man working on the dock of the Weston Resort spotted Elise's missing sandal among flotsam sloshing against the pilings. Duncan and Dee Dee felt they should personally convey this portentous news to the judge. Mrs. Berry answered the door. Duncan asked her to notify the judge that they were there and that they needed to see him immediately and in private. She led them into the study where Gary Ray Trotter had died 2 weeks earlier. Cato Laird rushed into the room, breathless and anxious. "As far as we know, your wife is still alive," Duncan said, eliminating his primary fear. Then he told him about the workman finding the sandal. "Where was it?" When Duncan told him, his face drained of color. "That's where, last year, that fisherman who fell out of his boat into the river. The man had drowned in the current even as people watched helplessly from the riverbank. His body had disappeared, then surfaced a few days later near the resort's dock." "It's only a sandal," Dee Dee said quietly. Duncan cleared his throat, but it still hurt to say the words. "Nevertheless, the search and rescue operation has been reclassified. It's now a recovery mission." The judge lowered himself onto the nearest chair, his expression bleak. "Meaning that they are now searching for her remains." Dee Dee nodded and murmured, "I'm sorry." Laird covered his face with his hands and began to sob. They rode back to the barracks in virtual silence. But the day was far from over. No sooner had they entered the VCU office than Worley sidled up to them. Bobbing a toothpick in his mouth, he said to Duncan, "Get ready for the hard-on of your life, my friend." "Bad timing, Worley," Dee Dee snarled. "We're in no mood for one of your dirty jokes." "While you were out, we got a tip. Someone who saw Elise Laird." Duncan's heart began to race. "When?" "Last week. Before his arrest." "Arrest? Whose arrest?" "Gordy Ballew's." Duncan made a scoffing sound. "Every lowlife within 100 miles of Savannah has laid claim to that reward," Duncan said. "And the lowest of them is Gordy Ballew." "I'm not yanking your pod, Dunk, and neither is Gordy. This could be a legitimate break." "I doubt it, but okay. What did Gordy have to say?" "Guess who he claims was with Mrs. Laird?" Dee Dee, sharing Duncan's impatience, asked, "Who?" "Robert Savage." Worley grinned and jabbed Duncan in the gut. "You hard yet?" Savage's secretary, Kenny, recoiled from Dee Dee's coiffure with unconcealed horror. "I can recommend a product that will help control that." "Control what?" she asked, flashing him her badge. "Oh, dear." Duncan didn't know if his lament was over Dee Dee's frizzy hairdo or the police being there to question his boss. As they entered Savage's office, he smiled from behind his desk and politely motioned them to sit in the matching chairs facing him. "I've been expecting you." "Why's that?" Duncan asked. "Because whenever you got a murder without a suspect, you come to me." "What do you know about Elise Laird?" His startling blue eyes shifted to Dee Dee, who'd posed the question without preamble. "In what context?" "In the context that she's been missing for a week." "Well, in that context, I know nothing except what I've read in the newspaper or heard on television." "Just days before she went missing, you met with Elise Laird in a topless bar called White Tie and Tails." "There was no such tete-a-tete." "Someone told us otherwise." "Let me guess. That someone is after the $50,000 reward her husband has offered?" "Your snitch is lying." "I'd put my money on you being the liar," Dee Dee said. "Now think real hard, Savage. Concentrate." Savage assessed her while idly drumming his fingers on the polished surface of his desk. After several moments, he said, "I bet you eat pussy, don't you?" She would have lunged from her chair if Duncan hadn't clotheslined her across the chest to keep her in her seat. Duncan gave Dee Dee a warning look, then went back to Savage. "You're lying about that meeting. We know it took place. So why not just give it up sooner rather than later and tell us what you know about Elise Laird?" I know that she's a lovely girl, he said. Or was, the last time I saw her. When was that? It's been a long time. I met her while she was working at the White Tie and Tails. I remember the first time she entertained me. I was captivated by her. He opened a silver box on his desk and took a long black cigarette from it. Either of you care for one? When neither deigned to answer, he fit the cigarette into an ivory filter and lit it with a gold lighter, snapping the lid closed with a decisive click that snuffed out the flame. Duncan wanted to yank the cigarette from Savage's smiling lips, grind it out against his eyeball, and then push the smooth-talking son of a bitch through the plate-glass window behind his desk. Stiffly, he asked Savage if he'd known Meyer Napoli. I knew who he was, of course. Did you ever retain his services? Didi asked. What an absurd notion, even for you, Detective Bowen. Why would I hire a private investigator with limited resources and skills? Didi said, We can question everyone who was in the club that afternoon. Someone will remember that meeting between you and the judge's wife. Savage smiled at her veiled threat. There was no such meeting. Your snitch is lying. However, if you insist on wasting everyone's time, I can guarantee the full cooperation of the manager of the White Tie and Tails. Having called her bluff, he stood up. Now, you'll have to excuse me. I'm late for a business meeting. Happy hunting. Later, as they walked into the barracks, Didi asked Duncan in frustration, What do we do from here? We find Elise so I can demand to know what the fuck she was doing with Savage. That's what Duncan was thinking, but that's not what he said. We keep looking for her. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud clap of thunder rattled the windows. The thunder preceded the rain that began that afternoon and fell relentlessly over the next 48 hours. Even though it was Saturday, no one was taking a weekend off. The detectives were gathered in Duncan's office, going over what they knew, speculating on what they didn't. Cato Laird surprised them by walking into the office unannounced. He looked like he'd lost at least a pound for each of the 10 days his wife had been unaccounted for. His golfing tan had turned sallow. His eyes were sunk deep into their dark sockets. Detective Hadger, we need to talk. Duncan motioned for the judge to follow him into his tiny office. Once they were seated, the judge laid a manila envelope on Duncan's desk, then glanced toward the open door. I suppose they should be in on this, too. Didi, Worley, Duncan called, knowing they were well within hearing distance. They appeared almost immediately. Captain Gerard, too, the judge said. Was he here? Didi wheeled about and went to summon Gerard. Gerard squeezed into the room and shook hands with him. Detective Bowen said you wanted to see us. Nodding, he reached for the envelope. This morning, in an attempt to get my mind off Elise, I decided to attack the mail that had piled up since her disappearance. I found this. I don't know when it was delivered, but it's postmarked the day Meyer Napoli died and Elise disappeared. And with that, he slid the contents of the envelope onto Duncan's desk. There were about a dozen 8x10 black-and-white photographs. Elise and Robert Savage were together in each of them, obviously unaware that they were being photographed. The detectives studied the photographs, handling them carefully to avoid smudging any fingerprints that may be on them. Gerard said, Napoli was blackmailing your wife. The judge sighed heavily. So it would appear. And since he sent these to me, I suppose he intended to blackmail me also. You didn't know Mrs. Laird was acquainted with Robert Savage? Didi's question sparked his imperious nature. Of course not. If I were to guess, I think perhaps Napoli stumbled across this acquaintanceship when he was following Elise for me. When he saw her with Savage, her visits with Coleman Greer became of secondary importance. He was trying to cash in on his bonanza. Trotter was his messenger boy, Didi said. The judge winced. I suppose, whether accidentally or intentionally, naturally I prefer to believe the former. Elise foiled that plan. Between the time you heard the shots fired and when you reached the study, did she have time to hide a set of these photographs? He gave a small nod. She could have stashed them somewhere, intending to retrieve them later. The night of the bridge incident, Napoli told her that he had mailed these pictures to you, Gerard surmised. I suppose she became enraged and... The judge covered his face with both hands and began to weep. Gerard indicated the door, and the detective shuffled out. I think he deserves a few minutes of privacy, the captain said to his subordinates once they were outside Duncan's office. He's got some heavy shit to absorb, Worley said. Napoli is one thing, but Savage? Jeez. But how does he factor in? Duncan had no answer for him, but he'd been trying to stave off a most disturbing thought. Was it even remotely possible that Savage had sent Elise to him? Breaking into his thoughts, Gerard said, I'll clear it with the chief first, but I think it's time we had another go-round with Gordy Ballou. He asked Dee Dee to call Gordy's pro bono lawyer and make the arrangements. Judge Laird emerged from Duncan's office, his eyes red-rimmed and watery. I feel I should inform Chief Taylor of this myself. Will you come along with me, Bill? Certainly. It's going to get ugly for you, Judge, once all this gets out, Gerard said. I'm aware of that. However, the only thing the photographs really prove is that Elise and Savage are speaking acquaintances. For all we know, they could have been taken years ago, before she even met me. Actually, Judge, someone has come forward, Duncan said. He claims to have seen Mrs. Laird with Savage at the club where she used to work. This meeting took place only days before she disappeared. The judge took a staggering step backward. What? That recently? Who is this individual? Gordy Ballou. If he's acquainted with Savage, maybe he knows more than he's telling. Maybe he knows where Elise is. We won't be questioning him again. Though Dee Dee had addressed all of them as she approached, she was looking at Duncan. About an hour ago, Gordy Ballou opened his carotid artery with the tine of a plastic fork. He's dead. The judge didn't seem to understand the impact of Gordy Ballou's suicide. You can still implicate Savage, can't you? Why don't you question him directly? Duncan had begun to feel that he would suffocate in this room. First the photographs of Savage with Elise, then his gnawing suspicion that his seduction had been orchestrated by Savage. Now the loss of Gordy Ballou. But the judge's inane question caused his anger to erupt. Why don't we question Savage? Don't you think we have? And isn't it just a little late for you to be gung-ho to nail Savage? You let him go. Duncan. That from Gerard. He spoke softly, but the admonishment couldn't have been more effective. Every cell in Duncan's body throbbed with fury. He felt like hitting something, hurting something, but he clamped his jaws shut to keep from saying anything more. Dee Dee cleared her throat and said diplomatically, Savage denied any such meeting with your wife took place, Judge. It's unlikely that anyone else will come forward now. All this time we've been searching for her and hoping we'd find her alive. She's been dead, hasn't she? His voice gave out, and he sobbed. I guess it's over. Wrong, Duncan said. It's not over until her body is found. The barkeep wiped lemon juice from his fingers and cleaned the blade of his knife on a towel. This rain. Can't say I blame her for calling off the search. They'll probably never find the body now. But I guess that means it'll forever remain a mystery, Was it murder or suicide? He tossed aside his towel and leaned on the bar. What do you think happened? Duncan looked up at him with bleary eyes and said hoarsely, I know what happened. Smitty's barkeep scoffed. Sure you do, pal. Sure you do. He'd sought solace in Smitty's, where whiskey and heartache were undiluted. Against his will, his eyes gravitated once again to the silent TV set behind the bar. The press conference dragged on. In the words of the barkeep, the body was fish food by now. Suddenly the door was hauled open, admitting a gust of rain and a customer. Standing on the threshold, she pulled the door closed, then turned around. Duncan groaned and reached for his drink. Dee Dee took a moment to let her eyes adjust to the darkness, then spotted Duncan at the bar and made her way to it. She shrugged out of her rain slicker and shook water off it. As she sat down on the bar stool next to his, she gave her head a hard shake that flung rainwater off her hair and onto him. He frowned and made a show of brushing drops off his shirt sleeve. "They have these cool things now called umbrellas. I left mine in your car this morning. Out for a stroll? You just happened to be passing by and got thirsty? I ran out of options and finally deduced that you might be here." To the barkeeper, she said, "Diet Coke?" When he served it, she nodded down at Duncan's highball. "How many of those has he had?" "Let's just say I'm glad you're here to drive him home." "Go away, Dee Dee," Duncan mumbled. "Why did you just split like that without telling anybody where you were going? Why didn't you answer your cell phone?" Hint, hint, I didn't want company tonight. "Too bad, you've got it." She unwrapped a straw, stuck it in her Coke, drew hard on it. "You heard that the recovery mission was officially canceled?" He nodded. "Those pictures of Mrs. Laird and Savage sort of changed the complexion of the situation." She paused to allow Duncan to comment. He didn't, only continued to stare morosely into his highball. "Have you eaten today?" He shook his head. "You should eat something." "I should eat. I should get some sleep. Stop mothering me. Get out of here. Go home. Leave me alone." She was hurt by his rejection of her help and concern. It also made her angry. "She got to you, didn't she? I mean, really got to you from the very start." He planted his elbows on the bar and rested his forehead on the heels of his hands, curling his fingers up into his disheveled hair. "Yeah," he said gruffly. "She got to me from the very start." "What happened, happened, Duncan. There's nothing you can do about it now." "Wrong. I can get drunk." Dee Dee threw up her hands. "Okay, fine." She motioned the bartender to pour him another shot. She begged for my help. Dee Dee looked at him in profile, the flickering light of the television set playing across his careworn features. "Elise Laird? She came to me twice, and twice I refused to help her." Dee Dee dreaded what she was about to hear, but she couldn't stop herself from asking for details. "What are you telling me, Duncan? That she came to you in private?" "First she passed me a note asking to see me alone. I didn't respond. Then she surprised me by showing up at my house." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I'm telling you now," he said shortly. "You hustled her out of your house before I got there, then played out that little farce on the country club terrace, pretending for the judge and me that we hadn't been alone together earlier that day." Dee Dee had to forcibly tamp down her rising anger. If they quarreled, she might never hear all this, and she needed to hear it. Moreover, Duncan needed to confess it. If he didn't, it would continue to eat at him, and he might never recover. "What happened when she came to your house?" "We were coming at her like she was the suspect." "She was. She had another story." "I'm sure she did. Did you believe it?" "Not a word of it." "You said she begged for your help twice." "The second time, she called my cell phone, left a time and a place on my voicemail. Presuming you would meet her." "She didn't have to presume a damn thing." "Where did this meeting take place?" He snuffled a bitter laugh. "It wouldn't have mattered, Dee Dee. It could have been anywhere, and I still would have gone. Nothing would have stopped me from going to her. See, I went with the clear understanding that she would try to compromise me. I went hoping she would try." "Why?" "Because I knew what she would use to barter." He drained his glass. "After well, I welched on the bargain. I left her with tears on her face begging me for help." "To do what?" "Help her out of her mess. The details don't really matter now. Hours after I walked out on her, Napoli was dead, and we were searching for her body." He plowed his fingers up through his hair again and held his head between his hands. "Christ help me." This explained his despair. He had compromised their investigation and violated his personal codes of morality and ethics, and he would never forgive himself for those transgressions. But, flaws and all, Duncan Hatcher was Dee Dee's hero. She'd be damned before she let that conniving woman's ghost destroy Duncan. "You made a mistake," she said gently, "but you've acknowledged it. Put it away. It's over." "Not for me, it isn't. 3 people are dead, not even counting poor Trotter, who started all this. Napoli, Gordy Ballou, and Elise. If I had done the right thing, they wouldn't have died." She leaned toward him, so he had no choice but to look at her. "The lady was poison. She lied at every turn. She lied to everyone, and that night on the bridge, all those lies caught up with her." She rarely touched him, but now she laid her hand on his arm and gave it a no-nonsense squeeze. "Put this behind you, Duncan. Tomorrow, we start fresh trying to nail Savage." She pushed the highball glass out of his reach. "For that, you need to be stone-cold sober." Duncan let himself be led out of the bar and into the deluge. By the time they reached Dee Dee's car, he was drenched. He didn't care. "What about my car?" he asked as she herded him into the passenger seat of hers. "I'll pick you up in the morning and drive you back here to get it." It was a short distance to his townhouse. They covered the blocks in a matter of minutes. Dee Dee cut her engine and was reaching for the door handle when he stopped her. "Don't come in." "Are you sure you don't want company?" "Positive." "Go play the piano for a while." "I don't play the piano." "Right. See you in the morning." He scowled. "Not too early." Inside, Duncan switched on a table lamp and, out of habit, walked toward the kitchen. When he got there, he couldn't think of a single thing that sounded appetizing. He wasn't hungry. He wanted nothing more to drink, even though Smitty's whiskey hadn't had the desired mind-numbing effect. His head was all too clear. For the first time ever in his life that he could remember, he felt utterly alone. Dee Dee would come back in a heartbeat. She'd even offered to stay with him tonight, but he couldn't drag her down with him into this morass of guilt and self-loathing. Besides, he hadn't been completely honest with her. He had confessed making love to Elise. He hadn't confessed falling in love. He glanced at the piano with complete indifference, but the piano bench was a painful reminder of the morning Elise had sat on it, looking up at him with imploring eyes that entranced and ensnared as facilely as they lied. Irresistibly drawn to it, he sat down where she had sat. Elise was lost to him forever. He was simply lost. Eventually he got up, switched off the lamp, and started upstairs, feeling his way in the dark. He entered his bedroom, switching on the light as he passed through the door. She was backed into the corner between his bed and the window. He cried out in disbelief, shock, outrage, and joy. She was alive. Acting instinctively, he whipped his pistol from its holster and crouched, aiming the barrel directly at her. "Drop the coat and face the wall. Hands above your head." "Duncan." "Fucking do it," he shouted. "Do it, or so help me God, I'll shoot you." Elise dropped the rain slicker that she'd been holding folded over her arm and turned toward the wall, hands raised. "Do you have the .22? "The what?" She turned around as he fumbled with the rubberized digits on the phone. Keeping his pistol aimed at her, he came up behind her and hastily patted her down. "Don't call anyone. Not until I've had a chance to explain." "You'll explain, all right. Duncan, don't call me that. I'm not Duncan to you. I'm not anything to you except the cop that's going to haul your ass to jail. How'd you get in here?" "I heard you downstairs. Were you crying?" "How did you get in?" A back window on the ground level wasn't locked. I guess you forgot to set your alarm. Why were you crying? Again he dodged that question. Armies of men and women all over the Southeast have been busting their butts looking for you. There's been much ado over your disappearance off that bridge. You enjoyed all that attention, I'm sure. She spread her arms at her sides. Do I look like I enjoyed it? She had a point. She looked like hell. What happened to your hair? When you fake your suicide, the first thing you do is change your appearance. Her hair looked like it had been sawed off with a dull butcher knife, and it had been dyed a dark brown. Her eyes were outlined in dark makeup that had been applied with a heavy hand. When she saw that he noticed it, she said, To cover up a black eye, compliments of Meyer Napoli. I don't think he expected me to fight back. He was waiting for you in your car? She gave him an odd look, and he said, That much we figured out. Napoli took a taxi to where you'd left your car. While I was with you. While you were favoring me with the motherload of fucks. She lowered her gaze, but only for a moment. When she looked at him again, her eyes were bright with anger. Don't you get it yet? I would have done anything to enlist your help. What happened on the bridge? After you left, I fell asleep. Oh, right, you, the insomniac. She really was a priceless liar. I slept for over 2 hours. When I woke up, I panicked, knowing Cato would be looking for me. I rushed back to my car. Napoli was waiting for me in the back seat. As arranged. No. Trying to trap her in a lie, he said, But you recognized him immediately. I'd never seen him before. He introduced himself. He held a gun to my head and told me to drive to the middle of the Talmadge Bridge. When I reached the crest, I stopped. He told me to leave the key in the ignition, get out, and walk to the wall. I kept stalling, asking him what he wanted, offering him money. He said he'd already struck a deal for more than I could ever pay him. With who? Who do you think? Don't dare say your husband. The man's been shattered by this. That's what he wants you to think. Gary Ray Trotter failed, so Napoli had to finish the job himself. He gave me the choice of jumping off the bridge or of being shot. Either way, I'd be dead, and he would be richer, courtesy of Cato. Why would your husband pay a creep like Napoli to get rid of you? She hesitated. Duncan laughed shortly. Motive trips you up every time. But you had plenty of motive to shoot Napoli, didn't you? I had motive to shoot him, but I didn't. I got away from him and ran. He chased me. He stepped on the heel of my sandal and it snapped off. I stumbled, fell. Napoli hauled me up by my arm. He wrenched it hard and I screamed. That startled him. I took advantage of his surprise and grabbed for the gun. I yanked it out of his hand and threw it into the river. He hit me in the face. She pointed to her eye. I swatted at his head, grabbed his hair, and pulled hard. He fell back and I took off running again. In any case, I didn't shoot Napoli. Well, somebody plugged him in the gut. Savage. His breath came out in a gust of disbelief, almost amusement. You watched Savage shoot Napoli, and he let you get away. He didn't see me. Giving her a hard look, he said, I'm sick of your bullshit. You killed Napoli, otherwise you would have notified the police. I couldn't. Couldn't? I knew everyone would think that I'd killed him, like Gary Ray Trotter. No one would have believed me. He didn't. Certainly not this crap about Savage, especially now, knowing what good friends they were. But for the time being, he played along. Okay, so you ran and miraculously escaped Savage. Where have you been for the last 10 days? How'd you live? Did you have help? Help? No. I had a contingency plan to disappear. For months I'd been preparing for it. I had some money stashed away, a credit card in another name, a fake ID, a place to go. So why'd you come back? Why'd you come to me? Why didn't you just stay dead? I came back because I have unfinished business. Yeah, I know about that. You got a smooth operation going with Savage. I saw the pictures, the ones Napoli was using to blackmail you. Blackmail me? What are you talking about? What pictures? I cursed the day I first saw you, he said, meaning it. God damn you for dragging me into your scheme, whatever the hell it is. I wish to heaven—" The telephone in his hand rang, startling them. "Don't answer, Duncan, please. Shut up." Using the pistol, he motioned her to back away from him, then raised the phone to his ear. "Hello?" "Sure, I'll be right there." Her chest rose and fell anxiously. She wet her lips. "What?" "Earlier tonight a woman's body was pulled out of the river," he stated slowly. "Judge Laird has just identified it as you." Duncan reached the morgue as quickly as possible, having to first jog from his townhouse to the parking lot of Smitty's to retrieve his car. He and the M.E. were standing a discreet distance from the judge, granting him time alone with the corpse on the gurney. The body was entirely covered by a sheet, save for the right hand, which the judge held clasped between his as he wept unabashedly. The body had been discovered by a tugboat crew beneath a pier where the tugs docked. "How come she didn't surface sooner?" Duncan asked Dothan Brooks. "Got hung up on something under the pier, is my guess. Fish have had at her. She was a feeding ground. She finally shook loose of whatever was holding her down, and up she came. If she looks that bad, how did he make the ID? Birthmark, lower abdomen, part of it under her pubic hair. Only a husband or lover would know about it." Dothan took a package of peanut M&Ms from his pants pocket and ripped it open. "Want some?" "No, thanks. Any sign of her struggle with Napoli?" Dothan chewed a handful of the candies, crunching them noisily between his teeth. "I'll take a closer look during the autopsy, but no bullet wounds or anything like that, if that's what you mean." "Cause of death was drowning?" "If so, there'll be water in her lungs." Duncan left the M.E. and approached the gurney, moving to the left side of it so that he was facing Judge Laird across it. The judge wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, looked up, and nodded a greeting. "Detective?" "Everyone working the case extends his condolences." "Thank you." Mentally, Duncan braced himself and lifted the top corner of the sheet. His stomach lurched. One ear remained intact. "Are you sure it's your wife?" The judge looked at Duncan with reproach. "Of course." "I'm not trying to pick an argument with you, Judge. You wouldn't be here if the situation wasn't already traumatic. Under those circumstances, mistakes have been made before." "There's no mistake. Did Dr. Brooks tell you about the birthmark?" "Yes. All the same, we'll rely on dental records." "Of course. Whatever Dr. Brooks needs, I'll make available to him tomorrow." He bent over the hand he was holding. It was a ghastly color, and Duncan knew it must be cold and repugnant to the touch. The judge kissed the back of it. "I understand there's already press outside. Your wife's disappearance has been a big story. This is the final chapter. I can't cope with the media right now. Besides, I want to stay with Elise for as long as possible before turning her over to Dr. Brooks for the autopsy." "I'm sure Dr. Brooks will give you all the time you want, Judge." As he made to go, the judge detained him. "We got off to a rocky start, Detective Hatcher, but generally speaking, you've been extraordinarily sensitive to my distress during all this." Duncan shook the hand extended to him, but as he looked into the judge's tearful eyes, he was thinking, "You wouldn't appreciate everything I did for your wife, you lying, cock-sucking son of a bitch." She was sitting on the bathroom floor where he'd left her, handcuffed to the plumbing pipe beneath the sink. She was alone, although she no longer looked angry. Either that or she was simply too exhausted to rail at him as he knelt down to unlock the handcuffs. He helped her to her feet. "What happened?" she asked. He gave her a few seconds to massage circulation back into her wrists before reaching for her hands again. "Oh, please don't," she begged as he replaced the cuffs. "Why?" "My peace of mind." "Did you see Cato?" "Yeah, I saw him." "And he identified my body?" "She was wearing your wristwatch." "Napoli made me take it off and give it to him." "It wasn't in the car when we found him." "Then Savage must have taken it." There was much to learn, but not before they were safely away from here. "Where have you been staying for the last 10 days?" he asked, as he rifled bureau drawers and began throwing items of clothing into the duffel bag. "In a house on Hilton Head. I paid a year's rent on it 6 months ago, but I hadn't used it until this past week." "How'd you get to the island?" "A while back I bought a used car and kept it parked in a paid lot so I could leave in a hurry if I needed to. That night I walked to it from the bridge." He stopped what he was doing and looked at her. "A rental house and a car purchase. That's a paper trail a mile wide. A blind man could follow it. Then how come nobody discovered it while I was missing?" "Good point," he said wryly. "But I don't want to take any chances. You've got to stay invisible. Until I figure out what to do. Your husband produced a body so we would stop looking for you and close the case. I need to find out why." He checked his closet for anything he might have missed and might need, then took a pistol from the top shelf. Along with a box of bullets, he added it to the duffel bag and zipped it up. He picked up Elise's slicker and draped it over her cuffed hands. He led her through the dark house to the rear door in the kitchen. He pulled it open cautiously and scanned the enclosed garden. He detected nothing out of the ordinary and no movement other than raindrops splashing into puddles. "Okay, let's go." But when he tried to pull her through the door, she resisted. "Do you finally believe me?" He stared into her shadowed face for several moments, then said, "Do you have a birthmark partially covered by your pubic hair?" She gave him a pointed look. He said, "It was dark. I could have missed it." "I don't have a birthmark." "Then I'm close to believing you." As he got into his car and started the motor, he called Dee Dee. She answered immediately. Without even an opening hello, she said, "How was it at the morgue?" "Cold." "You know what I mean." Judge Laird was still there. He summarized his brief conversation with the M.E. and with Laird. He concluded with, "The judge is very torn up." "Well, that's that, I guess," Dee Dee said with her typical practicality. "As you said earlier today, it would be over when her body was found." She hesitated, then asked, "How are you?" "Fine, but I wondered if you could cover for me if I take a couple days off. I want to hang out, get my head straight, then I'll be right as rain and raring to get back to work. I'll call you in a day or two." He said goodbye before she could ask where he was going for this self-prescribed downtime. "I wonder who she was," Elise said as he ended the call. "The woman in the morgue wearing my wristwatch. Who was she?" Duncan had a good guess, but he kept it to himself. There was much he needed to learn before he could trust Elise entirely. "She was blonde, approximately your size, and Judge Laird was awfully convincing as the grieving husband." She lay her cheek against the headrest. The windshield wipers were fighting a noisy but losing battle against the volume of rain. She said, "You could get into a lot of trouble, couldn't you?" "I'm already in a lot of trouble. I was in trouble when I left the morgue, knowing it wasn't you under that sheet." After a lengthy pause, she said, "You were in trouble long before that, Duncan." When he dared to look at her, she was asleep. She was still sleeping when he brought the car to a stop. She stirred when he opened the passenger door. "We're here." She got out a bit awkwardly because of her cuffed hands. "Whose house is this?" "It belonged to my grandmother." The small house was built on stilts, a precaution that had kept it from flooding numerous times. He preceded Elise up a set of steep wood steps. He found the key under the flower pot where it was always left, then unlocked the door and held it open for her. "When my grandmother died, it became my mom's," he said. "Dad comes here to fish sometimes, but not that often. I'm free to use the place any time I like, but I rarely do." She moved to the nearest window and parted the curtains to look out. "Where are we?" "Ladies' Island. That's Beaufort over there." For the most part, the town across the water was dark, but a few lights twinkled through the rain and on the rippling surface of the channel. Turning away from the window, she took in the details of the room. "It's small," he said, sounding more defensive than he intended. He was thinking about the mansion she shared with Cato Laird. "I'll go out for food in the morning. Bedroom, bath there." She moved toward the open door of the bedroom and peered inside. When she came back around, she nodded toward the piano, which was much too large for such a compact room, an indication of its importance. "Your grandmother's?" "She loved piano. The one at my townhouse belonged to her, too." "Do you play?" He heard himself saying, "Sometimes," and realized that was the first time he'd ever willingly admitted it. He yanked the telephone cord out of the wall jack with more flourish than necessary, then wound it around the instrument. "Do you have a cell phone?" "It was left behind in my handbag." He clumped down the steps to the car, where he locked the telephone inside the trunk and got his duffel bag from the back seat. When he returned, Elise was standing in the bathroom door. "I can't use it." She held up her hands. He unlocked the handcuffs and removed them. She thanked him, then slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. He sat the duffel bag on the floor and opened it. After quickly loading the spare pistol, he placed it on top of a knick-knack cabinet, far enough back where his guest couldn't see it. When she emerged from the bathroom, he sailed a pair of boxer shorts and a T-shirt in her direction. She caught them against her chest. "Since you don't have a change of clothes and yours are damp, you may be more comfortable sleeping in those." "Thank you." "If you want to take the bed, I'll be fine on the sofa," she said. "And have grandmother's ghost haunt me forever?" She smiled, but as they gazed at each other, her smile gradually faded. "Aren't you going to ask me about Cato and Savage?" "In the morning." She turned into the bedroom, but he stopped her. "Elise, there's one thing I gotta know," he said, "and I'll know if you lie to me. Have you slept with Savage?" "No." She replied immediately and without equivocation. "No, Duncan." He felt as though a fist that had been squeezing his heart had relaxed its tenacious grip. "Sleep tight." At 8 o'clock the following morning, Judge Cato Laird's press conference was about to be televised on all the local stations. He was already in position on the podium, under the glare of lights, waiting for it to begin. With him was Chief of Police Taylor. Savage, watching on his silenced TV, dialed a telephone number. He saw the judge react to his vibrating cell phone, saw him reach for it and lift it to his ear. "Yes?" "Good morning, Judge. I called to extend my condolences." Cato Laird recognized his voice instantly, of course. Savage watched as the judge's expression changed from that of a bereaved husband to a man who'd just swallowed a raw egg. Savage imagined his sphincter clenching. The judge nervously glanced around to see if anyone was within earshot. He moved away from the police chief, who was talking to a uniformed officer. "Hello from TV land," Savage said, enjoying himself immensely. "I assume the cadaver met with your approval?" "Yes. She was perfect in every regard." Savage laughed. "With a fortuitously placed birthmark." "Glad to be of service, Judge. You'll find her dental records in your mailbox at home, labeled with your wife's name, of course. How fortunate for us that we have such a harmonious quid pro quo relationship. You needed a body." "Yes, Detective Hatcher is an extremely thorough investigator." "And Elise was proven to be a nuisance even in death. She wouldn't surface. Luckily, I had a stand-in waiting in the wings, a woman who needed killing as much as Elise." "I so appreciate your call, but they're ready to get underway here. I really must run." "Do not hang up on me, Cato." Napoli had only seconds to call me from the back seat of Elise's car when she returned to it, but everything went according to plan. When I arrived, he looked a sight. He told me your dearly departed put up an admirable struggle before he sent her over the wall." "I didn't realize that you'd spoken with him." "Briefly, before I killed him." "Thank you again for that attention to detail. I'll be certain to return the favor." "I'll be certain that you do. However, I didn't kill Napoli strictly as a favor to you, Cato. Your hired gun Napoli mailed me a set of those interesting photographs. It's clear that those pictures of Elise and me were to be used if ever you felt like double-crossing me." "Please have no worry about that." "I'm not worried," Savage said smoothly. As long as Napoli was telling the truth, that is, the truth about Elise's death. It wouldn't have been out of character for my Napoli to go to his maker with a lie on his lips. She may not be dead at all. Not possible. Don't be a fool, Cato. Anything's possible. Duncan crept out of the house, leaving her asleep. When he returned, she was sitting on the sofa watching the small TV that had belonged to his grandmother. Arms loaded with sacks of groceries, he pushed his way through the door and nudged it closed with his elbow. Elise glanced up at him and nodded toward the TV. Cato. He delivered the groceries to the kitchen, then joined her to watch the televised press conference. If you went strictly on appearance, you'd say Judge Laird was shattered over his wife's death. It was unlikely he would ever recover. The script was spot on, too. No doubt well rehearsed. With an angry motion, Elise turned off the TV and tossed the remote aside, then bounded off the sofa and began to pace. He'll play the sorrowful widower to the hilt, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Are you hungry? She broke off the tirade, looked at Duncan, and nodded. Can you cook? He asked. Yes. Good, because I can't. I'll make the coffee, but don't expect it to pass any taste tests. I'll be right back. She scurried into the bedroom and closed the door, presumably to dress. When she returned, she was wearing the shapeless jeans and shirt she'd had on last night. In 15 minutes, they were seated across from each other at his grandmother's table, eating scrambled eggs that he declared were the best he'd ever had. She laughed. You're just hungry. No kidding, this is good. My grits always look and taste like wet cement. A few minutes later, when she pushed aside her empty plate, he remarked, You are hungry. Very. I think you've dropped a few pounds. It's the clothes. I bought them too large. So not to draw attention to that body while playing dead, he thought. She picked up her coffee mug and studied the gay daisy pattern on it. Did you always want to be a policeman? No, I decided that my junior year of high school. A good friend I'd grown up with was brutally raped and murdered. How awful, she murmured. Yeah, even worse, it was generally believed, although nobody said it out loud, that the culprit was probably her stepfather. But he owned a car dealership and 2 radio stations. He was president of the Rotary Club. No one dared touch him, not even the police, who conducted a sloppy investigation. They eventually assigned blame to a retarded kid. He was sent to a state institution and locked up for reasons I'm sure he never understood. You've been railing against the injustice of it ever since. So you became a policeman to right wrongs. Nah, he said flippantly. I just like pushing people around and playing with guns. He expected a smile, but her expression remained solemn. Can we go outside? I'd like to look at the water. In the early hours of the morning, the rain had stopped. The sun was out, and the sky was boasting a deep blue that hadn't been seen for days. He walked her out onto a fishing pier where he, his dad, and granddad had often fished. When he told her that, she smiled. You were lucky. They sat down on the edge of the rough wood pier, dangling their feet over the side, and watched the boats moving in and out of Beaufort's marina. He waited a time, then said, You weren't so lucky? In terms of family? No. It's a classic case of total dysfunction. My father left before I was born. I never knew him. My mother married a man, had a baby boy by him, and then he left too. More accurately, she ran him off. To my half-brother and me, she just seemed mean. Unpredictably, she would fly into rages. My half-brother and I survived by sticking together. But, lacking supervision, he got in with a bad gang at school. Started doing drugs, committed petty crimes. He was in and out of juvenile detention. She turned toward Duncan. Familiar story? All too familiar. Typically, it doesn't have a happy ending. This one doesn't. One day, my brother ran away. He left a note under the windshield of my car while I was at work. What work? He asked curiously. Video rental store. Basically, I got paid to watch movies. You like movies? Love them. So that job was heaven for me. Her smile dissolved as the bad memories crowded out the good ones. In the note my brother left, he said he had his own plans for his life, and those plans didn't coincide with mine. It broke my heart, but that's the way it was. She told him that her half-brother had been gone for about a year, without a word from him, when her mother was diagnosed with cervical cancer. Elise assumed responsibility for her health care. Then I finally heard from my brother. It wasn't good news. He was on his way to prison for drug dealing. Hard stuff. Duncan tensed. Savage? Savage. Your brother was convicted of dealing. Well, not exactly. That was the charge, but the case never went to trial. Savage advised him to plead guilty at his arraignment. And? She took a deep breath. And he got sentenced to 15 years at Jackson. Shit. The state prison in Jackson was a maximum security prison and housed death row. Only the most hardened criminals were sent there. His priors must have been... This was his first felony, Duncan. Then why such a stiff sentence? She looked at him levelly. Because occasionally one of Savage's dealers has to be sacrificed. Otherwise, Judge Cato Laird's leniency would arouse suspicion. Cato Laird's leniency? Duncan's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you saying... Savage and Cato are partners. They've been working together for years. It hit him like a thunderbolt. Laird goes light on Savage's mules and gets well paid for it. Son of a bitch. It's been there right in front of us all this time and we missed it. Don't be too hard on yourself or the narcotics officers, Elise said. It's a very slick operation. No one would suspect the setup because Cato was smart enough to sacrifice a scapegoat now and then. Like your half-brother, who realized he'd been sacrificed and decided to expose their game. But before he could, he was killed. It was only his second day in prison. He died in the shower, with a bar of soap stuck in his throat. Your half-brother was Chet Rollins. She looked at him with surprise. You knew him? Oh, yeah, he said tightly. I never met him, but I know who he was. We had different fathers, different last names, she explained. But in every other regard, he was my brother. Savage and Cato killed him. Before being whisked off to prison, Chet wrote a letter and gave it to his attorney to mail to our mother. Your mother, not you. That was for my protection. He explained how Cato and Savage were in cahoots, and how they had set him up and others before him. He asked for my help to expose them, but stressed absolute secrecy. He was scared because he knew of others who had tried to turn snitch and died for it. I was ready to drop everything and rush to Chet's rescue, talk to the police myself. But before I could even leave for Jackson, Mom was notified of his death. She was practically comatose by then. I doubt she ever understood that he was gone. Why didn't you take Chet's letter to the state attorney, the FBI? Would a letter to his sister have been believed? Would you have believed it? When she turned her head toward him, he saw tears in her eyes. Chet had loved me and had depended on me to look after him from the day he was born. I swore that if it was the last thing I did, I would make Cato and Savage account for his death. She brushed the tears from her eyes, then shielded them by raising her hand against the sun. Oh, it's getting hot. You need some different clothes. He stood up and extended his hand down to help her up. Let's go shopping. He knew if he drove around a while, he would find a Walmart sooner or later. He drove slowly through the shaded, picturesque streets of Beaufort, in no particular hurry. She returned to her story by telling him about her mother's death. Her mind actually gave out before her body did. Anyway, as soon as I had settled all that, I quit my job, vacated my apartment, and moved to Savannah. I felt I would have a better chance of breaking into Savage's underworld than I would into Cato's social circle. Chet had mentioned in his letter that Savage hung out at a club called the White Tie and Tails. I got a job there. I never danced on stage. I didn't do lap dances. I never left with a customer. I served drinks, that's all. I didn't ask. But you wondered. Everybody does. Eventually, I earned Savage's respect and trust, as much as Savage trusts anyone. I certainly didn't trust him, and I despised him for what he'd done to Chet. I could barely stand to be near him, but at least he doesn't disguise himself. With Savage, you know what you're getting. By contrast, Cato sits in that courtroom every day and judges other people. His hypocrisy is sickening. Duncan had found the Walmart and had pulled into a parking space, but neither had made a move to leave the car. "Getting Savage will be easy for you now," she said. "Somehow I doubt that." "But this time you have an eyewitness," she argued. "I saw him commit cold-blooded murder." "Napoli," he said. "Tell me again what happened on the bridge. Pick up where you managed to get Napoli's pistol away from him." "I yanked it out of his hand and threw it over the wall into the river. I ran for my life. Even wearing only one shoe, I managed to outrun him. When I glanced over my shoulder, he had turned around and was running back toward the car. I suppose he gave up trying to catch me on foot and planned to chase me in the car. Just then I became aware of an approaching vehicle. I thought, thank God, help has arrived. But when the car pulled even with mine, it screeched to a halt and Savage got out. I was stunned. He was the last person I expected to see there. I ducked into the shadow of the tower." "Why, you and Savage are friends." "Okay, acquaintances," he corrected when he saw she was about to object. "Why didn't you shout his name, run toward him with arms waving?" She thought about it, then answered slowly, "I don't know. The purpose with which he was walking toward Napoli, his expression, his being there in the first place, I knew it couldn't be happenstance." "Okay. He didn't see you?" "No. I'm certain of that, or I would be in the morgue. He stepped over the wall dividing the lanes and walked over to my car, where Napoli was sitting half in, half out the driver's seat. They exchanged a few words." "What few words?" "I couldn't hear what they said, but I heard the gunshot. Savage stood there looking at Napoli, I suppose to make certain that he was dead or soon would be. Then he leaned into the car. That's when I moved. I climbed down the ladder there beside the tower and crouched down on that thing underneath the bridge. Less than a minute after the gunshot, he closed the car door. Seconds later, I heard another car door close, his. I thought I heard him drive away, but my heart was pounding so loud in my ears I wasn't sure. But I couldn't stay there forever, so I took a chance and climbed back up. There was no sight of Savage or his car. I ran to my car, looked in at Napoli, and knew he was dead. I didn't stop to think twice. I didn't even think to retrieve my purse. I ran." She stopped, took a breath, and looked at him. "You know the rest." "Why didn't you call the police?" "We've been over that, Duncan. I had no proof. You hadn't believed anything else I'd told you." He couldn't argue with that. He sat for a moment, thinking. The puzzle was taking shape, but there were still pieces missing. "You've explained how you won Savage's confidence. When and how did you place yourself in Cato's path?" "You don't have to put it delicately, Duncan. I placed myself in his bed. I had to marry Cato in order to get inside his house, inside his head. But, as I learned, he's scrupulously careful. He never leaves behind a trace of his connection to Savage, no notes, bank deposit slips, receipts of electronic transfers, nothing. All the time we've been married, I've pretended to be an insomniac so I would have a reason for going downstairs at night while he's sleeping. I've searched every room and closet of that house thoroughly." "What were you looking for?" "Any scrap of evidence." But months of marriage to him turned into years. Cato was becoming suspicious. The thought of it terrified me. He and Savage would be ruthless against anyone who exposed them. When Trotter appeared, I knew that Cato had struck preemptively. "What did Trotter say to you?" "You knew I lied about that, didn't you?" "I knew." Trotter looked at me, startled, and said, They didn't tell me you were beautiful. When he said that, I knew he was no burglar. They had sent him to kill me. Poor Gary Ray. You would have looked like a vision to him, blonde and beautiful in your nightie. I'm sure he was asking himself why your husband wanted to kill you. Just as you did, she reminded him gently. Cato expected me to die that night in the study, leaving him to continue his lucrative partnership with Savage, worry-free. Duncan thoughtfully tugged on his lower lip. One thing doesn't gel with me. Savage. What did he think when you married his partner in crime? Didn't he suspect something fishy? He would have, but I made my own preemptive strike. When I started seeing Cato, I went to Savage and asked him as a favor to do a background check. I asked Savage to learn what he could about the judge's history. Were there ex-wives, children, legitimate or otherwise? And to assure he wouldn't become suspicious, from time to time I'd ask him for a favor. Such as? I would ask him to check out a woman that Cato had been particularly friendly toward. Was he seeing someone behind my back? Stuff like that. I made my last request of him the morning after Trotter was shot. I went to his office and asked him to nose around, see if there was any talk in the criminal community of the judge having hired someone to kill me. I wanted to see what his reaction would be. He didn't blink. He remarked on her courage. I wasn't brave, Duncan. I was desperate. I knew Savage would call Cato the moment I left his office. I hoped that by learning of my suspicion, Cato would be disinclined to try again soon to have me killed. You've seen Savage since that last meeting, Elise, he said, carefully gauging her expression. At the White Tie and Tails. I went back to Savage to ask if he'd heard anything. Were my fears justified? He placated me, assured me that he'd heard nothing on the street except that my husband adored me. Dismissing you? More or less, because he knew Napoli would take care of me soon. She asked, How did you know about my meeting with Savage? He told her about Gordy Ballou. I found out about his so-called jail suicide right after the judge produced the incriminating photos of you and Savage. You mentioned photos last night. What photos? He explained them, but she still appeared perplexed. I suppose when Napoli was following me for Cato, trying to catch me with Coleman, he stumbled upon me with Savage. Those photos of you and Savage were Napoli's trump card. By the time he played it, he was dead. Do you still have the letter your brother wrote you from prison? In a safe deposit box in a bank in our hometown. Good to know. When they got inside the store, he gave her some cash. Thank you. I'll pay you back. What are you going to do while I'm shopping? Sit over there in the snack bar, have a strawberry pop, and start planning how we're going to nail these bastards. She got a cart and left him to do her shopping. Then he took out his cell phone and called Dee Dee. Hey, Dee Dee exclaimed, obviously glad to hear from him. I didn't expect you to call today. Did you happen to catch Judge Ladd's press conference this morning? Must have slept through it, he lied. The man's a wreck. The son of a bitch had fooled even Dee Dee, the most perceptive individual Duncan knew. We're tidying up all that. Dothan made a positive ID with Mrs. Laird's dental records, then performed the autopsy. She drowned. And get this, she did drugs. If she was moonlighting for Savage, she also sampled the goods. Anything new on Savage? Nothing except those Kodak moments with the late Mrs. Laird. I've been thinking, Dee Dee. I want you to find out if Meyer Napoli had any connection to Savage. A personal connection. Just nose around, see if anything pops, he said. Start with Napoli's secretary. Exactly what am I looking for? I have no idea. And something else. He paused as though thinking. It could be beneficial to run some backgrounds on the people we know Savage has hit. Gordy Ballou's history we already know. Start with Freddie Morris and work backward. Parents, siblings, ex-wives, girlfriends, best friends. Somebody may be dying to unload on us about Savage. We talked to most of those people already right after the hits. It wouldn't hurt to revisit them, widen the circle. Okay. He pretended not to hear the reluctance in her voice. "And don't forget Chet Rollins, the guy that got hit in prison. The Irish Spring execution? Right. That wasn't our case," she said. "The investigation was handled in Jackson. So maybe the detectives there missed something." "All right, I'll check." He spotted Elise rounding the end of an aisle and coming his way. Time to wrap this up. "Get back to me as soon as you learn something. Bye." They paid for her purchases, Duncan doing his best not to analyze the panties and bras as they moved along the conveyor belt, and drove back toward Ladies Island. They stopped at a roadside stand to buy fresh shrimp for dinner. "I can boil water," he said as he passed the package to her through the passenger window. After returning to the house, she excused herself to take a shower. Duncan sat on the front steps in the shade, sweating profusely. Eventually, she joined him on the steps, bringing with her a glass of iced tea for each of them and the scent of sweet-smelling soap. She was wearing some of her recent purchases, a pair of apple-green shorts that came just above her knees, and a white T-shirt, the vague outline of her new bra beneath it. Nothing fancy, nothing in the least provocative. He wanted to rip everything off her, with his teeth. Standing suddenly, he asked if she was finished in the bathroom, and when she said yes, he went straight into the bathroom, stripped, and got in the shower. He didn't even turn on the hot water tap. When he came out of the bathroom, she was sitting on the sofa. Looking over at Duncan, she said, "How is this going to end?" "I don't know yet. We've got no evidence. Nothing except your say-so, and that's not good enough." "I realize that. Besides, I'm officially dead." "You will be for sure if either Savage or Laird learns you're alive. I can't hide and protect you forever." "Chet's letter?" He frowned. "Still iffy. Too much room for a good defense attorney to maneuver." "So what are we going to do?" "You said there was no paperwork, phone records, receipts, canceled checks, bank books." She was shaking her head. "There's a safe in the study, but Cato never gave me the combination to it." "How does Savage pay him?" "I would guess Cato has a bank account somewhere out of the country. The Cayman Islands, maybe. We went there on a trip once." "You're probably right, but digging into those records involves the feds, all kinds of red tape and legal—" He stopped mid-sentence. "Legal procedures. I need to think about that some more." "Okay, I'll make dinner. You think." He tried, but it was hard for him to concentrate while she moved about the kitchen. Elise reaching for something on the top shelf, lifting her T-shirt and exposing a band of skin. Elise bending down to get a colander from a lower cabinet. Elise's breasts at his eye level as she walked past. Eventually, he gave up the pretense of working and set the table. She served dinner. Finally, she said, "You're being awfully quiet." "I was thinking earlier today." "About what?" "I was thinking that if I'd gone to the police with Chet's letter as soon as I received it, you and I might have met then." "But you didn't, did you? Instead, you got chummy with Savage and made your bed with Cato." She looked as though he'd slapped her. "That's right." Yeah, you did what you had to do. Used what you had. And we all know what that is. You used it first with Cato Laird, then with me. Probably Savage, too, even though you denied it. That's a real lucky charm for you. It works every time, doesn't it?" She scraped back her chair. "You can be a real bastard." He stood up just as quickly. "But at least I'm not a—" "Don't back down now, Duncan. Say it. At least you're not a whore." By the time they finished cleaning up, he was regretting what he'd said. Turning to her, he said, "I'm tired. I'm worried. The strain got to me. I didn't mean anything by what I said." "Oh, yes, you did." Saying nothing more, she went into the bedroom and soundly closed the door behind her. He awoke to the sound of birds chirping somewhere close. The bedroom door was closed, as it had remained since she'd disappeared through it last night. He pulled on his jeans. He used the bathroom and conscientiously put the seat down. Coffee. He would make coffee. But in the midst of the process, his hands fell still. Why had he become so mad at her last night? Was he actually blaming her for failing at what he himself had been unable to accomplish? But he hadn't been so much angry as jealous. That's what it boiled down to. He'd become angry because he couldn't stand the thought of her with Cato Laird, with any man, except himself. He didn't think about it. He just left the paper filter and the empty carafe on the counter and walked to the bedroom door. Without hesitation, he opened it. She was lying with her back to him. When the door hinge squeaked, she raised her head from the pillow, then rolled onto her back and looked toward the door. Seeing him, she came up on her elbows. "Is something wrong?" Duncan walked to the side of the bed. She smelled of warmth and sleep. She was wearing the new pajamas she'd bought yesterday. Under the thin cotton tank top, her breasts lay soft. His voice a harsh whisper. He said, "Did you fake it?" For several moments she looked at him with dazed puzzlement. Then her eyes cleared with understanding. "Yes." His heart plummeted. "Every time while I was married." She gave a small shake of her head, adding huskily, "But not with you." He dragged in a deep, restorative breath. Never breaking eye contact, he unbuttoned his jeans and pulled them off, then stepped out of his boxers. He pulled back the light covers and got in beside her, stretching out above her, trapping her head between his hands. He lowered his forehead to hers, resting it there, inhaling her scent. "Let me—" She pushed him away so she could remove her tank top and matching shorts, then pulled him back down to her. Skin to skin, they sighed with pleasure as his mouth melded with hers. His sex was hard, probing her middle, and by the time the lengthy kiss ended, they were restless, wanting more. He levered himself up so he could look at her. She was the stuff of dreams. He brushed his fingertips through her pubic hair, trailed them around her flat navel, up to circle her breasts before settling on one. He gently reshaped it, then took her nipple into his mouth and made love to it. He was guided by her sighs, told what she liked by her soft groans, and learned what she best responded to when her hips came off the bed, and she gasped his name. Finally, his lips damp with her, he raised himself above her and kissed her mouth as he sent his penis deep into her. When he started to move, he pressed one of her thighs toward her chest to increase the friction and her pleasure. Her fingertips caressed the small of his back, lower over his butt cheeks, flirted with the crevice, driving him mad. His strokes grew faster, deeper. Her body arched. She called his name and clutched him to her. He emptied himself into her, thinking, how could anything that felt this right, this perfect, possibly be wrong? They lay face to face, head sharing the pillow. His penis was limp in her hand, but each time her thumb glanced the tip, it sent a frisson of sensation through his entire body. I couldn't fight it any more, he said. She gazed at him a bit sadly. Will I be something you regret? He hugged her closer, whispering into her hair. No. No. No matter what happens, I'll never regret this. She leaned forward and kissed his chest, took a love bite out of his pectoral, then did something incredible to his nipple with her tongue. He grew hard in her hand, but he angled away from her. We can't, he said unevenly. We're 0 for 2 on safe sex, and I don't have anything to use. Like a cloud moving across the sun, sadness dimmed the lambency in her eyes. It doesn't matter. She paused, drew a deep breath. Cato made clear that he didn't want a child. He insisted I have a tubal ligation before we were married. Duncan lay perfectly still, assimilating that. I agreed to it because I certainly didn't want his child. I didn't think beyond getting vengeance for Chet. I thought being childless was a small price to pay. A tear slid from the corner of her eye and rolled down her cheek. She touched his lips. I may have been wrong. He pulled her tight against him. As he cradled her close and pressed her face into his neck, he thought he might yet have to kill Cato Laird. Recognizing the complicated classical piece he was playing on the piano, Elise smiled even before she opened her eyes. He didn't play sometimes, as he had told her. If he played Mozart that expertly, he played often. What else about Duncan Hatcher didn't she know? She knew he was an excellent lover. Her body ached, but deliciously so. They'd made love for hours. There were also long interludes of conversation, some of it the light-hearted banter of lovers. She resented each time Cato's name was spoken, but she sensed Duncan's urgency to strike hard and soon. He laid plans. She listened, argued, wished aloud that they would simply go away together, leave Cato and Savage to the devil. But he couldn't walk away from his responsibilities. She couldn't abandon her vow to avenge Chet's death. She wondered now how long she'd slept. Looking toward the window, she guessed by the position of the sun that it was mid-afternoon. As she got out of bed, he ended Mozart's sonata in C major and began playing another classical piece. She went to him and combed her fingers through his hair. He turned his head and smiled up at her, but continued to play. "Fiorelise," she said. He built to the crescendo, his arms and shoulders as involved as his hands, then let the tempo and volume gently coast back down to the final poignant note. "Beautiful, Duncan." "No," he said, nuzzling the cleft between her breasts. "Beautiful, Elise." "You lying son of a bitch!" They both started at the sudden, unexpected voice. Dee Bowen was standing in the open front door, glaring at them. Furiously, she kicked the door closed. It slammed shut behind her. "You do play the piano. Apparently your talent extends to resurrecting the dead." The piano had kept them from hearing the approaching car and Dee coming up the steps. Elise slipped into the bedroom and closed the door. Dee stared after her, then her irate gaze swung back to him. "How long have you known she was alive? From the night she disappeared?" "Night before last." Trying to diffuse her, he calmly explained finding Elise in his bedroom after Dee had driven him home from Smitty's. "I was holding her at gunpoint, Dee, thinking everything you're thinking right now. Then Gerard called and told me that Judge Laird had positively identified her body at the morgue." Elise returned, dressed. She passed him his jeans. He thanked her and pulled them on. "To have done that, Laird has to be dirty." "He was overwrought, wrung out," Dee countered. "In his distress, he made a mistake." "He didn't make a mistake." "The dental records?" "Matched the teeth of the corpse. The x-rays may have been labeled with Elise's name, but they weren't her x-rays." Dee ruminated on that while eyeing Elise up and down. "You look awfully rosy-cheeked for someone who's supposed to be dead." "I believe you wish I were." Dee's own cheeks turned pink. "I just don't like being dicked around. I want to know what the hell is going on." "I'll explain everything if you'll calm down, sit down, and listen." Looking mutinous, she clumped to the sofa and plopped down. He moved an armchair closer to her. Elise sat on the piano bench. Duncan began by asking Dee how she'd found him. "I called your mother. I told her something important had come up, and I needed to see you. Told her I couldn't reach you by cell phone, and asked if she had any idea where you might have gone to relax. She gave me the phone number here, but I never could get an answer. I called her back. By now she's worried about you. She gave me directions, and I volunteered to drive up here and check on you." "Did something important come up?" She removed a folder from her oversized handbag and passed it to Duncan. "Your hunches of yesterday were correct." Elise reacted with surprise. "Yesterday? What hunches?" "Duncan asked me to check out some things." "Napoli's secretary?" "Paid off like a slot machine. She distinctly remembered sending Savage an envelope by certified mail. She believed it contained photographs." "Let me guess," Duncan said, turning to Elise. "The photographs of you and Savage. The same ones he sent to Cato. Double dipping, as usual, except it pissed off Savage enough to kill Napoli." Dee jumped, as though she'd gotten electric shock. "Excuse me?" Elise gave Dee a detailed but concise account of what had happened on the Talmadge Bridge. When she was finished, Dee looked at Duncan. "You believe that?" "I do, now that I know Napoli was stupid enough to try and blackmail Savage." Dee said, "There's more. You suggested I run background checks on the men we know Savage has hit. Guess who's related to Chet Rollins? Elise is his half-sister." His knowing that took some of the starch out of Dee's posture, but it only increased the animosity with which she regarded Elise. "What else did you find?" She hitched her chin toward Elise. "She and Savage go way back. They were cozy friends long before she married the judge." "We weren't cozy friends." "I've seen the pictures," Dee said hotly. "The ones you killed Napoli over. Savage killed Napoli." "How convenient to blame it on a reputed criminal," Dee said, coming to her feet. "I don't believe your bridge story any more than I believe you shot Gary Ray Trotter in self-defense." "It's true, Dee." She spun around to Duncan. "How can you—" "Sit down. Trotter wasn't there that night to burglarize their house. He was there to kill Elise. He'd been hired to kill her, by her husband." "That's the story?" Dee asked, with a chortle of disbelief. "The judge hired Trotter to kill his beloved, beautiful trophy wife? How many blowjobs did she give you before you started believing that?" "Do you want to hear this or not? If so, apologize to Elise. If not, there's the door, and I'll find another partner." Okay, Dee said. "I want to hear the story." She sighed, looked at Elise, and grumbled an apology. Duncan returned to his chair and began talking. It took a half hour for him and Elise to explain everything. "Who was the dead woman in the morgue?" "My guess would be Lucille Jones," he replied. "Savage needed to get rid of her. Laird needed a body so we would close the case." Dee gnawed the inside of her cheek, looking at them in turn as she tried to absorb the facts as well as the hypotheses. Homing in on Elise, she said, "You married him in the hope of gathering evidence you could take to the DA and blow the whistle on him and Savage? Is that the gist of it?" "Yes." "So where's this evidence?" "If I had any, Cato would already be in prison. None of this would have happened." "Are you saying that after almost 3 years of living with the man, you haven't gathered one scrap of paper, recorded one conversation? Nothing?" Elise came off the piano bench and bore down on her. "I hate Cato Laird. He had my brother killed with no more thought than he would swat a housefly. And I had to sleep with him, pretend to make love to him. For years," she said, her voice quaking. "But I was willing to do it if, at the end of it, Cato would pay." Okay, I get it," Dee said. "But one more question. Why did your husband bother with Napoli? If he was too fastidious to kill you himself, why didn't he just ask his pal Savage to do it?" "I've given that some thought," Duncan said. "Savage would have been expedient and thorough, but by using Napoli, Cato set himself up to look like the injured party. He got rid of Elise as well as his blackmailer." Dee came to her feet, massaging her forehead. "All right, I have the big picture. But where does it leave us?" Duncan nodded toward Elise. "We have an eyewitness to Napoli's murder." "Get real, Duncan. She won't make a credible witness." "We've got the certified mail receipt for the envelope Napoli mailed to Savage. That's a direct connection. Still doesn't place Savage on the bridge that night." Turning to Elise, she asked, "How long do you intend to play dead?" "Until it's advantageous for me to reappear." "In the meantime," Dee said to Duncan, "are you going to stay here and play house with her?" "Elise and I have come up with a dozen plans and rejected them all. But if we get Savage, Laird will topple as a matter of course." "How do you figure?" Dee asked. "Yes, Duncan, how do you figure?" Elise said. "Cato isn't going to topple easily. He isn't going to slip up and make a mistake." "Somehow we'll get him." "Meanwhile, I've got to stay dead?" "I don't know, Elise. I'm working it out. But of the two fish, Savage is bigger. If we can get the judge to help us nail Savage..." Backing away from him, she said, Please don't tell me you're going to offer Cato clemency in exchange for giving up Savage." "Look," he said with diminishing patience, "I'd like to beat a confession out of the son of a bitch. I've got more than one reason to lay into him, but I don't think you'll have to get physical with Cato. When he sees me alive, You're staying here." She turned to Duncan. "Like hell I am." "You're staying here, Elise, out of sight, safe, until Cato Laird and Savage are both locked up. You'll have your day in court, I promise. But you've got to stay in the background for now, and let us take it from here." Dee Dee had been listening in silence and with evident satisfaction to his exchange with Elise. She finally spoke. "I hate being the one to remind you that so far you've got no trap to spring." He outlined his plan to Dee Dee. She responded with a decided lack of enthusiasm. "I don't know, Duncan. It doesn't feel good to me. The gloves have to come off, Dee Dee. The only way we're going to get them is by bending a few rules. You're going to have to grant me some leeway. Are you in or out?" "I'm in," she said, but with uncertainty. Then, "Of course I'm in." Duncan decided to leave his car with Elise. "Use it only if you must," he instructed as he handed her the keys. "Can't have any Elise Laird sightings reported, okay?" He reinstalled the house phone and told her that if he called, he would let the phone ring twice, hang up, then call right back. He also gave her the extra pistol he'd hidden above the knick-knack cabinet. He put it and extra ammunition in an accessible place. When the time finally came for him and Dee Dee to leave, Elise's distress was plain. "Please be careful." "I promise I will. You too. Remember everything we said this morning." "Every word." He touched her lower lip. Then he turned away quickly and ushered Dee Dee out the door. They discussed the plan on the drive back to Savannah. As they crossed the Talmadge Bridge and turned into the downtown area, Duncan told Dee Dee, "Stop at my house. I need to change clothes. I don't want to meet the judge in T-shirt and jeans." "We're not meeting him, Duncan. We're abducting him." Cato Laird felt so good, it was difficult to keep his posture stooped and his expression aggrieved. "Work is my tonic," he said to those who expressed shock and concern when he returned to his office so soon after the tragedy that had befallen him. Leaving the Chatham County Judicial Center, he waved goodbye to the security officers and, for their benefit, made it appear as though he had barely the strength to push open the heavy glass door. But his footsteps were light as he made his way across the parking lot. He was addressed from behind by a friendly voice. "Hello, Judge." He turned just as Duncan Hatcher closed a strong hand around his biceps. "How's it hanging, Your Honor?" "As well as can be expected, thank you." "When's the funeral?" "Under the circumstances, I've decided to forego the customary service. I'm keeping the observance private." "Get in the car." During their exchange, Hatcher had practically been dragging him toward his Lexus sedan, where Detective Bowen stood waiting, door open, motor running. "Good evening, Judge." "You broke into my car?" "Part of the extended service now provided by the police department," she said. "Driving home VIPs after a hard day at the office." "A judge who's tough on cops and soft on criminals gets special treatment," Hatcher said. "I'll have your job for this, Hatcher." "Possibly. Probably. Now get in the car, or I'm going to break your arm. And actually nothing would give me more enjoyment." "You'll go to jail for this." Despite the threat, Cato got into the back seat of his sedan. Hatcher scrambled in behind him. Detective Bowen got into the driver's seat, conscientiously buckled her seatbelt, then drove them out of the parking lot. He would have expected them to go toward either his home or the police station. Rather, they were going toward the river. Within blocks of the courthouse, the trendy eateries and shops of the Market Square area gave way to run-down project housing, warehouses, and failed industries, most of them vacated and derelict. Detective Bowen pulled the car to the side of the street and stopped, but left the engine idling. The judge looked at their surroundings, then turned toward Hatcher beside him. Very effective. Deserted, laden with menace and implied threat. He wasn't so much afraid as irritated. For all his bullying, Hatcher wasn't going to harm him. In any case, it was time to turn the tables. He gave Hatcher a knowing smile. "Tell me, assuage my curiosity. Did you fuck my wife, or did you just want to?" It was amusing to watch the detective's features tighten and nearly solidify. He laughed softly. "You're not nearly as tough as you pretend to be." Hatcher moved with such speed that he didn't realize what had happened until the blinding pain shot up from his groin and he heard himself scream. "Is that tough enough for you?" Hatcher asked, as he cruelly twisted the fist that was tightly squeezing the judge's testicles. "I'm the guy that's going to rip off your balls right now if you don't cooperate with us." From a distance, drifting toward him through a red fog of agony, he heard Detective Bowen say, "Duncan, don't! Shut up, Dee," he barked. "I told you I was going to do this my way." Gradually, Hatcher's fist relaxed, and then he let go. "Now that I have your undivided attention, you'd do well to listen. We know you're a crook. We just don't know yet the extent of your criminal activity. And you know what? I don't even care." "I've got nothing on you," Hatcher said. "But I finally got something on Savage, and it's him I really want." The judge looked from him to Dee, then back to Hatcher. "We all want Savage." "I'm glad to hear you say that, because tomorrow he'll be arraigned for doing Napoli. We've had an eyewitness come forward who saw Savage pop Napoli on the Talmadge Bridge." "You're serious?" Dee said, "Very serious, Judge. The witness also saw Napoli push Mrs. Laird over the wall into the river. Apparently Napoli was blackmailing Savage with those photos of him and Mrs. Laird, same as he was blackmailing her and planned to blackmail you. Savage killed him. Savage came along just after Napoli did his dirty work for him. And when the son of a bitch is brought into your courtroom tomorrow for his bond hearing," Hatcher said, "you damn well better be in a hanging mood. That hearing should set the tone for his murder trial, or we're going to start looking for a reason why not. I don't understand why you felt it necessary to stage this, because I wanted to make it clear to you that I'm tired of being jerked around by the justice system, i.e., by you. Do we understand each other?" "You've got no problem," Cato returned smoothly. Although the judge despised Hatcher, he felt like kissing him. The blustering idiot didn't realize he was solving Cato's problem: how to end his partnership with Savage without fearing retribution. Savage ended partnerships. His partners didn't. Savage would be imprisoned for life, if not executed. It was all he could do to keep his expression appropriately somber when he made his pledge. "Savage will get what's coming to him. I'll see to it." Without a word, Detective Bowen made a 3-point turn and drove back toward the courthouse. Despite his throbbing testicles, Cato could barely keep himself from humming. The anteroom was empty, Kenny nowhere in sight. The door to Savage's private office was ajar. His sleek head was bent over paperwork. The part in his hair was so precise it looked like an incision cut by a scalpel. Sensing he was no longer alone, he reached beneath his desk, where a pistol was secreted, then raised his head and looked at his unexpected guest. "I heard the elevator and thought you were Kenny." "I look nothing like Kenny." "Your sense of humor is intact. A good commentary on the afterlife." Elise pushed open the door and walked into his office. "I'm all too alive." "You don't seem all that shocked to see me," she said. "I deal in absolutes, Elise. The accounts of your death were sketchy, speculative, and inconclusive." "You haven't offered me a seat." He motioned her into the chair facing his desk. "I guess I am a trifle shocked." Both were wary, curious, edgy in the presence of the other because neither could predict the outcome of this meeting. She alone knew the purpose of it. "Is your husband still in the dark?" he asked. "You mean, does Cato know that I'm alive?" "No." "Where have you been?" "For the last 3 days. With Duncan Hatcher." He was taken aback, then gave a burst of laughter. "I can understand why he would want in your pants, but for the life of me, I can't imagine what you find attractive about him." "He's so tiresomely good, Elise," he said, with a shade of pity. "Or rather, he was, until he met you. How does it feel, Elise, to have a man give up his soul for you?" She raised her head and looked at him. "You are what he desires, Savage. No one holds a place in his heart like you do." He studied her for a moment, then stood up and came around the desk. "Stand up, Elise." She did so with hesitation, and guessing the reason for the request, held her arms straight out to her sides. "You think Duncan sent me here? He'd kill me if he knew I was here." "Forgive me my suspicious nature." He patted her down, then raised her top to check her brassiere for hidden microphones. He flashed a grin, then lowered her top and returned to his chair behind his desk. "It's no news flash to me that Duncan Hatcher has wet dreams about my capture. But now he has a way to make it happen. I survived Napoli and made it off the bridge that night, but not before I saw you shoot him point blank. Based on my eyewitness, Duncan is on his way here to arrest you." "Is he?" "He's meeting with Cato now, threatening reprisals if Cato goes easy on you and lets you leave his courtroom a free man. Then he's coming after you." "By warning me, you're betraying Duncan Hatcher." "Duncan and I have different goals. He wants you." "And what do you want, sweet Elise?" "I'm here to offer you a deal. I'll recant the story I told Duncan. I'll claim that I shot Napoli in self-defense, as I did Trotter." "This is an incredibly generous offer, Elise. What do you want in return? There must be something awfully important to you, something you want very badly." "Yes, and it's yours to give." She leveled a look at him. "Give me Cato." As Dee Dee relinquished the key to the Lexus to the judge, she avoided making eye contact. Duncan's rough handling of the judge had crossed a line, and Elise Laird was the reason. They watched the judge drive away, then returned to her car. "That went exactly as planned," Duncan remarked cheerfully as he got into the passenger seat. "Have you lost all sense of what we're about, Duncan? We're about getting Savage and then this asshole judge. Getting them by any means, fair or foul. We've tried fair. It didn't work. He could have you arrested for assault." "He could. He won't. He'll cover his ass and protect his reputation." He checked his wristwatch. "We're even ahead of schedule. We'll easily make it to his office before he leaves. Let's go." They drove in silence. When they were a block from Savage's machine shop, Duncan unzipped a gym bag at his feet, took out a .357 revolver, and tucked it into the waistband of his trousers. Dee looked at him with surprise. "Where'd you get that?" "My house when I stopped to change clothes." "Where's your 9mm? This fits my purpose better." "How so?" He never answered. Instead, he made a strangled sound of utter disbelief. Dee followed his gaze. His car, which he'd left with Elise Laird on Ladies' Island, was parked outside Savage's building. He turned toward Dee as though seeking an explanation. She knew her expression must have read, "I told you so," but she refrained from saying it. The building was dark, but a light was on in Savage's second-story window. Looking up at it, Duncan angrily muttered, "Son of a bitch." Before Dee came to a full stop, he opened his car door and jumped out. She clambered from the driver's seat and trotted after him. "Duncan, wait!" He kept walking. "This doesn't change anything." "It changes everything." She lunged for him, but he flung off her hand. "Please, let's regroup and talk about it." "I'm over-talking." Hearing another car pulling into the parking lot, they stopped, turned, and recognized Savage's secretary behind the steering wheel. Duncan started jogging toward the building's entrance, calling to Dee over his shoulder, "Get him before he can alert Savage." Dee wavered for several seconds, then sprinted toward the car, where Kenny was nervously juggling his cell phone. "Cato?" Savage repeated. Elise nodded. "You see to Cato's destruction? In return, I didn't see you kill Napoli." "Define destruction." "I want him out of commission. I want the life he knows and enjoys to be over. Now, do we have a deal?" Savage's smile remained in place, even as he raised the pistol he'd been holding in his lap and aimed it across the desk at her. Her heart jumped to her throat. "What are you doing?" "Exercising another option, Elise. Why would I accept your deal when I can simply kill you here and now and be done with it? Before coming here, you should have considered this alternative." "I considered you my friend." "Your mistake. Added to your many. The first and primary one being that you underestimated us." "Us?" He frowned. "Honestly, Elise, this play-acting has become tedious. Cato and I know that you know about our working arrangement. You are making us both very nervous." How long have you known?" He chuckled. "From the beginning. You thought you were so clever ingratiating yourself to us, playing the honest and trustworthy employee to me, being the perfect sex toy for Cato." "Sweetheart," he said, dropping his voice to a sympathetic whisper, "almost from the very start, we knew you were related to Chet Rollins." "What gave me away?" "You didn't fit the mold. You were so eager to work at the White Tie and Tails, and yet you went against the stereotype. You aren't a natural hustler, and it showed." She felt the weight of Duncan's handgun in her purse in her lap, and wondered if she could get to it before Savage shot her. She had no doubt that he would, eventually. Right now, he was enjoying himself too much. "When I told Cato about your kinship with Rollins, he panicked. But I talked him into waiting. You intrigued me. I wanted to watch and see what you did next." Here's where the story takes an interesting turn. Up to this point, you were just a name to Cato, a threat. He wanted you dead, but after meeting you, he decided he preferred you alive. He thought what better way to keep an eye on you than to marry you, have you under his roof where he could watch you day and night, have you accountable to him. And, of course, you would have your delectable body at his beck and call. He could fuck you to his heart's content." She flinched, which caused him to smile. "Poor Elise. All those nights you spent with Cato were for nothing. I'm the bookkeeper." She glanced at the computer on the credenza behind his desk. He chuckled. "You'd never crack the firewalls, my dear, even if I let you try. It really is a shame I must kill you. Such a waste of beauty and—" The hand aiming the pistol at her shattered in a spray of blood. Savage bellowed in pain. His pistol clattered to the floor. Duncan, coming from behind her, vaulted the desk, grabbed Savage's head, and slammed it down. Duncan jabbed the barrel of his pistol against Savage's temple, hard enough for the metal to create a depression in his skin. Never taking his eyes off Savage, he shouted, "Dee Dee! Coming!" Elise bolted from her chair, but collided with the woman detective as she barreled through the door. "Cover her," Duncan ordered. "She's probably got my pistol." Elise dropped her handbag to the floor. "It's in there." Dee Dee knelt down and felt the handbag until she located the gun, then stood up. "We're okay," she told Duncan. "What about the secretary?" he asked. "Handcuffed to the car door. I've called for backup." "Backup? How long ago?" Just before I ran up here. Why?" "Shit," he hissed. Elise took a step forward. "Duncan, Shut up. You've got nothing to say that I want to hear, Mrs. Laird. The best thing you ever did for me, the only thing, is provide enough distraction for me to get to this piece of shit." He ground the barrel of the pistol against Savage's temple. "How does your gun hand feel now, Savage?" Despite the pain he must be feeling, Savage's voice was remarkably calm. "Is this about Maya Napoli? Nobody's going to believe Elise, you know." "So you're wasting your time," Savage said. "Hell if I am. I came to get a confession, and I'm not leaving without it." He pulled back the hammer on his revolver. Savage laughed. "Oh, I'm scared." "Your confession or your brain, Savage. You get to choose, and there's no door number 3. "Duncan," Dee Dee said with uncertainty, "what are you doing?" "Did I stutter? I'm going to get a confession from him. Either that, or it's going to get messy in here." Duncan fired at the carafe on the edge of the desk, shattering the crystal into 1,000 shards. Water splashed across the desk and onto the floor. Drops splattered on Savage's face. In the small office, the .357 just as well could have been a cannon. Dee Dee recoiled, but she kept her pistol aimed at Elise. "What the hell?" she shouted. "Wait for backup, Duncan. They'll be here soon. We'll take him in. If you've got no stomach for this, Dee Dee, you can leave and take Mrs. Laird with you. This is between him and me. Give it up, Savage. Freddie Morris, Andre Bonnet, Chet Rollins, Gordon Ballou. Sound familiar? Fuck you." Duncan fired the pistol again, this time at the cabinet across the room, shattering the glass door. Then he shot out the globe of a wall sconce. The acrid smell of cordite filled the office. The noise was unbearable, but Dee Dee could be heard above the reverberation, yelling, "Duncan, stop this! This is about her! You're angry over her!" They all heard the wail of sirens approaching, but the sound didn't deter Duncan. "I've got 2 bullets left, Savage. Count 'em. 2. He dug the pistol into Savage's temple. "Is this the way you killed Freddie Morris? Did he stink of fear the way you do?" "I didn't." Before he even completed the denial, Duncan fired the pistol into the desk. The wood splintered, leaving a jagged hole inches from Savage's nose. "That leaves 1. "You're boring me, Hatcher," Savage replied drolly. "Tell me you did it, or your brain is missed," Duncan yelled. "Duncan, no!" Dee Dee's voice cracked with desperation as she whipped her pistol away from Elise and aimed it at Duncan. "I won't let you. Drop your weapon, Duncan." "You'd shoot me?" "I swear I will." The sirens grew louder. Tires screeched. Car doors slammed. "I can't let him go," Duncan said. "I'm going to take this bastard. See you in hell, Savage." All right, Savage screamed. I did Morris." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than several uniformed officers, led by Detective Worley, barged into the room. "Shame on you, Savage. I think that means you're in a world of hurt." Duncan rushed across the room to Elise and wrapped his arms around her. "Are you all right?" She leaned against him and nodded shakily. "I didn't expect him to pull a gun on me." He hugged her tighter, then let her go abruptly and rounded on Worley. You took fucking long enough. Dee Dee was about to shoot me, and I was afraid she would while I was stalling and running out of bullets. Hey, there was traffic, Worley said defensively. I was standing by, waiting for a call just like you told me to do. Dee Dee was looking at all of them with astonishment, but especially at Duncan. Just like you told him to do? When? What the hell's he talking about? What's going on? When did you call him? From my house when I picked up the six-shooter. You never intended to pull this off, just the two of us? He shook his head. In order for Savage to be convinced that I'd gone over the edge, you had to be convinced I had. So you used me? I relied on your professional integrity and adherence to the rules. That sounds like bullshit. It is bullshit, he admitted. I used you. She nodded toward Elise. What about her? Duncan bent down and retrieved Elise's handbag. He searched me, but thankfully he didn't check my bag, she said as he withdrew a small tape recorder and passed it to Dee Dee, who stared at it with bewilderment. My grandmother's, Duncan said, but we checked it out and it works. That's why he was about to kill me. Just like Napoli, I was a loose end he needed to tie up. It's all on the tape. Wait, Dee Dee said, holding up her hand. She was gaping at Elise with awe. The argument between you two over who was the bigger fish, Laird or Savage, was also staged for my benefit? As well as my heavy-handed encounter with Laird, Duncan said. Not that I didn't enjoy having him by the balls. How'd you know I would show up at your grandmother's house today? My mom left me a text message on my cell. She was second-guessing telling you where I was. I knew you'd show up. Elise and I had discussed how we would play it out when you did. Dee Dee still looked resentful over being left in the dark, but there was also grudging admiration in her expression as she sized up Elise. By coming to see Savage alone, you laid your life on the line. Which I was willing to do. I have a stake in this too, remember? My brother. Yeah, but that took guts, Dee Dee said. Dee Dee then turned to Duncan. As for you, partner, you're an asshole. Before he could take issue with that, he noticed that another officer was reading Savage's rights. Hold on. I want to do the honors. Savage was still seated in his desk chair. He'd been handcuffed, but someone had wrapped a handkerchief around his bleeding hand. He was in obvious pain, but Duncan, thinking of the victims he had either terrorized or murdered, wasn't moved to pity. He felt nothing except supreme satisfaction as he Mirandized him. Savage sneered. You never would have fired that sixth bullet. Now, Bobby, Duncan said in a sing-song voice, deliberately using the diminutive of his name, which he knew Savage loathed. You didn't sound so confident about that sixth bullet a few minutes ago when you were screaming like a girl. That confession is worthless to you. It was made under duress. This cowboy act of yours was for nothing. Wrong. But in any case, I would have done it just for fun. You wanted to impress your new girlfriend. He slid a glance at Elise, then gave Duncan a sly smile. Does she let you come in her mouth? Duncan's eyes narrowed dangerously. You know what, Savage? You're still pissing me off. And you may be right, that confession may not hold up in court. Besides that, it looks to me like you're trying to escape. He whipped the pistol from his waistband, aimed it at the bridge of Savage's nose, and pulled the trigger. The following afternoon, Robert Savage still appeared as shaken as he'd been the previous night when he was hauled out of his office in handcuffs. After a brief stop at the ER, he'd spent the night in the detention center, no doubt shivering on his cot, reliving that split second when he'd experienced the mortal terror he had inflicted on so many others. Orange isn't his color, Dee Dee remarked. She and Duncan were sitting in the gallery of the Superior Courtroom, watching with interest as Savage was escorted to his place at the defense table for his bond hearing. Earlier in the day, in another court, he'd been arraigned for the murder of Meyer Napoli. Not surprisingly, on behalf of his client, Stan Adams had entered a plea of not guilty. Despite the thick bandage on his right hand, he was shackled. You can bet he hates being treated like a common criminal. "He's common enough," Duncan said. "When I pulled the trigger, he messed his pants. Can't say as I blame him. I nearly did myself. Lucky for him you had left the last chamber of the revolver empty." "Why did you? Because you figured it would come down to that last pull of the trigger?" "Exactly," he said. "And if that bullet had been loaded, I'd have killed the son of a bitch." "All rise," the bailiff intoned. Judge Cato Laird strode in and assumed his seat. He glanced over the assembly, his gaze alighting briefly on Dee Dee before shifting to Duncan. Their eye contact lasted for several significant seconds. Then he proceeded. "Mr. Adams, you're representing Mr. Savage?" "Yes, Your Honor." Stan Adams stood up. "He's been charged with the murder of Myra Napoli, to which he's entered a plea of not guilty." Duncan noticed that Laird avoided looking directly at Savage. "Mr. Nelson," the judge said, "you're representing the DA's office?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Robert Savage has also been charged with conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Chester Joel Rollins." Attorney Stan Adams turned his head so quickly his neck popped audibly, but Duncan's eyes were trained on Cato Laird's handsome face. He saw the judge swallow. Mr. Nelson, this is a bond hearing." Stan Adams was back on his feet. "Your Honor, what is going on here?" "I'm trying to ascertain that for myself, Mr. Adams." As he stammered, his attention was drawn to the rear door of the courtroom. Unsteadily he came to his feet and leaned upon the podium for support as Elise made her grand entrance, flanked by Bill Gerard on one side, Worley on the other. Elise looked confident and poised. "Hello, Cato." "Elise," he cried. "How? This is... My God!" "Stop pretending, Cato. You're anything but overjoyed." Upon seeing Elise, supposedly a dead woman, astonishment had rendered Stan Adams silent. Duncan left his seat and stepped into the aisle just ahead of Elise and her escorts. Without breaking stride, he went to the side of the judge's podium and stepped behind it. "Cato Laird, you're under arrest for the murder of Chet Rollins. You have the right to remain silent." The judge's dismay turned to anger. "Gerard, what is going on?" "Just like Detective Sergeant Hatcher said, you're being arrested for conspiring to commit murder. This is outrageous." Elise stepped up to him. "You had my half-brother killed, Cato. He was going to expose you and Savage, so you silenced him." He looked beyond her at Gerard. "She's delusional. This woman is unstable. She's a liar. She killed a man in our home, and I, like a fool, protected her from prosecution." He pointed a finger at Duncan. "Yesterday, he kidnapped and assaulted me." Elise continued in a calm, clear voice. "For years you've been taking money from Savage in exchange for favorable rulings." She produced the USB key that had been taken from Savage's computer during the search of his office that had followed his arrest. Despite his claim of having firewalls that couldn't be cracked, they had been last night by the department's computer experts. "All your transactions are recorded on this." The judge's face had turned red with fury. Looking past the others, he snarled at Savage. "Did you set me up?" Savage shouted back, "You were going to feed me to these dogs." "It's her you have to thank for this," and motioned toward Elise with his head. Duncan gave Cato Laird a nudge. "Say goodbye to your bench. You've made your last ruling." "You son of a bitch," the judge said, spraying spittle. He divided a wrathful look between him and Elise. "You are fucking her, aren't you? Well, have her. You deserve the bitch. You deserve each other." Duncan's eyes drilled into those of the judge, and he held his arm in a bone-crunching grip. "I advise you to leave this courtroom now, before you say something for which I'll be forced to hold you in contempt." Recognizing the words he'd said to Duncan, Cato lunged toward him and Elise. 2 uniformed cops rushed to Duncan's assistance, and it took the 3 of them to restrain Laird. Elise didn't recoil. In fact, she stepped closer to him. "What Savage says is true, Cato," she said. "I set you up." "May God have mercy on you. I have none." She turned her back on Cato Laird. Duncan relinquished the judge to the policeman and moved up beside her, taking her elbow. They were about halfway to the exit when the shot rang out. Acting on instinct, Duncan dove to his right, knocking Elise to the floor and covering her with his own body. Screams and warning shots echoed in the courtroom. Then, in one fluid motion, he rolled onto his back and came up into a crouch, aimed and ready to fire his drawn weapon. But the threat was over. There had been only one casualty. The November day was sunny but cool. A breeze rippled the surface of the channel between Beaufort and Ladies Island. It was a good day to be outdoors, but Duncan and Elise preferred getting their fresh air through the open window while they languished in bed. They'd arrived late the previous evening. The intervening 4 months had been turbulent. They hadn't discussed when they might return to Ladies Island, but they seemed to tacitly agree that they wouldn't come back until they could celebrate the end of their ordeal, until their return marked a new beginning. Yesterday afternoon at 4:38, Duncan had checked his wristwatch when the verdict was read, Robert Savage was found guilty of murdering Meyer Napoli. Adams had argued for 3 days that Elise be disallowed to testify. He spent the next 4 trying to discredit her testimony. But the jurors weren't fooled by his blustering and courtroom posturing. They believed Elise. Duncan had helped the DA's office prepare its case, but from the sidelines. Officially, he was on suspension until the end of this month. Since Elise had been integral to the case, they'd seen each other regularly, but not as often as Duncan wished. She had steadfastly refused to move into his townhouse. "I'm the reason for your suspension. How would it look if I was living with you during it?" That had ended the argument most effectively, because he realized it wasn't only his disciplinary suspension she was taking into account. It was her recent widowhood. For days following the scene in the courtroom that had ended with Cato Laird's grisly suicide, the story had dominated the media. Several witnesses had seen Cato wrestle the pistol from the holster of one of the policemen escorting him from the courtroom. As details of Laird's criminal activity were disclosed, they were explored and editorialized. Public opinion of the judge was generally one of outrage over his duplicity and the misuse of his power and position. The widow who had exposed him was regarded with sympathy and admiration, but Elise had shied from the publicity. Now, her limbs were tangled with Duncan's in a tableau of lassitude after a night and morning of love-making. He rubbed his cheek against her belly. "You need a shave," she said drowsily. "Later. Right now, I can't move." Nevertheless, he nibbled his way up her torso until he reached her mouth. The long kiss that followed was sexually evocative. When they finally pulled apart, her eyes remained closed. "You should marry me." Her eyes sprang open. "I can't marry you, Duncan." "Why not?" "Because I love you." "Then I fail to see the problem." "No children, for one." He whisked his thumb across her delicate cheekbones. "Tubal ligations can be reversed." "Not always successfully." "If not successfully, we'll adopt kids or do without kids." "But you wouldn't want to." "What I wouldn't want is to do without you." "I have nothing to contribute to a partnership, especially not to one as important as marriage." She had taken nothing from Cato Laird's house, not even her personal belongings, and had actually become angry when his attorney called to give her the bad news that there was no mention of her in Cato's will. "As if I ever wanted to touch anything that he had owned," she'd said, as she hung up on the attorney. "I've been living on what little I'd saved before my marriage to Cato," she said now. "But that will soon run out, and I'll have to find some kind of work." "If you could wake up tomorrow and be doing the thing you've always wanted to do, what would it be?" "Not too far from your house, there's an old movie theater." "Across from Forsyth Park?" "It's been there since the 30s. Hasn't been in operation for years." I was thinking it could be restored, she said hesitantly. Very nicely, make it a theater for classic movies only. Giant, Lawrence of Arabia, Dr. Zhivago. Big, epic movies like that, or film noir. Tracy and Hepburn. There's an endless list of film festivals. It could host premieres. Noticing his smile, she stopped. What? You're right. You've got nothing to contribute. She recognized it for teasing. You think it's a good idea? Only thing, am I going to have to wear a tux to all those events? She laughed softly, but her smile faltered. It's just an idea. It would take a lot of money to do it the way I envision. I'm not entirely without connections and resources. We'll find investors. We'll get the money. He tugged a strand of her hair, which was back to its natural color and had grown out to chin length. Any more objections to my proposal of marriage? Your friends and family. Well, you've inspired Dee Dee to stop perming her hair and start plucking her eyebrows. But your parents. I would be their worst nightmare. You're right, he sighed. Mom's in a tizzy. I called today and told them we'd be there for dinner tomorrow. She had wanted to paint the dining room before I brought you home for the first time. Home? Her eyes reflected a childlike hopefulness that pierced his heart with love. She pulled him to her, rubbing her lips against his, whispering, I love you, Duncan. Love you with all my heart and soul. Love you, love you. He gathered her beneath him and pressed into her, his smile against her lips. I'll take that as a yes.